Oh my goodness. Hello, chat. Hi. I am here. Running the clock a little close today. I just finished a lovely sushi platter. But I am here today with Paranormasight. Some more Paranormasight. And we are, yeah, we are pretty deep in the game. I didn't know you could zoom this in and out. That's nice. Because usually it's like defaulting here, and I was like, it's a little weird that you can't have like all four on here at once, but no, you actually can. Okay, that's good. That's good. Anyway, we finished. We caught up with Arnav. We last time we got a little more context into the goings on of Sato. I believe last time we also saw Yuza get beheaded. Lot of cool shit happening going on, you know. lot of interesting things going on in the narrative. But right now we only got one spot left to go, and that is with Sato. After she got stabbed, but it's okay. She lived. She came back to life. Don't think about the deeper meanings of that. The slash from the curse leaves Sato with a large wound on her chest. She dies, but only for a moment, and then resurrects in front of everyone, revealing that she is no normal person. She escapes in a panic, unsure of what will happen next. Yes, we're here, and and having a multiple day break this time, my voice will probably not run out halfway through the stream like it did last time. Although I don't know how noticeable that was last time. Huh? Was I asleep? Oh, right. I got attacked out of nowhere, right in the middle of Chuo Street. Every time I come back to life, my head's always foggy, and my memory's all over the place. The downside of it being a few days, though, is that the voices... well, the characters that I actually put on a voice for might be a little different, because I didn't review and remember, but it's fine. I'll play it by ear, see how it sounds. This isn't a professional thing, it's just me playing the games because I love mystery games. Let's see. After I was cut down, everyone saw me resurrect, so I panicked and started running around trying to hide. But in the end, Mr. Wakamura found me. He told me to stay put in the house and keep my head down. Sounds like things are getting pretty chaotic on the island. All because of me. Apparently, Mr. Wakamura told everyone he would handle it, which helped smooth things over. What now? And a more serious question, are there any bird stickers in this room? I just really gotta check. Okay, looks like we're in the clear for now. And now everyone knows I can't die. Be that as it may, I've still got something I need to do. This is it. I have to see it through. Today's been so hectic, I need to take a second, gather my thoughts, and figure out what comes next. Earlier today, I got a creepy call demanding I turn myself in. They said if I didn't comply, an assassin with a curse would start killing people. I didn't go. And sure enough, later that evening, I was struck out of nowhere by some invisible slash, killed. Whoever did it was probably testing whether I'd really come back to life, while also showing off their power, all in one go. And it worked perfectly. The island went into panic, with people both terrified of me for not dying, and the one who attacked me. If it really was an assassin mixed in among the locals that used a curse to do all that, we're in serious trouble. A curse that can kill somebody instantly from a distance. That's not just dangerous, it's terrifying. None of the curses I've ever known worked like that. They were never that convenient or all-powerful. They say when you curse someone, you're cursing yourself as well. Using a curse always comes with risks or with strict contradictions. Conditions, not contradictions. Though in some cases, maybe. Target me so precisely in that exact moment and place, from somewhere I couldn't even see? Must have been some really specific conditions to pull it off. I should try to recall the cursed slash that hit me and see if there's anything else I can remember. Seems that Mr. Wakamura still hasn't figured out who the assassin is either. Whoever they are, they're blending in with the locals and triggering the curse with ease. As far as I know, only a psychic with a powerful spirit sense could use a curse like that. Is there really someone like that on this island? Killing definitely won't stop with just the attack on me. Even the man on the phone was ranting about killing everyone off one by one. Yeah, you don't know, girl, but it's getting worse out there, way worse. But at least for the moment, it seems pretty quiet outside. Still, there's no telling when it'll start. If the caller really can wield a curse, maybe turning them down wasn't the smartest move. And again, there's no way I was just gonna hand myself over. Yeah, you gotta think about self-preservation, you know? I mean, granted, that kind of rings hollow when you got slashed in the chest, but you know. And then Shotaro, and like Shotaro said, there's also a chance the caller was working for Unka Kudono. Right now, over the southern sea of Kamishima, the curse of the raging waves is creating a huge storm that has started to churn the sea. They say it can whip up a violent storm without warning, the kind that can flip a boat in an instant. Mr. Wakamura plans to hand me over to Unka Kudono to find a way to stop the curse. That handover is supposed to happen tomorrow. But Shotaro is against that plan. This morning, he asked if I'd run away with him, escape the island, and flee to Tokyo. Oh yeah, I still haven't given him an answer. I'm sorry, but I have my reasons. I can't go with Shotaro. As for how to actually stop the curse of the raging waves, the information Tsuyu gave us this afternoon might help. I should go over it again to get everything straight. As for how to actually stop the curse, the information, yada yada, okay. Earlier today, after Mr. Wakamura told me to wait here, we snuck out and went to talk to Tsuyu. We learned some rather important info there.
Eh? Are you kidding me? Wakamura's fixing to hand you over to someone to try and break the curse of the raging waves? Treating people like they're nothing but tools, that's just plain awful!
Exactly! But if we can't figure out how to lift the curse ourselves, then maybe it won't come to that. If you know anything about the curse of the raging waves, please, we need your help.
Well, of course. I don't know what I'd do with myself if we lost you, Sato. Well, reckon it's fine to tell you. I was about to tell Yuza and Azami later anyway. Come on, you two. I've got something to show you. I promise I'd tell Yuza and Azami tonight, but there's something I need to check, so I'll fill you two in first.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, PowerPoint transition.
Ah, there it is. Just as I remember it.
Tsuyu, are you sure you're okay to be climbing these rocks with your injured leg?
Oh, don't you worry about me. Still got a few tricks left in these old bones. Truth is, I put together a little shrine behind these rocks. Nobody else knows it's there, so it's been hidden here for ages now.
Really? There was a shrine all the way out here?
Ooh, is this one of those bronze mirrors? I think I saw one of them in my history textbook once. It's kinda old and worn. But it's still so small and cute. It's a beauty, all right, but there's a lot more to it than its looks.
Hold on. I'm looking. No birds.
Let's see what Tsuyu has to say.
Okay. Having Tsukasa here means more than I can say. How far will she follow me in all this, I wonder? No birds. Yeah, but you know, we're like if the birds are like an indication of progress, we're almost halfway, we're over halfway done. So that's something. Even out here, Tsuyu remains her usual calm, unshakable self. Unfortunately, that only makes it harder to tell where the jokes end and the serious talk begins. I think I might have picked up a bit of that from her. Tsuyu, what exactly is that mirror?
This here, it used to belong to Mare, Yuza's mother. I didn't mean to fucking open the menu.
Oh, if you just click the middle mouse button, it opens the menu. I didn't know that either. I'm learning so many new things about the controls today. Wait, Yuza's ma?
Well, to be precise, Mare found it at the bottom of the old well after she came to Kamishima.
The old well? That's where this bronze mirror came from?
Sure is, though I don't know much beyond that, I'm afraid. Anywho, she said we had to keep it enshrined somewhere that overlooked the Southern Sea, so we tucked it away back here. It was here even back when Mare was still alive, so that's gotta be near 20 years now.
It's a long time. So does that mirror have some connection to the Curse of the Raging Waves?
Sure it does. Listen, all I'm about to tell you is just what Mare once told me. But I trusted her with all my heart, so I'll speak as if I know it all to be true.
Yes, of course.
This Curse of the Raging Waves isn't some tiny little curse that someone can just throw out whenever they like. It's a massive curse that's been churning down off the southern coast of Kamishima for a good 400 years now, non-stop.
Wait, seriously? If that's true, wouldn't there be a huge storm all the time?
That's the thing. The curse had been sealed away all this time, held back. All because of a sacrifice offered up 400 years ago.
A sacrifice?
Yes, a real sacrifice.
You mean like symbolically? You're saying someone was actually sacrificed to keep the curse at bay?
Exactly. Many, many years ago, someone made the ultimate sacrifice. Thanks to that, the source of the curse was sealed away. And this here bronze mirror supposedly belonged to the very person who was sacrificed.
No way!
Thing is, even with that sacrifice, after 400 years, the effects that held back the curse are getting weaker and weaker.
Really? So in other words, now the curse is overpowering its seal, the Curse of the Raging Waves can be set loose again.
That's how it seems. At the same time, it seems the curse itself has become a lot weaker over the last 400 years. Even with the seal wearing thin, the power of this bronze mirror has been able to keep it at bay. It's managed to hold back the curse for the past 10 or so years. The mirror doesn't hold a candle to a real sacrifice, but still, it's got enough power to suppress the curse.
Right, so if it wasn't for that mirror, the curse might have already swallowed up the whole island. But if that's the case, Mari wasn't the curse bearer trying to unleash the curse at all. In fact, she was the complete opposite. She found the mirror and was trying to hold it back, right?
Well, that's true, but it ain't quite the whole story.
What do you mean?
To explain what I mean, I need to tell you about where Mare came from.
I thought no one knew where she came from.
Sorry for keeping it from you. The truth is, Mare was a descendant of a place called Taishima, an island that was wiped off the map long ago.
Wait a sec, Taishima? Isn't that the place where the Curse of the Raging Wave started, after it got invaded or something?
That's the one.
Hold on, I heard that Mari was a descendant of the people who destroyed Taishima, that she was the one who brought the curse.
Quite the opposite. Her ancestors were the ones being destroyed.
Well, dang, that sure changes the story. But what does that mean exactly?
Mare told me that folks from Taishima passed down a duty, from generation to generation.
A duty?
She said it would be 400 years since the disaster during her generation, and that meant she had to be the one to see it through. To carry out that duty, first, the Curse of the Raging Waves had to be removed once and for all. They needed to wait for the curse to weaken, and so many a generation passed for that to happen.
So duty wasn't just to stop the curse? That was just the first step?
Right. Mare came to Kamishima, because she was meant to fulfill that duty. Apparently she spent years waiting on the island, watching for a sign the curse was starting to weaken. Eventually, she ended up marrying my little Tosuke, but it seems that was never part of the plan. She often used to chuckle about it, saying that you never know when or where fate will bring someone into your life.
I had no idea.
Then we come to 5 years ago. 395 years since the Curse of the Raging Waves had begun. She said the time had finally come, that the curse was now weak enough. I still remember her saying how, if she offered the mirror now, she could remove the curse for good. She could complete her duty.
Remove the curse for good?
Well, even hearing all that, I was still only half convinced the curse wasn't just an old folk tale.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can blame you. So then, what exactly was her duty?
She said she'd only tell me once it was all over and done with.
Oh, right. The Southern Sea disaster.
In the end, I never got to hear what her duty was. Mare was taken by the sea, or she could tell me. After that disaster, I was a mess inside. Couldn't think straight for ages. Now, with all this going on, I figured it was time I finally talked about what happened. That day, 5 years ago, out of the blue, Mare suddenly said the time had come. She headed out to sea, bronze mirror in hand, ready to end the curse once and for all. But you know the rest. I reckon she failed to do it.
She failed? And then that triggered the storm and the whole disaster?
That's how it looks. Thinking back, it hadn't quite been 400 years yet. Maybe she rushed it. Felt like time was running out. I think she tried to end it, and the curse just lashed back, causing the tragedy. I know folks want to blame her, but I could never really say anything to stop them. One curious thing, though. Mare took this bronze mirror with her when she set out. When Yuza was the only one found alive, he had the mirror on him. Maybe that's what saved him. Just him, by some miracle. At the very least, I'm grateful that he came back safe.
Yeah, when they found Yuza that day, I remember bawling my eyes out. I was so relieved.
After that, I offered a little prayer of thanks to the mirror, and quietly returned it to this shrine in the bay. The next 5 years, there was no sign of the raging waves. Everything stayed calm, up until now.
That does explain a lot.
But there's still one thing I can't quite make sense of.
What's that?
I know she took Tosuke with her, as he was the one who handled the boat. I never understood why she'd take little Yuza with her, too.
Yeah, that is a bit odd.
Yuza says he doesn't remember a thing, so we'll probably never know the truth. Not to mention Mare's so-called duty also still remains a mystery. All that's left is this bronze mirror, and 5 long years since then.
Darn.
I kept hoping that maybe, just maybe, the curse of the raging waves would fade away on its own. But now they say it's growing stronger again, and I have to say the despair is setting in.
So something just came to mind.
What is it, Tsukasa?
Yuza is Mare's son, right? So that means he's also a descendant of Taishima. What if Mare passed on the duty to him and taught him how to deal with the curse? Well, that's a good point. Maybe she brought Yuza along just in case things didn't go as planned, to carry things on if she couldn't.
Now that you say it, that actually makes a lot of sense. Truth is, I've been wondering if that boy's starting to remember something.
Oh?
Not exactly an easy thing to bring up to him, you know. But since we're finally talking about all this, I figure it's time I ask him straight.
I see.
Though honestly, Yuza couldn't hide anything from anyone, let alone from us. I thought the same. The boy's as transparent as glass. So listen, Sato. You need to tell him there's no need to rush with all this nonsense. The bronze mirror is holding the curse of the raging waves back for now.
Yeah, and maybe Yuza actually knows how to get rid of the curse with that mirror. Yeah. That didn't work for Mare. Not with the bronze mirror alone. The curse is still out there, so maybe it really does need me to, you know. Sato, you okay? You're acting kind of weird.
Thank you, Tsuyu, for telling us all of this. I think it's time I told you both something, too. I actually remembered something the other day about who I used to be.
Wait, you mean you remembered even more?
Yeah, sorry I didn't say anything sooner. I guess I'll just spill it. The one who was sacrificed here 400 years ago, that was me.
Huh? What?
Wait, hold on. 400 years ago? You pulled up my leg at a time like this?
No, you see, the truth is,
Well, I'll be. You're telling me you're immortal? You promise you ain't pulling my leg. This one's a bit hard to swallow.
I think the reason the curse is getting stronger is because I woke up 3 months ago after sleeping deep down on the sea floor. I think me waking up weakened the seal that was holding the curse back.
Whoa, wait. When you said you've been asleep for hundreds of years, you meant you were actually a sacrifice at the bottom of the ocean? That's awful.
That's right. I was sacrificed to seal the curse at its source. It wasn't to remove it, though. It was just a way to keep it from seeping out. It was just a temporary fix, a stopgap, until someone found a way to remove it for good. That said, it did last 400 years, I suppose. It's hard to even imagine. But after those 400 years, the curse was supposed to have weakened, and the way to end it should have been passed down.
You mean by Mare?
I guess she never had the chance. Maybe there's a chance that she did pass something on to Yuzu. Maybe, but if she didn't, that would mean that I have to be the sacrifice again.
Whoa, Sato, no! That's not how it has to be!
That has to be the reason I'm immortal.
Sato!
I never should have woken up. Everyone here took me in, even though I didn't remember a thing. I didn't want to lose all that warmth, so I kept quiet. I'm so sorry. But if it comes to it, I'll take responsibility. I'll be the sacrifice again.
No, Sato! Don't talk like that! You've already protected us for 400 years!
That's more than enough.
I refuse to let you go through that again.
There has to be a reason you woke up now. You weren't needed to seal the curse anymore. I know it.
She's right. We'll find a way to keep you safe through this, Sato.
I got a bit overwhelmed back there. But Tsuyu and Tsukasa both told me that there was no need for me to be the sacrifice. Still, I can't help but feel I have to do something. Of course, if there's anything I can do to avoid being sacrificed, I'll do it. Back with Tsuyu, we put the bronze mirror back in the shrine. With the curse so unstable right now, moving it away from the shrine seems like a bad idea. Tsuyu said she plans to tell Yuzu and Azami the same thing she told me. If that leads to anything new, they'd let us know. The bronze mirror was definitely something I owned a really long time ago. I never imagined it held power strong enough to suppress a curse, though. But even offering it up didn't fully get rid of the curse of the raging waves, which means there must be some other condition that wasn't met. The real key to ending this curse has to be tied to something or someone related to Mare. Hopefully, so you will be able to tell the others more about that. Said, it's possible Uncle Kudono already has that exact same information. That attack, it was brutal. I changed clothes and the wound's gone now, but can't stop the cold sweat. My body still remembers the pain. I'm the only one who can get to the bottom of this curse. I need to think back. Remember exactly what happened when I was cursed. There has to be some kind of clue. Was there any sign? Anything at all before I was struck? Wait, that's right. Just before I was slashed, I saw something reflected in the hand mirror. A mysterious shadow. If I remember correctly, it looked like a warrior in armor, carrying a sword. That's the one, yeah? With that sick, nasty foreshortening on the sword. Wait a second. Could it be? Was that the curse of the Heike I heard about yesterday? Oh, I missed you so much. I missed you so much, Yumeko. A curse that delivers a single hate-fueled strike from a sword. and its shadow was already there before I was hit. Which means, if I can spot that armored warrior's shadow again, it would mean the assassin using the curse should be nearby. Damn it. I should have asked more questions yesterday. That cursed shadow. It showed up in the mirror, but when I turned around, nothing there. Does that mean maybe it's only visible in mirrors? If that's true, I might be able to use this Kameshimaru hand mirror to spot the shadow before the curse strikes. I could go looking for it with the mirror. Maybe I should practice a bit. Okay, here goes. Yeah, looks like I can use this mirror to search for things behind me. Let's do a little practice first. Let's try reflecting the Kameshimaru flag in the mirror. Weep. My god, where are you, honey? There you are. Once I can see its reflection, I'll take a closer look at the hand mirror. Ah, there you are, Kameshimaru. Okay, this works. Okay, if I can catch the shadow with the mirror before anything happens, then maybe I can find the assassin right as they're about to use the curse. Wait, one problem. If anyone on the island sees me now, it'll just cause more panic. Let's just stay hidden while I move around. They really upped the, at least from what I remember, they've really upped, like, the, sort of gameplay variety here. Like, with, like, the different, like, little gimmicks and puzzles we're doing. It's nice. I guess for now, I just need to do whatever I can. If I can find that armored shadow again, maybe I can at least deal with that curse. I have to try and avoid places with lots of people around, though. Oh, great heavens. Beach area probably won't be too packed at night. This area seems pretty empty. Time to take a look around while I have the chance. Okay, let's take a look around. Maybe we can find that shadow with the mirror. Oh, there's that red star again. One that I've forgotten the name of, but it's one of the... What the? It's there! I saw it! As I thought. I can't see anything directly, but... It was right there! Right by those rocks! Which means the assassin should be nearby! Wait, didn't Suyu say she was meeting Yuza and Azami here later? I should look around quickly before anyone shows up. Who the fuck? Huh? Who's that? Damn it, they took off. Wait! Did I nailed the location first try somehow. That's crazy. Unless that was the script in motion. Damn it, I lost them. Well, someone as out of shape as me never had a chance to catch up. I don't even really know if they went this way. This is hopeless. Oh. Damn, I'm completely out of breath. I didn't think this far ahead. What did I think I was gonna do if I actually found someone? Anyway, running around in the dark isn't gonna get me anywhere. But I did see that shadow again, along with someone suspicious nearby. Taking off like that the second I saw them was just about the most obviously suspicious thing they could have done. That pretty much confirms there's an assassin using a curse to attack people on the island. Just like the phone caller threatened. But even if that's the case, is there anything I can do to stop it? I mean, I'm not exactly built to fight. Pretty sure I'd lose to just about anyone. I can't do this alone. I have to find someone to help me. Who can I even ask at a time like this? Wait, hang on. Wasn't Suyu supposed to be meeting Yuza and Azami down by the bay? Oh, please no! I gotta get back and warn her, now! Can't breathe. It's out of shape. I'm here. Barely. No. No, 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 no! Suyu! Suyu, wake up! Was I too late? No, this isn't happening. What about Yuza and Azami? Weren't they supposed to meet her here? There are footprints. Maybe they ran to get help already? Suyu! This is the same wound as mine. It's hopeless. She would have died in an instant. Nothing anyone could do. I'm so sorry. I'll come back, though. I'll make sure you're properly laid to rest. After that, Sato returned to the island city center, which had turned into a living nightmare. Countless others had already fallen victim to the curse. Bloodied bodies laid scattered across the ground. People fled in panic, screaming and confused. Some turned on others, shouting wild accusations. Others broke down, wailing in helpless hysteria. Many clung to lifeless loved ones, crying in despair. In the midst of the chaos, not a single person paid Sato any mind. Sato Shiranami wandered through the devastation, overcome with guilt. He'd only done more. Maybe this tragedy could have been prevented. If I had just listened. I just done what that damn phone caller had told me. None of this would have happened. This is all my fault. It's all because I dared to hope. Hope that I could keep on living. This is all wrong. I was never supposed to be here. It's all wrong. This body, my life. Maybe it's better if it just ends. I'll surrender to the assassin. Right now. That stops any more people from getting hurt. Girl, I don't know. I think, ugh. Bald man jump scare. Ah! Mr. Wakamura, where did you...
Sato, where is Tsukasa? Tell me where Tsukasa Owa is right now.
Huh? Tsukasa? Why Tsukasa?
Can't believe I missed it. I figured Okakudono had a couple secret kids stashed somewhere. Like Tsukasa Owa? She was one all along? You lot have been keeping it secret from the start.
What? What are you talking about?
Those goddamn assassin has to be working for Okakudono, so it has to be her. Where is she? I get my hands on her and put an end to this mess. So stop wasting time and talk.
She's hiding. She's probably at the Katakisho ruins. I can't tell him that. If he gets there first, Tsukasa will be in trouble.
We can't rat out the bestie.
I think she's down by the southern bay.
The bay? Got it.
I was close. I gotta find Tsukasa before he does and warn her. No time to waste.
Just click the option to rat out her bestie. I wasn't thinking. I was working by my honesty policy before remembering, wait, this is this guy. I probably shouldn't do that.
What the hell? Sato! Sato! Yuza! Yuza just... Both of you need to go and get out of here. It's dangerous. Hurry! But what about Yuza? There's no time. Just go!
Things are happening. It's scary out here. I'm gonna leave this one for later because things are getting action-packed. Mysterious deaths continue to occur among the island's residents, and it is not long before the same tragedy befalls Yuza. Azami and the others are left helpless and overwhelmed with grief. Damn it, what the hell is going on? What the fuck happened to you, Yuza? How could you just die like that? Out of nowhere? You managed to live through the disaster 5 years ago. Just to die like this? And still, the whole island turned on you. Blamed your mom for everything. They rejected you. Even when you said you wanted to become an Ama diver. What the hell did you ever do to deserve that? But you never once complained. Just kept going like it was nothing. Did everything right. Someone like you deserves so much better. You deserve to be happy, damn it! I would have done anything to make that happen. And yet I couldn't do a damn thing. I'm sorry. I'm so damn sorry, Yusa. This shouldn't have been the way for you to go. How could the gods think this is fair? How?
Hey, Tsukasa? Sorry, I know this is a terrible time, but there's something important I need to tell you. Yeah, go ahead. Is there a bird nearby?
Every fucking time it becomes worse and worse of a bit. But I do need to keep an eye out for them.
I should leave him be for now.
Actually, on that note, I skipped a lot of locations last time. I should see if there's a new hint. Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay, no birds in that last section. Okay.
Try to stay calm and listen, okay? I spoke to Mr. Wakamura earlier. Apparently this Unka Kudono person might actually be your father.
Huh? Wait, what? Wait, are you serious? You're saying my pa, Yamashina, is Unka Kudono?
I mean, yeah, that would convert, yep.
That's what he said. Not sure if it's true or not. But Mr. Wakamura's already made up his mind. He's convinced that makes you the assassin.
Yeah, no, this, yep. Things are just getting, the web doth tangle ever further.
If he finds you, who knows what he'll do.
Huh? That's crazy talk. Me, an assassin? Come on, that makes no sense.
I know, I don't believe it either. That's why we need to find the real assassin as soon as possible.
Yeah, but easier said than done.
Sato, Juyu's gone, and so is Yuza. I never thought it would come to this.
I'm scared. What are we supposed to do now?
Didn't manage to find out any more about the Curse of the Raging Waves, but right now we have to find the assassin. Earlier, down by the bay, I saw the Curse Shadow again, as well as someone running away.
Wait, the shadow!
Sorry, I need to check something curse related real quick.
The curse? Oh, right. Earlier
What is it? Are you trying to remember something?
What are you looking at?
There aren't many people around here, so it's nothing like the chaos in town. It's so quiet here. It almost feels like the whole nightmare earlier was just a dream. If only that were true. I know. I can check with the hand mirror to make sure his shadow isn't nearby.
That's you. That's our guy, Azami. Rip.
I don't see anything out of the ordinary here.
Rip. Rip. Rip.
Ah, damn it, what was it? I can't remember.
Whoa, don't scare me like that! Tsukasa, what's the matter?
I guess the shock has made me forget. Right before it happened, Yuza realized something important, but I'm blanking on it now.
Huh? Something important? Yeah, Yuza said he figured out the condition that the curse needed to affect someone. I swear, he said something about people being marked by something, but... Oh, I can't really remember. He was just about to say who the culprit was too, and then... Well, that happened to him. Marked?
I can't remember. Just thinking about that moment's making me sick.
Oh no, Tsukasa, it's okay. Don't force yourself to remember.
I won't, but
Still, I do remember one thing he said. He thought the curse could only target women from the island, but now that he was targeted... Oh, hold on a second. I think I see what he was getting at. Sato, did you figure something out? Could the curse be using this as a marker?
It was the Ama Divers, right? No, that doesn't sound right. You're right, that doesn't make sense. First we thought I was able to target Ama Divers, but that wouldn't make sense for you, would it? True, right.
My bad.
You'll have to forgive me. It's been a few days. now I'm the one who's blanking. Mirror, would he have figured that out though? Is the thing? I mean, I can type it out, but like, I mean, that's what we know, but I'm not sure if that's what he would have known. A mirror? Oh, I guess so. I was thinking a few too many steps around. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's gotta be Kameshimaru hand mirror. Oh, so you'd already figured it out. Yuzo took that mirror out of his pocket right before it happened. He lifted it up to about his neck, and then his head was chopped off. And when I was attacked, I had the hand mirror in my jacket pocket, too.
That's gotta be it. Didn't he say those hand mirrors were handed out to everyone on the island?
Whoa, Azami, you feeling okay now?
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry you had to see me like that. But if we're this close to finding you did all this, there's no time to be moping around. First things first, if either of you still have that mirror, get rid of it now!
Oh, good point. So, Sato,
You figured it out, haven't you? The one behind this curse?
the assassin who used this curse to kill so many.
I mean, but I'm not, but like she's still. Maybe I should go with the canon. Maybe I should go with, if she's still foggy on it, I feel like I should go canon.
No, sorry, I hadn't figured out that much yet. Oh, I just figured out it had to be whoever handed out those hand mirrors, no? Ah, yeah, that makes sense. So
Dude, they're just showing the side profile. That's just the fucking the goddamn. Oh, but doesn't that mean it's but she died? That doesn't make much sense, does it? If she also died from it.
it has to be Kikuko, right?
You saying she never actually died?
Wait, you're saying Kikuko was killed too?
Yeah. We saw her lying in a pool of blood by the jetty.
You did? I was just there earlier. I remember seeing a large blood stain, but no body.
Really? I guess someone must have moved her.
In all this chaos? Who's got the time to move a body with everyone panicking like this? Where would they even move her?
Possible she died, but I mean, yeah, I guess. Fair enough.
There's so many dead. We barely have the time or space to lay folks down and cover them up.
That's true.
Then maybe she never actually died?
Managed to get up and walk off on her own somehow?
But if Kikuko's the assassin, why would she let herself get hit by the curse's attack? Wait, if she managed to get up from the death...
I mean, I doubt it, but maybe she's immortal like you, Sato?
What? No way.
Huh? What was that? You said that so casually, but I could have sworn you just said that Sato was immortal?
Well, it's kind of a long story, but yeah, that's basically what it boils down to.
Huh. So that's what happened earlier. That explains what everyone was talking about.
Still, I don't think there are others like me out there. You think so? Is it really that rare? I don't really have any frame of reference. I have another theory that's more likely. Azami, did you get a good look at Kikuko's wounds?
I mean, not really. It was pretty dark out and we were kind of panicking.
Wait, are you saying that maybe she wasn't actually hurt at all? The most likely explanation is that she got up after faking her death. Maybe she faked being a victim using fake blood or something to avoid suspicion. So she waited for others to see her and then just slipped away in the confusion?
Yeah, I guess that would do it.
Oh, guess the cat's out of the bag.
Huh? Kikuko! You really are still alive!
Yep. Hate to break it to you, but I ain't immortal or anything fancy like that. Just fake blood is all. I was hiding up by the lighthouse, but then I heard you all talking, so I figured I may as well come out. Too bad you all figured it out. There really is no turning back for me now. Sato, I was told to bring you in, even if it means killing every last person on the island.
It's a shadow. Doesn't matter. We already tossed those damn mirrors. The curse can't touch us now.
Just so you know, I've got your friend Tsukasa Awao marked even now.
Avid supporter of women's wrongs. I'm saying, like,
You're the one person I cannot forgive. I am? How?
the curse target wasn't just tied to the hand mirrors? She's just bluffing. Sato, get behind me. I'm not letting her take you.
It's pointless. Disobey me and Tsukasa will be first to die.
I guess.
No, I surrender. I'll go with you quietly. What?
Sato, what are you saying? Now is not the time to be joking.
I know. I've made up my mind. I can't let anyone else get killed because of me. There's no resisting this curse. It's too strong. Sato, no! Good. Smart choice. Otherwise, everyone on this island would have perished. Hikiko, why are you doing this? You grew up here too. Does this place mean nothing to you? I guess I have some feelings for this place. But if I didn't sever those ties, my world would never change.
What the hell are you talking about?
He's the only one. The only one who ever sparked the change in my miserable excuse for a life. Now he'll finally acknowledge me. I'll become who I was meant to be. That's your reason? For all this? This island never cared about people. Always just blamed everything on curses. Surely you all understand wanting to destroy this shithole. I just took up the reins. Someone needed to break the cycle. Now I can finally start living my own life. Free from all that bullshit. Anyway, we need to get moving. There's a boat waiting out back. If you follow us, I'll kill Tsukasa. Do yourselves a favor and stay right there, okay? Thank you, both of you. Please, don't try to follow. It's too dangerous.
God damn it!
No, Sato!
Ooh. The all is lost moments.
Unfortunately, I can't have people that know my identity just walking away. Especially not you, Tsukasa.
Fuck, it's over. No! It's all over.
The following day, the bodies of Azami Kumoy and Tsukasa Awao were found beneath the lighthouse, collapsed together in a lifeless heap. Azami, who'd been helping search for the curse's mark, tried to take Tsukasa's place, but ended up caught in the curse instead. But the tragedy that struck Kamishima didn't end there. Right after the assassin left Kamishima with Sato Shiranami, a new calamity followed. A violent storm, born of the curse of the raging waves, erupted in the seas around the island. As expected, the curse could not be sealed away by the bronze mirror alone. Ferocious winds and towering waves pounded the island for 3 days and nights, leaving devastation in their wake. Most islanders who had tried to flee the tragedy by boat that night were lost to the storm, and remain missing to this day. Among them was the assassin behind the incident. And Sato Shiranami, who went along with her. She was never to be seen again.
Damn, fuck. It's bleak.
Jesus Christ. We tried. Yeah, we sure did. Oh man, oof.
What a pretty song, though. Yeah, no, like, oof. The composer for these games is, like, quickly rising the ranks for me. Like, they do such good work. You have my heartfelt thanks for all of your hard work thus far. And so, the affair surrounding Kamishima has reached one of its possible conclusions. Sadly, it seems neither Yuza Minakuchi nor Sato Shiranami were able to achieve their goals. To avoid arriving at this particular outcome, please continue progressing through the story chart. After all, you came here for that very purpose, did you not? Oh my, perhaps you are still unsure of who you are? No need to worry. I'm confident you'll remember in time. You're just missing a few key pieces. As you travel along the story chart and shape what happens, perhaps you'll remember your part in this. Be sure to think on it as you move forward. Well then, I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Farewell for now. Fuck, that's interesting. That's an interesting angle. Shit, man. Alright, I guess we gotta do Yumeko's thing now, because all these other ones are grayed out. I don't see any alternate things to do. Like, they told me these are faded out when they're completely done, so I'm taking them at their word in that case, and we'll just keep progressing. We'll go with Yumeko. Ugh. Yumeko and her partner learn about the threat of the Curse of the Raging Waves encroaching upon Kamishima, and head over to warn the island.
The Wakamura residence is just up the slope after you head through that alley.
It's a bit of a maze, though. You want me to show you? Ah, so it was that way. Thank you. We should be fine by ourselves, I think.
Is Sato red for anyone else?
Got it. Take care then.
Ma'am? Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later.
Why are people red? It's her special vision. I still don't know what it means. Oh, let me get this straight. You're with the police. And you expect me to warn everyone on the island that a huge storm is on its way and get them ready to face it?
That's it in a nutshell. I'm so glad you understand.
It's about the Curse of the Raging Waves? Way ahead of you there. I've been warning them for ages.
Well now, you know about the curse? Can it be that a certain sorcerer acquaintance of yours told you about it?
That's right. Unlike you phony psychics who crawl out of the woodwork every other week, my instructor's the real deal.
In that case, I expect this instructor also knows how the curse can be lifted.
No, hasn't got that far yet. But it's not for lack of trying. Why? You saying you know a way to break it?
Unfortunately, no. We've yet to determine the exact method for bringing it to an end. We're not without the means to do so, but first we require a map concealed in the mummified mermaid. Might you know of it?
Mummified mermaid? What are you on about? This some kind of ruse? I knew there was something fishy about you. What are you really after? Go on, out with it.
I assure you, we wish only to lift the curse plaguing Kamishima. Would you be prepared to assist us in our efforts?
Bah, a likely story. Trying to pull one over on old Wakamura, are we? Better than you have tried. Well, how's this? I'm not telling you another word. We're done here. Understand? I don't have time to listen to this hogwash anyhow. I've got business to attend to on the mainland, so off with you. Leave me in peace.
Well, that is a shame, but I suppose there's nothing we can do. In any case, please do contact us if you learn anything that might be of use. I forgot how pathetic Soto's face could be. Oh my god. Not very cooperative, is he? I don't see why he's so suspicious. He had his hackles up from the first. Perhaps he's so accustomed to dealing with rough customers that he can't believe anyone would be sincere. However, he does seem to be as interested in breaking the curse as the raging waves as we are. True, and this sorcerer of his must have some psychic ability, if they were able to perceive the curse. I wish I'd thought to ask their name. Oh, I think I might have an idea of I think I have an idea of who it might be. It's a small world, this industry. Oh, really? Mr. Yamashina called them a big shot who's appeared on television, and I recognize their mark on the implements in Wakamura's room. It must be Suigen Gamyodo. Gamyodo? Never heard of him. No, they used to make frequent appearances on occult programs, though they always hid their face on camera. Sorry, it's not ringing any bells. Well, lately they seem to be raking in a fortune as a corporate consultant for hire. Their powers have a reputation for being accurate and potent, and their popularity has grown to the point where they can essentially name their price. If they're that good, maybe we should let them take care of the Curse of the Raging Waves for us. Perhaps I should mention, Gamyodo's popularity has reached such heights only very recently.
Not this guy again. I was thinking, in the back of my head, I didn't want to say it. I was like, this name sounds familiar, but like, it's like nagging at the back of my head. But yeah, no, that does track if it was, yeah, no, that makes sense. That's where you remember it, Perry.
Up until last year, they had a very poor reputation among others in the industry. In fact, as I recall, the list of notable psychics kept by the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, they were given the lowest rank. In other words, they were put on the same level as sham mediums riding the wave of the occult boom. Huh, I'd forgotten about that list. While their sudden rise to fame and fortune after changing up their business at the end of the last year is certainly suspicious, I am more concerned about the possibility that they are using a harmful curse to suit the needs of the highest bidder. Regardless, I'm not sure I would trust them to handle this affair on their own. You never know. Maybe they just had a change of heart and started training seriously. The Rick and Arataka Paranormasight. That's true. That's probably true. Even so, I doubt they would have time in their busy schedule to venture out here and solve this case in our stead.
Hey! That's the last character profile.
A mysterious sorcerer, although said to possess exceptional supernatural abilities, they revealed nothing of their true identity. Both their age and gender are unknown. Suigen Gamyodo was previously known most for their prominent media presence, with numerous appearances both on television and magazines. Wearing an unusual outfit that covered their face, they would demonstrate a variety of psychic abilities, including exorcism of possessed individuals, assessment of submitted ghost photographs, identifications of guiding spirits, and conduction of telepathic readings at haunted locations. Their unique sense of presence and high rate of accuracy garnered them a sizable following, particularly among occult enthusiasts, and they were known to accept consultations from the general public as well as media outlets. However, the end of the previous year saw this once public figure suddenly withdraw. They now mainly operate behind closed doors, signing consulting agreements with particular companies to provide a variety of services, including management advice from a metaphysical perspective, divination of auspicious and harmful events, proposals to improve their clients' luck, and detection and elimination of paranormal disturbances. There's rumored they will even cast curses on key personnel at rival companies, or conversely, exercise curses from targeted victims for the right place. Occupation sorcerer is wild, yeah. The undeniable potency of their spiritual abilities has earned them immense trust from the executives of their contracted companies and other wealthy individuals. Their behind-the-scenes reputation continues to grow. It has resulted in a sharp rise in their consulting fees, placing their services far beyond what any average individual can reasonably hope to afford. One of the companies they currently have a contract with belongs to Shinobu Wakamura. Among psychics, opinion on them is divided. Many have known their spiritual ability during the time they were openly active in the media was too weak to allow them to perform advanced techniques, to the extent that they were considered little better than a fraud. Leading to suspicions about what prompted their sudden change in course. Sorry, saw Ami's message in the corner of my eye and had to try and keep my composure. It is now almost impossible to find footage and articles from their past media appearances, and the names of the companies with which they have consulting contracts are entirely undisclosed, obfuscating their identity, purpose, and the true extent of their power. You're the girl who showed us the way earlier.
Possibly the most suspicious profile. Yeah, there's simultaneously not much to go on and a decent amount to go on.
Good thing I caught you. Mind if we have a word? Actually, I'd rather not. I'm afraid you don't really have a choice. Because I already know that you're an 800-year immortal. What are you talking about? Don't even bother. That shocked look has already given you away. Besides, you have nothing to fear. Your secret's safe with me. Come now. Let's take this somewhere more private. Let's go to the coast. So in short, when you came to, you'd been washed up on the shore of the bay. Wakamura took you in. And that's as far back as your memories go. You don't remember anything about your life before that. Not even why you became immortal. No, except I'm pretty sure I was forced to eat mermaid flesh by someone. But you don't know when or why? No. So you've only recently woken up, and you have no idea where you were or what you were doing before that? Pretty much. I get the feeling I was in a kind of deep sleep at the bottom of the sea for a few hundred years. I've got no clue why or how or what led up to it. Interesting. Well, how about we go over the facts one by one, just to make sure we're on the same page. Okay. Are there any birds nearby? Doesn't seem like it.
What does it mean that she's red?
I mean, probably what she said, but still. I was wondering if there's like anything else, I guess. Soto have been researching the ways in which spirit sense affects the human brain.
I guess I'm just more so pressed that, like, they give us the ability to see her as red, but nothing more than that. I can't interact in that mode, so it's like, huh.
Soto has been researching the ways in which spirit sense affects the human brain, so I'm sure he must be curious about what effects longevity has on the minds and psyches of 800-year immortals. It appears she has a lot of gaps in her memory. Having never encountered an 800-year immortal before, I must confess, I am bursting with questions. How does such a lifespan impact the structure of their brains and memories? It would be fascinating to find out. Okay. Alright, girl, let's chat. Now, am I right in thinking you didn't eat mermaid flesh and go straight to sleep? You were up and about for a few years in between, at least. I think so. What interests me is the fact that you were already familiar with the term 800-year immortal. It is not a widely known concept. You must have been in a unique position to acquire knowledge of it before you went to sleep. Yeah, I have a vague memory of being told that's what we were called. I don't know when that happened or where, let alone who it was. Maybe you'll remember in more detail if we touch on some other topics. Guess we'll just have to go by process of elimination. Say that again. Work our way down the list till we get a hit. Is there a reason for all these questions? Well, not to sound insensitive. I'm sure it can't be easy for you, going about without any memories and all. But I was hoping you might know something that could be of use to us. Given your history, there's a chance you possess information otherwise lost to time. Maybe, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be. I remember so little. What? Come to think of it, I'd say it's about time we introduced ourselves. I'll admit we don't exactly look the part, but the truth is... You're with the police? Well, I would have never guessed there was a paranormal affairs department. Honestly, I thought all psychics at this age were frauds. At least that's the impression I got from watching TV. To be fair, the majority of them are, but for the record, our department is officially approved by the government. Really? Huh. Back in my time, psychics were often treated as onmyoji, and even held official positions in the Bureau of Onmyo, a public institution. Oh, you seem to know a lot about that. Were you involved somehow? Huh? Oh, I explained all that without even thinking. It just came naturally to me. Honestly, I'm as surprised as you are. I guess this means I must have had something to do with the Bureau of Onmyo. It seems your memories aren't lost after all. All we have to do is find a way to trigger them. One of the government offices under the Ritsuyo system, existing from the Asuka period to the early Meiji area. Based on the practice of Onmyoto, it generally oversaw such matters as astronomical observation, the creation of calendars, and management of time systems, divination of auspicious or harmful events. It was also said that it occasionally invoked powers beyond human understanding to handle the banishment and cleansing of disasters and impurities. The Onmyoji affiliated with the Bureau were not merely diviners, they were also bureaucrats, albeit one possessing advanced training in mathematics and knowledge of astronomy. This feels familiar, I might have read it already. Psychic continued to maintain the work and the police act the later half of the Shoto period, whereupon their work eventually came to form the foundation of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Blech. So anyway, what are a couple of Paranormal Affairs officials doing on Kameshima? Working on a case, of course. What else? Our job is to resolve incidents caused by curses and paranormal phenomena. And, whenever possible, prevent them from occurring. It's up to us to solve the greatest mysteries and do whatever it takes to keep the peace. Which is usually a lot. Wait, does that mean something's happened here? You don't know, Know what? Sounds like we'd better fill you in a bit first. We're working several cases right now, but I'd say only 2 of them are a priority. 2? Mind you, we've known about the first one for quite some time now. The Curse of the Raging Waves. We've come to lift it before it unleashes a huge storm on the southern sea of Kameshima. The Curse of the Raging Waves? That's right. Ever heard of it? No, never. That's to be expected. I imagine the Islanders aren't too fond of discussing the disaster. Anyhow, that situation is ongoing. As for the other priority case... Right, you mentioned there were 2? We actually only learned about this one after we arrived on the island today, but... Protocol dictates we have to deal with any 800-year immortals we find. What do you mean, deal with? It's not all that difficult to understand. To begin with, 800-year immortals shouldn't exist in this world. And if their existence were to become public knowledge, it would lead to an outbreak of trouble of every kind. Heck, some people are already looking to gain immortality for themselves at any cost. What? For the sake of maintaining public order, it's vital that the world remains convinced immortality is just a myth. However... Stop, Persona! Halt! Can't you just let me go? Calm down, will you? I hadn't finished. What I was going to say was, I've got no intention of doing anything with you. So don't worry. Wait, really? Surprised? Well, you should know better than anyone why that would be. You might be an 800-year immortal. But your time's nearly up. These eyes never lie. Sato Shiranami, for the first time in centuries, you're standing on death's door. In a matter of a few days, you'll be gone from this world. Am I right? Yes, it's exactly as you say. I think I've only got 2 days left now. Just 2 more, huh? So you knew this was coming, but you chose to make a life for yourself on the island even so? Yeah. I've known all along, from the moment I woke up. Well, now you know I'm prepared to turn a blind eye. In just 48 hours, give or take, you'll fade away, and that will be that. She got 4 months to kiss women and then shit sucks. Yeah. Of course, you would have to swear to keep your identity a secret to the last. But provided you can keep your word, you're free to go. I can, and I will. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. There's another matter. I'll be needing your help with, if I'm to leave you be. Another matter? But first, before I forget, yes? Keep our meeting today a secret, and don't let on to anyone that you know about the curse of the raging waves. Okay. People will get suspicious otherwise. Even if Wakamura tells you about it, be sure to act surprised. I figure that shouldn't be too difficult for you. You're an experienced secret keeper, after all. I don't know about that, but I'll do my best. By the way, I was wondering, how'd you know I was an 800-year immortal? Oh, that. These eyes of mine might have what you call a special ability. A special ability? If I look hard enough at someone, I can tell whether they're an ordinary human or an immortal. It's like you have a different colored aura about you. Really? Not only that, but it turns out with a bit of focus, even immortals can tell each other apart. Is that so? Is that so? Oh, I just meant you look the same as anyone else to me. I'm not an immortal myself, you know. Really? I thought for sure you must be, because you seem to know so much about all this. Right now, we're looking for a way to lift the curse of the raging waves. But that's Soto's area of expertise, so I'll leave the explanation to him. Right. This concerns a legend passed down in my family, the Kiryu clan, over generations. Oh, I should mention, this is something I've pieced together from various sources, so it may not be entirely accurate. This implies she's seen more than one. Yeah? Right. Long ago, south of Kamishima, there was an island called Taishima. It is said that 400 years ago it was beset by an earthquake and a tsunami, in an event so catastrophic that the island sunk to the sea floor. Taishima. However, the truth of the matter is that it was invaded and laid waste to. Then, in the aftermath, the islanders' intense hatred coalesced into the curse of the raging waves, which manifested as a tremendous storm. I see. 400 years ago. This would have been towards the end of the Sengoku period, correct? Yes, ma'am. The Hanoji incident, in which Oda Nobunaga ended his life, took place in 1582, if you'll recall. Following this event, one of my ancestors, an accomplished onmyoji by the name of Harukage Tsuchimikado, sacrificed a young woman, one of the survivors of Taishima, in order to seal away the source of the curse of the raging waves. An onmyoji? Harukage Tsuchimikado? Wouldn't that make your ancestor a direct descendant of Abe no Seimi? Seimei? Sounds to me like you share a bloodline with the onmyoji elite. Yes and no. While Harukage's powers were potent, he was never affiliated with the Bureau of Onmyo. In fact, he shunned his illustrious surname early on and left the government service, preferring to uphold peace as a civilian. Ah, so he was an eccentric and an elite. Gotcha. Harukage's seal was not permanent, however. It would only endure for 4 centuries. Wait, you mean... Yes, this was the last year of peace. Actually, the seal's already broken. Isn't that really bad? For now, the curse appears to be inert, but the storm could strike at any moment. Okay, so you need to find a way to seal the curse again. Is that it? Not seal it, break it. We're here to put an end to this curse for good. Shouldn't be too difficult. It's bound to have weakened a bit after 400 years. Indeed, that seems to be Harukage's plan. For the legend tells that he left behind instructions detailing how the curse could be lifted after 400 years had elapsed. However, the map that would have led us to these instructions has been lost. Oh no. It seems they were once concealed inside a model of a mummified mermaid. Yet over time, this fact was forgotten, and at some point in my family's history, the object in question was sold to a foreign buyer. But if you don't have the map, then what are you gonna do? Well, we were hoping to find some clue as to the map's whereabouts here on Kamishima. But we've had no luck so far, and I reckon we've hit a dead end. I see. Apparently, Wakamura has been trying to find a way to end the curse himself. He told us he'd already warned the islanders about the impending danger and refused to have anything more to do with us. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I just hope that'll be the end of it. But this is one job I can't afford to foist off on anyone else. Not entirely, anyway. Whoa. Oh, actually, talking about the Bureau of Onmyo brought back another memory. Pretty sure it was on Myoji who put me asleep, using some kind of spell to keep me in a state between life and death. Really? So someone intentionally put you to sleep under the sea. There must have been a good reason for it. From what point are your memories clearest, would you say? Well, I guess about 3 months ago, when the spell kept me in that state under the sea wore off. From when you woke up, then. I see. I know that look. Did you notice something? Not exactly. It simply occurred to me that if her state of, shall we say, suspended animation was lifted while she was in the depths, would she not have drowned and resurrected several times over? Oh, yeah. I did. It was hell. I woke up under the sea, unable to breathe, drowned, and came back. Over and over again. It was horrible. I still remember it. Every last second.
Yeah, no, that's fucking rough. Jesus Christ.
Jeez, I'm sorry you had to go through that. The instant I came back, I swam as hard as I could, trying to reach the surface. But even so, I think it took me about 3 days to reach the shore. I lost count of how many times I died down there. Then finally, I came into Kamishima Bay. Mr. Wakamura found me and took me in. And I've been living here peacefully ever since. No one's even suspected I'm immortal. You're sure about that, are you? No one else knows? Yeah, I mean, I think so. Anyhow, I guess that settles the issue of how far back your memories go. If your lifespan's nearly at an end, that must mean you consumed the flesh of a mermaid exactly 800 years ago. Of course, you already knew that, didn't you? Not that you've been forthcoming about it. Sorry, Don't apologize. That just proves you know how to hold your tongue. A valuable skill when you've got a secret to keep. Mind you, this fact does put matters in a new light. Say, Soto, what events took place 800 years ago?
Let's see. 8 centuries ago from the present day, that would place us midway through the 1180s, when the Heian period was coming to an end. Right around when the Genpei War took place. Of course! The Heike!
Exactly. Don't you think there might be a connection? By the way, you wouldn't happen to be concealing anything else, would you? Huh? No, It's fine. I'll not pry. Just so long as you answer my questions.
I'm more of myself, you know. I thought you must be seeing so much about.
Alright, next question. You wouldn't happen to know much about the Heike, would you? The Heike? Why do you ask? This actually pertains to one of the other cases we're working on, but we've got reason to believe that someone out there is using the curse of the Heike to commit murder. The curse of the Heike? Did you hear about those skeletal remains that turned up near here? It was all over the news. Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Well, we suspect the curse of the Heike may be involved. Well, that's all paranormal crimes. Yeah.
And seeing as you were alive 800 years ago, I was hoping you might know something about the Heike that could help us. If we're right in thinking that you had ties to the Bureau of Onmyo, the timing matches up perfectly. I might have known once, but nothing's coming to me at the moment. Really? Oh, shoot.
On that note, I too have noticed a potential correlation. There's a legend that tells how Taira no Tadamori was presented with the flesh of a mermaid at Betsuho. Perhaps that was the flesh Sato consumed to gain her immortality.
Actually, I'm pretty familiar with that legend myself. And those so-called mermaids that were caught at Betsuho definitely weren't the kind that can make anyone immortal.
Oh, is that so?
But if you ask me, Sato here couldn't have become immortal by eating mermaid flesh. Without the use of a relic called the Tamate Bako. Now, does that ring any bells? Huh? Wait, mermaid flesh. In the Tamate Bako. Oh? Have you remembered something? Yes, that's it. It was one of the Heiki. A man wearing a suit of armor. We were on a boat. And he had a Tamate Bako. There was mermaid flesh inside it. You want me to eat some of it? A warrior in armor? Could it be? So, sounds like you had ties to the Heiki as well. And this man, he was the one who made you eat the mermaid flesh? Yes. I remember it now. What was his name? Do you remember that too? I think it was Tomo something. Tomoshige? That's it! The man's name was Taira no Tomoshige! Taira no Tomoshige? That was the name of one of Taira no Yorimori's sons. And Yorimori himself was the son of Tadamori's official wife. So you're telling me that Tadamori's grandson forced Sato to eat mermaid flesh? What do we know about this Taira no Tomoshige anyway? Not much, aside from the fact that he was part of his main clan's lineage. History has not seen fit to record his deeds, whatever they may have been. Well, he may not have been one of the clan's famous warriors, but to think, you actually knew one of the Heiki. You mentioned you were on a boat. Do you remember anything else? I think we were being chased. I do not wonder at that. At the end of the Heian period, the Heiki were being pursued by the full might of the Genji's forces. I was struck by an arrow and I fell into the sea and drowned. But by that time, I had already become immortal. Later, I must have resurrected and washed up somewhere along the coast, and I guess that's how I escaped. What about Tomoshige? Did he eat some of the mermaid flesh too? I'm not sure. I don't remember that part, but I don't think I encountered him again after that. If you remember, ma'am, the curse echo I witnessed earlier held the famed blade, Nukumaru. Perhaps Tomoshige inherited the blade from Yorimori, and wielded it with the intent to avenge his clan. After all, future generations would surely have held a memorial service for a warrior of renown like Yorimori, setting his spirit to rest. Tomoshige, on the other hand, is unlikely to have received the same treatment. If so, his hatred may have persisted long after his death, creating the curse of the Heiki. It is a distinct possibility. This curse sounds terrifying. I have to say, I wasn't expecting a connection here. You know, Sato, it's starting to sound like you are involved in all the incidents that have gone down in these parts over the centuries. Not by choice. Anyway, I get the feeling this Taira no Tomoshige wasn't a very nice guy. And this curse of his sounds even nastier. Could it really still be active, after all this time? It certainly looks that way. The Heiki's resentment is awfully persistent, I hear. You don't think he could have held a grudge against me, do you? Who knows? That would depend on your relationship with him back then. Oh man. However, it appears someone is actively wielding the curse of the Heiki at present. Therefore, the targets of the curse will be decided by this individual, whoever they may be. Because people can't stop trying to kill you whenever you're around them. Another unknown, huh? Ooh. Cleaving them in twain. Figuring out the origin of the curse is all well and good. It doesn't help us solve the case. We need to track down the person who's actually using it, or it'll keep happening. Indeed. I hope you find them soon. Now, there's something I'd like you to try and remember for me. Me? But humor me. Doesn't the story behind the curse of the raging waves ring any bells? Why should it?
The girl who was sacrificed in order to seal away the curse of the raging waves 4 centuries ago. Might that not have been you, Satoshi Uranami?
What?
You have said yourself that it was an Onmyoji who put you in that state of deep slumber on the seafloor. Does it not seem highly probable that you were the sacrifice who has held back the curse for the past 400 years?
Oh, man, Ah! You're right. That was me.
I knew it.
I'm sorry, I can't. No more, I can't do this anymore. What's the matter with you? Get a hell hold of yourself.
Is it that painful to remember? We didn't come here to ask you to sacrifice yourself again, if that's what you're worried about. All those years under the sea can't have been easy on her, you know. She wasn't really asleep. Her brain would have still been active. Moreover, there is a limit to how many memories the human brain can hold. I would estimate the maximum capacity to be about 100 years worth.
Are you saying she remembers being in that state under the sea?
In a sense. I presume her memory is filled with stretches of utter darkness. A view of the sea depths. Any memories from before that time have likely been pushed deep into her subconscious.
Then maybe they're not gone for good. There's a chance she'll remember more. We just have to find the right trigger. Sorry, I didn't mean to freak out on you like that. Took me a sec to get over the shock.
Well, seems my theory about you being the sacrifice was right on the money.
But it doesn't look like you'll be able to tell us too much about the past after all. It's not. I wish it could have been more help. But, does this mean the seal broke because I woke up?
We cannot be certain of that. Perhaps it was the other way around. The seal may have been broken of its own accord, releasing you from your slumber.
Either way, it's not your fault. Don't you go blaming yourself for any of this. Still, if I hadn't... Listen, your sacrifice kept the curse at bay for 4 whole centuries. That's half of your extended lifespan. No one could ask more of you than that. The rest is up to Soto. Isn't that right?
Yes, but I'm counting on your help as well, ma'am.
So, any chance you remembered something about the curse of the raging waves? That Onmyoji, Harukage, Tsuchimikado happened to tell you how it could be lifted? I'm sorry. All that's come back to me is the fact that I was sacrificed. I don't remember the Onmyoji at all. What kind of person he was or anything. The most I can remember is I think he said something about the curse being lifted after 400 years. That's all, Well, be sure to let us know if you remember anything else that could help us break the curse. I will. Oh, there's something else I'd like to ask you. Be my guest. How exactly do you deal with 800-year immortals? You sure you want to know? Huh? Since it's not going to happen to you, there's no reason for you to think about it. I thought it would be something like taking away their immortality. Unfortunately, that's downright impossible. Because your original body is long gone. But then, what else can you do?
You tell her, Soto. Must I always be the one to handle these unpleasant topics? Besides, I see no point in explaining something that she is already painfully familiar with.
What do you mean?
Among the arts we psychics wield is a spell that can place even an immortal into a state of apparent death. Once that is done, they can simply be sealed in an underground vault for the rest of their days.
Wait, you mean it's the same thing that happened to me?
Essentially, yes. Except that in your case, it was for the purpose of making you a sacrifice. And you woke up before your lifespan came to an end.
Yikes. Mind you, neither I nor Soto has actually done this to anyone. Though I did hear a rumor that someone was dealt with that way a few decades back.
Of course, there have been 800-year immortals who sought ways to become mortal again in the past. But they all failed. Even if they managed to track down the mermaid who gave them their immortality, it was no good. That's why more than a few immortals have ended up living out their long lives in religious seclusion. Speaking of immortals, there's something else I had to ask you. Yes? Now, I'm not certain about this, but I get the feeling there's another 800-year immortal on Kameshima right now. What? Any idea who it might be? No, I don't have a clue. Are you sure about that? Because if there is another immortal here, I'll find them eventually, you know. Even if I have to scour the island from end to end. Does that change your answer? No, I really don't know who it could be. All right. If you say so. Guess this means I'll have to search the island, after all. As if I didn't have enough to deal with. Well, I'd say that covers everything. We've talked your ear off long enough. It must be confusing, all this talk of the past. We'll not trouble you any further. Right. Thank you. Still, give it a bit of time, and something else might come back to you. If it does, please let us know. We'll be visiting the island again real soon, so you should have a chance. Will do. I'll be going then. So, now what? He's given us much to ponder. To think we'd have encountered a living witness, I'd never have dreamt it possible. Sure, it was fascinating, but I can't say it did us much good, as far as our investigation is concerned. Besides, she's still hiding something, that one. You think so, ma'am? I do. In fact, I'd bet on it. She might even be up to something. But our primary objective here is to lift the curse of the raging waves. We don't need to start digging into anything else without good reason. On that note, do you really intend to search the island for this other 800-year immortal? Yeah, I figure we might as well look into that too while we're here. Understood. I was here the whole time. Hello! My apologies for the interruption, but there is an important matter I wish to discuss with you. Now then, I believe you have just been privy to quite the interesting development. As Yumeko Shiki would tell it, Sato Shiranami is not the only 800-year immortal here on Kameshima. And so, I would pose you a question. There is indeed one more individual on Kameshima who has made a miraculous return from the dead. You have borne witness to the death and revival of this individual, a grand total of 7 times. With this in mind, allow me to ask, who is the other 800-year immortal on Kameshima? Please, tell me their name. I have an idea. Because of the main cast, there's like one person we've seen die a couple of times. Correct! The answer is Yuja Minakuchi. Okay. To think you got it in one go. You're quite the observant one. Every time Yuzo ran out of oxygen while diving, he suffocated to death in the ocean depths. I saw the number and I was like, hey, wait a second. However, following his demise, he returned to life and was able to continue where he had left off. It normally would be highly unusual for someone to reach a diver rank of 19 on their first outing. Such a feat would be difficult indeed unless one was unburdened by the fear of failure or the fear of death. Plus accounting. I think 1 or 2 of them was off stream, but like,
I was like, okay, we saw him die, like... like, when I saw the number 7, that really tipped me off, because I was like, I'm pretty sure we saw him die twice on the story chart, but then it was like, oh, yeah, no. If it's that number, it's gotta be related to the diving, and it's like, holy shit. It was this knowledge of his own immortality that led to him displaying such an uncanny degree of confidence. As you may have suspected, Yuzo Minakuchi became an 800-year immortal 5 years ago, when he was saved by a mermaid. In truth, help arrived too late on that fateful day, and it became the first time he lost his life. I wonder what light this new information will cast on events going forward. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. This game is crazy. Fucking awesome, dude. Oh, man. Going to affect the note where he dies, yeah. Oh, man. Yuza heads out with the zombie to go diving before he suddenly mentions something he must do. Before returning to the island, the pair go to a certain location at sea. So, what's this important thing you have to do, Yuza? Sounds like it must be a pretty big deal. It is. I just hope you'll believe me. Listen, and don't fly off the handle. Hi! Please forgive the interruption. I have an important announcement to make. The moment you have been waiting for has arrived. Everything is ready for you to proceed. Ugh! Whoa, what's going on with this music, dude? Upon August 7th, upon returning to Kamishima after his dive, Yuzo Minakuchi embarks on the fight of a lifetime. For unbeknownst to him, at this precise moment in time, a slew of predicaments would await him everywhere he turned. As for this really important thing he has to do, that is, of course, preventing the tragedy of Kamishima from coming to pass. The advent of the 400-year-old Curse of the Raging Waves draws nearer Kamishima with every passing moment. Even so, do try to remember that Yuza's true aims are to locate a mermaid and uncover the truth about his mother. Will Yuzo Minakuchi succeed in overcoming these challenges and fulfilling his objective, you ask? That is entirely up to you, and the actions you choose to take from this moment forth. Thus concludes my announcement. I wish you a good fortune. What? You think Kikuko is plotting to work a curse that will create a massacre on the island? Yes. You might find it hard to believe, but I'm sure about this. You're gonna have to give me a second to take this in. This is way heavier than I was expecting. I mean, a curse? I know I told you about the Tomikazuki and all, but how'd you find out about this? Have you got any proof? Well, I saw the future with my own two eyes. I'm afraid I don't have any proof I can show you right now. You saw the future. Yuza, if this is some kind of prank, you better cut that shit out right now. Seriously, this isn't funny. If you're just fooling around, I don't know if we can be friends anymore. You think it's easy for me to call someone I'm on friendly terms with a murderer? Couldn't say something like this unless I was dead certain. How do you time travel also? I was thinking, he's the only one with, like... On the story chart, he's the only one with, like, split paths so far, right? So maybe it's like a metatextual thing, like those are the visions we saw. Those branches. I need you to trust me on this, Azami, before it's too late. Oh man, you're not making this easy, Yuza. I can't just, I mean... No, I understand. I won't ask you to believe me until I can present you with solid proof. Until then, I still need your help. I can't just sit back and let this happen. Okay, I won't try to stop you, but I'm not doing anything drastic till I'm sure we're doing the right thing. That's all I needed to hear. Thanks, Azami. But for real, what's gotten into you, Yuza? What do you mean? I know you're headstrong and all, but this is way beyond what I'd expect from you. It's like you're a totally different person.
Come on, you're exaggerating. The same old Yuza I've always been. If you say so, buddy. Huh? What are you two doing here? And what's with that getup, Yuza? Don't tell me you've been diving. Hikiko, you have a minute? I heard you were heading out to the northern shore to fish in the bay today, so I came out to find you. Where'd you hear about that? I only just decided that this morning. I didn't even tell anyone. Also, is there a bird on your boat? Oh shit, there is. Yeah. Mimicking minus. Alright.
Yuza, are you sure about this? Just so we're clear, I'm leaving the talking to you.
Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Tell Azami's trying to believe in me. That's a good start, at least. He goes looking at us suspiciously. But I guess that's to be expected. We surprised her here alone, after all. Well, what's all this about? If you just want to talk, it can wait until after I'm done fishing. Hold on, I need to think. Right, this is where it all begins. This is my chance. I have to find a way to change the future. I don't have any evidence. And I could just talk Kikiko out of this. You don't do something like that on a whim. Whatever her motives are, they must be powerful. Even if I somehow manage to get her curse stone, there's still the risk that whatever destructive impulse has a hold of her would drive her to make the tragedy happen some other way. That's why my best bet of containing the situation is to try and distract her. And change the future, one step at a time. No rush. After all, since we came here instead of heading back to the port, things are already different. You've been passing Kameshi Maru hand mirrors around to everyone, right? Yeah, I have. Sounds like someone keeps their ear to the ground. So, how many have you given out? Who's got one already? I don't know. I haven't kept track or anything. If I had to guess, I'd reckon it'd be about 20 or so. Why though? You want one too? If so, I'll get one to you later. Oh, no thanks. Don't worry about it. Suit yourself. They're pretty sweet little items, if I do say so myself. So, were you really off diving? You sure you should be doing that? If she finds out, she'll give you an earful, no doubt about it. Don't I know it? Seems everyone thinks I bring this island bad luck just by being here. Yuza. Well, sure, some folks might say that, but it's not as if you've done anything to deserve that kind of talk. I don't see a problem with you becoming an almond diver myself. I appreciate that. Just today, plenty of folks told me not to go diving because a storm's on its way. But when they don't talk sense, I just ignore them, and so should you. I've been wondering. Are you unhappy here on the island, Kikuko? Huh? What makes you think that? I don't know, I just get the feeling you're not planning to stay here as an almond diver forever. You normally play the fool, but it turns out you're pretty sharp, Yuza. Truth is, I can't help thinking of the future. You can earn a decent living as an almond diver if you know what you're doing, but all these old rules and customs tend to get in the way. I've been trying to change them here and there, but it's no good. I'm too stubborn to listen. I see. No luck, huh? Mark my words, nothing's ever gonna change around here. Just between you and me. Much as I love being surrounded by nature on this island, the culture here just isn't for me. That's how you feel. Honestly, I'm about ready to break ties with this place. Not that anyone else needs to know that. Don't go spreading it around now. Frankly, I had no idea you were so interested in diving, Yuza. So, Kikuko, when you left the island, you did some kind of office work, right?
Huh? That's true and all, but why are you asking?
I was just, wondering if you might have preferred your life back then. I mean, you must have more opportunities to meet people and, go on dates and all that.
Stop right there, as if I don't hear enough of that as it is. What's it got to do with you anyway?
Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I was just wondering if you still kept in contact with anyone.
Sure, a few people. Just a few.
Would you say any of them had a big influence on you?
Seriously, what's all this about?
Oh, nothing really. I was just curious. Ooh.
Listen, working for that company wasn't exactly a huge break in my career. All I did was pour tea and answer the phone.
Huh.
Anyway, Yuza, did you really come all the way out here just to chat?
Something like that, but I've wasted enough of your time. Thanks for hearing me out. Come on, Azami. Let's go. If you're sure. See you later, Kikuko. Right. I know we just got back. There's no time to waste. We gotta track down and collect all the Kameshimaru mirrors Kikuko handed out as soon as possible. Huh? Why? If I'm right, those mirrors are actually a target to the curse. No way. Seriously? Still, man, all this curse business, it's a bit much. Look, given what people think of me, I'd have a hard time handling this on my own. I'm gonna need your help, Azami. I guess we'll have to try and convince everyone the mirrors are defective or something, but we'd better not let Kikuko find out what we're up to. Yuza, I want to believe you, and I'd like nothing more than to help you out. Before I lift a finger, there's something I gotta know. Alright? See, I got a pretty good idea what made you change out of the blue like this. You do? Well, you were diving before, and you came face to face with... When you were diving before, and you came face to face with a Tomokazuki, something happened, didn't it? You haven't been the same since then. And come to think of it, does this have anything to do with your search for a mermaid? You're right. I should have told you the full story to begin with. I've been in such a rush, I got ahead of myself. You're right. Something did happen to me. I'll tell you all about it right now if you want to hear. I'm all ears. First of all, tracking down a mermaid is still my end goal. That hasn't changed. At least something's still the same. But what I'm trying to do right now started when I found out about the danger Kameshima's in. I realized I had to do something to prevent it. Are you with me so far? Sure, if I knew the island was in danger, I'd want to protect it too. But how'd you find out about that anyway? Earlier, you said you saw the future. When did that happen? It was when I encountered the Tomokazuki. The moment our hands touched, everything went dark, and the future unfolded before me. Huh, so it was kind of like a vision from the Tomokazuki. A warning? That's exactly what it felt like. A stream of images filled my mind all at once, together with a rush of understanding. It's like they were imprinted into my memory. I don't know how it works, but I believe what I saw. I know what's going to happen on Kameshima if I don't do something to change it. So that's what started all this, huh? Yuza, did you know there was a Tomokazuki there? Is that why you picked that spot to dive? No, it's like I told you. I was hoping to find a clue there, since that's the spot where I encountered a mermaid once before. I never would have dreamed I'd end up seeing a vision of a tragedy like that. For all I know, this might have nothing to do with mermaids at all, but now that I know about it, I can't just forget it, can I? Of course not. Now that I know the full story, you can count on my help too. So, seeing as Kikuko's the culprit, I'm guessing we need to collect those hand mirrors to save everyone. Yeah, but she's not the only threat. There's more to this. Or? There are actually 2 calamities on the horizon for Kameshima today. 2? You gotta be kidding me! The first is the massacre caused by Kikuko's curse.
And the second, the curse of the raging waves, which have been brewing up a violent storm for the last 400 years. It's gonna hit the island tonight. Huh? Now you lost me again. I can't keep up. For starters, why is all this happening on the same day?
I don't know. I get the feeling it's just an unfortunate coincidence. And there would have been nothing we could do about it either. But since I've been forewarned, I have a chance to prevent it. I'll explain the rest on the way. There's no time to lose. We have to track down every last one of those mirrors. Oh shit, hold on. There are a couple more things we can do. Okay, so that's then. Gotcha. What's that last node, though? Yeah, we should probably check it out. Several days, yeah, I guess he did live that, yeah. It's been 1 week since the night Kamishima was struck by a tragic storm of mysterious attacks. All in all, it resulted in 16 casualties, 7 missing, and 20 buildings totally or partially destroyed. A horrific calamity that caused a huge stir when news broke out about what happened. The culprit responsible for the massacre is still unknown, and the investigation is still ongoing. I went diving this morning for the first time since that day. No one's taking their boats out right now, so it was just a short dive from the shore. Any birds nearby?
Ugh!
A suspicious pair apparently came out here all the way from Tokyo. It seems they have business with me, so they're currently waiting for me to finish diving. Apparently, I'm going to be taken into custody. Ah! Yeah. Okay, that clicks. Yeah. We're going to jail. Still don't know who the culprit behind the massacre, the so-called assassin, was. The investigation is proceeding under the assumption that it was one of the people who went missing that night. But it seems like it's not making much progress. Among other things, they're having to conduct it behind closed doors, so word doesn't get out that it was caused by a curse. Many people tried to escape the island by sea that night, but most of them ended up getting caught in the storm and going missing. Would the culprit behind the massacre have been among them? I mean, if that one ending's anything to go by. The same night as the attack on Kamishima, a massive storm caused by the curse of the raging waves broke out in the sea to the south of the island. Seems the bronze mirror my mom left wasn't enough to hold back the curse by itself after all. Many of those who attempted to flee the island by boat were caught in the storm and are still missing. The storm descended on Kamishima soon afterwards, and the island was swept by harsh winds and lashing rain for 3 days straight. No one was able to leave their homes, and it caused blackouts and landslides across the island. Several buildings were also completely destroyed. Everyone was made painfully aware just how fearsome the curse of the raging waves really is. Combined with the horror of the massacre, the entire ordeal has left a deep scar on those who remain. There's still an eerie rumbling coming from the sea. No one knows when another storm might strike again. Everyone here is still too on edge to take their boats out to fish, and ferry service to the island is currently suspended as well. Naturally, no one paid me any mind when I headed out to dive today. Bear from Tokyo had apparently come to Kamishima to try and find a way to dispel the curse of the raging waves. They were extremely regretful about failing to stop the storm and went around apologizing to everyone in its wake. Seems they're still planning to find a solution, though. I've asked for my cooperation. Not have much to show for my dives today. My catch has been pretty pitiful, to say the least. Looks like I really am hopeless without Azami. The storm struck before we could even mourn those who were killed, and left the town in tatters. Things are barely functioning right now. Everyone is somehow managing to get by on the aid we're receiving, but it's apparently going to take years to fully rebuild. Some people fled Kamishima the moment they could, citing what happened as a proof of some sort of divine punishment. But most of those who stayed are already trying to put the tragedy behind them and look to the future. They managed to get back on their feet 5 years ago, so I'm sure they'll be fine this time too. Although they've been bombarded by accusations and demands for them to take responsibility, the Wakamuras have been busy doing what they can. Following news reports on the calamity, there was an uptick in unsavory rumors that Kamishima is cursed in some way. But perhaps because of the current occult craze, a bunch of people have expressed interest in visiting once all the restoration work's done. The mail order service for souvenirs that was set up to help fund recovery efforts has been flooded with orders. Azami and Tsukasa's bodies were found in front of the lighthouse. There's no way of knowing what happened to them now. Told that Azami was found collapsed on top of Tsukasa, as though he tried to protect her to the very end. I wouldn't have expected anything less from him. Unable to bear the tragedy that had befallen Kamishima, Sato Shiranami apparently gave herself over to the assassin, left the island with them. I don't know if whoever sent the assassin got what they wanted in the end. Probably never coming back. But either way, they took away any chance of my seeing her again with them. I doubt I'll ever meet her again. After all that happened, I'm once again the only one left alive. Well, I don't know if alive is the right word. I did get my head cut off once by the curse after all. But to be honest, I don't have it in me to care anymore. I couldn't fulfill what I set out to do, despite swearing I'd see it through. I have nothing left. It seems my fate is in the hands of that pair from Tokyo now. I don't know what they have planned for me, but whatever it is, I intend to accept it. Thank you, everyone, for everything. Bye. Oh. Well, there we go. We got that done, but then now we gotta go over. We gotta go over here. Was this one here before? It's like blank too, so it's like, huh? Anyway, yeah, this is like right here, strangely enough. Approximately 1 month ago, having only just returned home to Kamishima, Yuzo Minakuchi goes to the roof of the Kantakisho ruins for some time alone, only to find Sato Shiranami there. Huh? Someone already here? How unusual. Whoa, you scared me. Darn, I didn't think anyone else would come here. Oh, I take it I'm not welcome. I didn't think there would be anyone else up here either, so that makes 2 of us. So, who are you? I'm Yuzo Minakuchi. I recently moved back to Kamishima. Ah. So you're that old friend of Tsukasa's, was it? Yep. I don't think we've spoken before. You're Sato Shiranami, right? Mr. Wakamura's relative? It's nice to meet you. Wait, how do you know who I am? That's kind of creepy. You're pretty much the talk of the town. I'm sure almost everyone here knows who you are. Is that so? I'd rather not stand out. It's a small island. Word spreads quick about who comes and goes. Sorry, but could you leave me be? I don't feel like talking to anyone.
I see. Well, I just came here to enjoy the view alone. I'll just be over here looking at the sea, so I won't be a bother. That work for you?
Fine.
See any birds around here? Aside from the ones making those noises up in the sky? You can see all the way from Issei Bay out towards the NCC from here. It's a great view.
Doesn't mean I want to share it with anyone.
Thankfully, most of the islanders don't come up here that often, so I sometimes come here to unwind. There are a lot of reefs in the area, and the tide is strong, so it can make for tough sailing.
But from here, it looks as tranquil as it can be. Sato Shiranami.
I hear he's a relative of Mr. Wakamura's, who will be staying with him for a while. Apparently no one's heard of her, so the island rumor mill's been working overtime ever since she arrived. Things have calmed down a bit now, but when she first showed up, she knew so little about how things work that the gossip was that she was some sort of sheltered princess. That, or she'd been raised by animals. Even now, she spends most of her time cooped up at the Wakamuras, so the mystery has only grown.
I guess it doesn't really matter, though.
She really is a relative of Mr. Wakamura's. I wonder what she's doing here. She's 17, just like Tsukasa, but it doesn't seem like she goes to school. Guess it doesn't really matter, though. I have a better look at her. She's really tall. Even taller than Azami, and he's 173 centimeters. She said she doesn't want to stand out, but that's gonna be tough at that height. I'd rather not stand that close to her, to be honest. Insecure, short king? She's been staring at the southern sea this whole time. Could it be she sees something out there? I said I wouldn't bother her. I should stop staring already. Coming here always helps clear my head. Now then, I'm back here after quitting work after just 3 months. Went to a boarding school on the mainland for high school, so it's been about 3.5 years since I actually lived on Kamishima. Nothing's changed. Almost as if time itself has stopped here. You could say that's one of the good things about living on an isolated island like this. But for me, it's just as uncomfortable as ever. Ever since the disaster 5 years ago, people here haven't been subtle about avoiding me. Maybe it's as good a time as any to start seriously looking into my mom. The processing plant I worked at wasn't a bad place or anything, but working there didn't feel that fulfilling either. I just happened to come across it when I was looking for a job. I've never really been sure what I want to do with my life. Azami has always had a clear goal of becoming a fisherman. To be honest, I've always felt a bit jealous of that. After losing my parents in the disaster 5 years ago, people not only began to avoid me, they avoided talking about my mom as well. At some point, I honestly began to wonder if there was much point in me being alive. I only made it this far because of my gran and Azami. I can never forgive myself if I made the two of them sad. They're the only reason I'm still here, drifting through life. Not that there's much else I can do here. I've got to find some work here soon so they won't worry about me. I've always been good at swimming, so I've actually been thinking about ama diving as an option. I haven't gone swimming since the disaster, but I wonder if Gran would be happy if I followed in her footsteps and become an ama diver. Maybe I'll start looking into it in secret. Though I'd only be able to do it during the diving season, so I'd still have to find something else. I recently came back here to take care of Gran after her injury. But her condition's improved a lot recently. She can walk around by herself now and has even been handling the cleaning and laundry. I wouldn't be surprised if she said she was planning to go back to diving. Kamishima women sure are made of sterner stuff. But I'm worried about her. You never know what could happen after all. Seems she's been watching a lot of TV recently. Gosh, perhaps because she's had to spend a lot of time at home. She seems a bit bummed that she doesn't have anyone to talk to about her shows, though. Azami was really happy to hear that I was coming back to Kamishima. He even helped make sure my return would go as smoothly as possible. Can't thank him enough. He's a true friend. On top of that, he's hardworking and kind. It's easy to see why so many people here like him. But he's involved in a bunch of stuff around the island now, so he's much busier than he used to be. It goes without saying that we can't mess around like we used to anymore. Tsukasa's also put some distance between herself and us since she started high school.
I guess she's a bit self-conscious about things now. Miss hanging out with her, but maybe this is just part of growing up. Still. No exaggeration to say that it's all thanks to a zombie that I'm able to live here like this. I won't do anything to let him down. Yay. Right then. Time to think of how to make my own way through life from now on. Sure, I have plenty of time, but I don't want to be a burden for any longer than I have to be. On the contrary, if there's some way for me to make a graceful exit and draw the curtains on it all, maybe that would be for the best. Same thought's been lurking in my mind ever since that day. What's the point in living if I'm just gonna cause trouble for Gran and Azami? Time to think of how to make my own way through life from now on. They built a rest spot for any tourists who come up here, but it doesn't seem much use. You can see all the way across to the Atsumi Peninsula from Inaichi from here. I heard this observation post was originally made to oversee Irago on the opposite shore. So I guess it makes sense they would be built somewhere with a clear view of the area. Ooh. Hey, girl, what's up? Made you jump, didn't I? Yeah. Of course you did! Anyone would be startled by someone sneaking up on them like that! At least you admit it. You can consider that payback for before. Anyway, did you need something? Oh, right. I can't focus with someone else around after all, so I want you to leave. Huh? Nuh-uh. No, you're the one who should leave. It's fate, an immutable law of the universe that was decided tens of thousands of years ago. Oh, really? I was here first, though. Isn't first come, first served also an immutable law of the universe? That's true. Okay, fine, I'll leave. Huh, you caved a lot faster than I expected. Still, I kind of feel bad for chasing you off like this. So you can have this Kameshimaru keychain I picked up over there as well. Pushing random stuff you picked up off the ground to others now, eh? Still, who could have thrown such a cute keychain away? Nah, you didn't do anything wrong, but since you're offering... Ooh, the keychain. Oh, that's an achievement. That's a surprise tool that'll help us later. I'll be on my way as promised then. Sorry for the interruption. Sure. Huh? Hmm? I see. So that's how it is. Is something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking it must be pretty rough. Yep. Pretty rough, alright. None of my business, though. Bye. Whoa, how am I supposed to just walk away after you say cryptic shit like that? But if no answers are forthcoming, I'll simply have to be on my way. Later. Don't look at me like that. Ooh. Well, we got a keychain. That's something. It's been a while. I should save. Blech. You did lie a little. Yeah. Yep. Alright, whom should I go to first? We haven't seen Arnav today. We should start with Arnav. After arriving in Kamishima, Avi and Cersei continue to ask around about mermaids, but this garners suspicion and they find themselves unable to gain any information. Hey, what's going on, big guy? I missed ya. Well, so much for that. Even after everything we went through, we've got nothing to show for it. It's almost astounding how little we've managed to learn, like some reverse miracle. Worse, I think rumors spread and now everyone is avoiding us. This is a pickle. I can't even bring up mermaids without the islanders looking at me like some odd foreigner who's lost his marbles. And for some reason, mentioning Mare Minakuchi makes things even worse. People hate her or something?
Just hearing her name makes them recoil with undisguised disgust.
Yes, I noticed that too. Their way of asking probably doesn't help much. Well, how about we take a break from investigating and go for a little sightseeing instead? Seems like there's a shrine and a lighthouse around here, so we might as well drop by.
Count me in. To be honest, the way people are treating us is starting to bum me out. Maybe heading to the lighthouse to unwind a bit wouldn't be such a bad idea. Let's go to the jetty. No, we must go to the jetty, and that's that!
What? Don't scare me like that. What's gotten into you all of a sudden?
The waves of my yearning soul keep crashing against my chest, insisting I seek out the shore.
Right. Sure. The usual then.
Well then, off we go!
What the hell is he on about?
Oh, looks like we got ourselves a spunky young lady here. Maybe we should have a word with her. All right, this could be our last chance. Let's give it our all.
Excuse me. Can we speak with you for a moment?
Darcy, no. There's no way she'll want to talk with us for that, Ford.
Foreign visitors? How unusual. And your names are Avi and Cersei? Welcome to Kamishima. My name's Kikiko. I'm an Ama diver.
Ikiko, the Ama diver. Such a pleasure to meet a charming young lady in a place like this.
Charming young lady, you say? Oh my. Well, now you're allowed to ask me anything you like.
See any birds around?
What?
Sorry, I just need to take a moment.
I swear everybody keeps doing this.
Items. Oh, okay. Just everything we have, you know?
Haven't had the courage to open it yet. Business card, I figured I might be able to use it later. Curse stone. Should I really be carrying this around? Looks like we made a solid first impression. She seems genuinely excited to talk to us. After all the lengths we went to, I refuse to leave this place without at least a few answers.
This jetty was built to break the waves, so fishing boats can come in and safely unload their catch.
I suppose jet planes have nothing to do with it.
No. Not at all. The structure over in the distance is called a breakwater, but built to keep the waves out. Seems like it's also a popular fishing spot.
Who would have thought? Seems like just bluntly calling out to her was the best approach after all. The image of a polite and reserved Japan I've been holding on to for so long is starting to falter.
She's the most approachable of all the people we've talked to by far. Maybe this time we'll actually learn something.
A little sad to be this happy just because someone finally agreed to talk to us.
I wonder who's to blame for that.
What? You're saying it's my fault?
Probably.
Avi, I love you, but you are you come on a little strong, you know?
This may be a bit out of nowhere, but you don't happen to know anything about mermaids, do you?
Huh? Mermaids?
Oh, so you do know something.
When you say mermaids, you mean mermaids, right? The mythical creatures?
Precisely, the very same. Rumor has it that this island houses some kind of secret connection to the mermaids. I haven't been able to ascertain whether it's true or not. So tell me, any mermaid secrets about?
Are you saying you really came out all this way to look for mermaids?
More or less. So any information you may have would be a huge help.
Sorry, I don't really have anything for you, but I do happen to be a little interested in mermaids myself.
Fantastic! Another fan entranced by the mysterious.
They say that eating the flesh of the mermaid will grant you immortality, right?
That's right.
Could you perhaps be interested in immortality as well?
I guess so. Not for myself, though.
Oh?
So you mentioned that this island has some sort of connection to mermaids.
More than just a little interested, are ya? Well, in fact, right here in Issei Bay, there used to be.
Wow, so mermaids used to live on this Taishima place? So you think there may be still some clues here in Kamishima that'll lead you to the mermaids in Ryugu?
Nail on the head and right on the button.
Unfortunately, I can't say I've heard any mermaid stories on this island before.
A pity. So, you're an active Ama diver then? Are there many young divers these days?
Not really. The younger generation doesn't really go for diving anymore. It just makes sense to pursue higher education.
I see. It's a real shame to see such a long-standing tradition slowly fade away.
Well, it is quite dangerous after all. Can't really blame them for choosing safer options. Just the other day, I heard 2 Ama divers went missing around Toba.
Oh.
Speaking of Ama divers, I heard Ama divers have a legend that if you go diving around here, there's a chance a Tomokazuki might emerge from the depths.
Cersei, enough with the ghost stories!
You sure know a lot, don't you? You're right. It's a well-known legend. Not that I've seen it with my own eyes or anything. Don't know anyone who has either. Huh. Maybe your Simon and Domon symbols have kept you safe. Oh, those? I don't have any. I don't really go in for superstitions like that. Are you really okay without them? I think it's no more than an old tradition, meant to remind us not to forget our gratitude and respect towards the sea. All those old-fashioned rules and traditions. Don't you think it's about time for a reform? But isn't freediving close to a Shinto ritual and spirit? Isn't showing reverence and offerings to the sea god crucial? Oh, you're pretty devout for a foreigner. I'm impressed. But you know, I believe it's exactly because of tedious customs like that one that young people are losing interest in diving. We should keep up with the times. Otherwise, there's no way this tradition will survive.
Well, now, that's a very level-headed thinking.
Maybe it's because I'm part of the so-called new generation. Some people don't like my attitude, but I get the job done. Some of the young divers go to high school on the mainland and then work as Ama divers when they return home.
Oh god, I clicked out of the window and now I'm stretching. There we go.
I guess there's also that guy who just started working as an Ama here. I saw him earlier.
I didn't realize men could become Ama divers too.
It's not like it's forbidden. It is pretty rare though. This is the first time I've ever seen it happen.
Interesting. Oh right, actually, there's someone we're looking for on this island. Would you mind if we asked you about them?
Sure, who is it?
A woman named Mare Minakuchi. See? That's exactly how everyone else around here has been reacting when we ask about her.
No, it's just, I'm sorry, but that woman died in an accident at sea 5 years ago.
Ah, yes, we are well aware she has passed away.
Huh? Then why do you ask?
Did she leave anything behind? Or was there perhaps someone who was close to her? Anything like that?
Sorry, I've got no idea. Nobody on this island really knew her. Although her son has just returned to the island. Actually, the guy I was talking about earlier, the new Ama diver, that's her son.
Her son, you say? Now it's getting interesting. We'd certainly like to meet him. Do you know where he is?
Sorry, no idea, but he's got to be somewhere around the island. His name is Yuza Minakuchi. I'll give you his home address. You might find him there.
Wow, thank you. This is invaluable information. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know why everyone is frantically dodging our questions about Mare Minakuchi, would ya? Was she a terrible person?
It's something people don't really like to talk about. Didn't fit in much with the other islanders. No one knew much about her either. Why are you so interested in her anyway?
Well, this is kind of a secret, but it seems that Mare Minakuchi had some sort of connection to the mermaids.
Huh? You don't say. I see. But that's why.
Oh? Did you remember something?
Not really. It's just, I always thought she was a little off. Almost as though she wasn't actually human.
So you're saying Mare might not have been human after all? That she was actually a mermaid?
Huh? No way. I was just joking. She was kind of weird, sure, but a mermaid? That's a bit far-fetched, don't you think?
Right. God, sudden urge to go to the jetty earlier. Thanks to that, we ended up running into Kikuko. There's something else around that I haven't hit up yet.
'cause I've kind of exhausted all the dialogue. Fish. Maybe just think again? Come to think about it, I completely forgot about the still-tied mirror that Akoma told us to look for. Guess I'll just try my luck and ask. Oh, right, I just remembered. There's a particular mirror on this island that we're looking for. You happen to know anything about that?
A mirror, you say? Well, well, you've come to the right woman.
Oh, you know it? Luck's finally on our side!
Could it be that you're talking about this? Ta-da!
Goodness, that's the cutest mirror I've ever seen!
This is the famous Kamishima souvenir, the Kameshimaru hand mirror. I had no idea it'd become so famous.
No way. Could this be the still-tied mirror?
Definitely not.
Right.
Oh, this isn't the one you're after? Oh well, did you see them taking a liking to it? I'd still love to let you have it. Consider it a memento of our meeting today.
Really? Lucky me! Don't do it. Actually, I changed my mind. I don't need it after all.
You sure? It's free, you know.
Well, when you put it like that... No, I'm sure. I'm absolutely decline.
Okay, sure. If you feel that strongly about it, I won't press you.
Anyway, what we're looking for is actually just a bronze mirror.
A bronze mirror? You mean a type you'd see in history books?
Yeah, probably. Something like that.
No, I can't say I know anything about that.
Shame. The option... Somewhere along the way, the options that we have been presented shifted into, like, Deltarune adjacent, like... shifting of fates. And it's like,
I never heard anything about a bronze mirror on this island. Oh, that reminds me. I caught a glimpse of something inside your bag earlier. Is that by chance the Tamatebako?
What?
Sorry, I just happened to notice. And judging by your reaction, I'd say I'm right.
Damn it! I didn't think it'd be that noticeable.
A glimpse alone shouldn't have given away that it was the Tamatebako. My initial guess was just a bluff, but Avi's reaction confirmed it.
Yes, he does have the worst poker face of all time, we know. Cersei, I'm sorry! Kikuko, why the interest in the Tamatebako?
It's some kind of ancient mermaid treasure, right?
My, you're well informed.
Would you be willing to hand it over to me? I'll make sure it's worth your time.
Your thing would have come into play right now. Yep. Huh?
You see, I know someone who's ridiculously rich and in search of eternal life. They'd be willing to pay a small fortune for that thing.
At least now I know where the bad ending is, so I can probably just... Once I'm done with this chapter, I can just hop right back here and just get that real quick.
They'll offer the kind of money you probably only get to see once in a lifetime. So what do you say?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Slow down!
Avi? Much more than some third-rate writer like yourself could earn in a lifetime. I don't know what you could possibly need the Tamatebako for anyway, but wouldn't you like to move up in the world?
I believe I understand your offer, Kikuko. My answer is no! Not a chance! No way, no how! It's never been about money. It's about the thrill, the adventure!
Adventure?
Exactly. Embarking on a journey to unravel the secret of the mermaid's immortality. What better adventure could a man ask for? You may call me a romantic, and that's what I am, an adventurer at heart.
You totally lost me. You throwing this chance away for some childish adventure?
You wouldn't understand! I'd put my life on the line to find a mermaid. I'm not handing the box over.
He's a I see. Seems like there's no reasoning with you.
It'd be so much easier if you had it.
Huh?
Why'd you have to refuse the mirror? This would have been so much easier.
Huh? Oh, the mirror. I don't know, it just felt like the right thing to do. Oh, why do you ask?
Are things not going as planned?
Not sure what's going on, but I feel like we might have just narrowly escaped danger. Sounds like we had that mirror on us. She would have been able to steal a Tomate Bacco. She's just gonna try and stab us. Yeah. You gotta have a backup plan, right, girl? See, I'd like to get more information out of her, but it seems as though she's plotting something. So why don't you enlighten us? Who told you about the Tomate Bacco?
Who knows? Think you'll get it out of me with that attitude?
Still hasn't given up on it. No doubt about it. Kikuko wants to take the Tomate Bacco from us. But even so, we won't grant immortality without the flesh of a mermaid. If there's any other information about mermaids, we need it. So why don't you enlighten us? Who told you about the Tomate Bacco?
Who knows? Think you'll get it out of me with that attitude?
Okay. Cersei?
Avi, focus. I need you to listen to me, but without taking your eyes off Kikiko.
Huh? Oh, got it.
I'm pretty sure she has a cursed stone.
What?
What's all this about? I couldn't tell right away because it was masked by the heavy veil of cursed energy that's all over the island, but on closer inspection, the cursed stone's aura is impossible to conceal. Huh? Sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
What the condition to activate her curse was holding on to one of those mirrors. And we can relax, right? The condition isn't met.
Well, only if the mirror was all there is to it. As long as we don't know for sure what the condition is, we need to stay on high alert.
A bad feeling about the way she's looking at us now. Hey, Kikuko, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret.
Yeah?
Ta-da! What are the odds? Turns out we both got curse stones. This one's called the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. When these conditions are met, it transforms you into a fish and kills you. Pretty messed up, huh?
What? Avi, are you sure?
You were planning to use your curse stone on us to steal the Tomate Bacco, weren't you? But your curse stone requires us to have one of those hand mirrors, am I right? On the other hand, I can use my curse on you whenever I so please. You're bluffing. Your curse stone must have a condition too. Yeah? Who's to say it hasn't already been met? Tuh. Now, cease your scheming and tell us what you know.
You really have the resolve to kill someone with the curse?
Well, I'm not exactly keen on it, but I am prepared to defend my life if necessary.
Really? I wasn't expecting that from such a kind gentleman. You look like you wouldn't hurt a fly.
Indeed, my heart is pure, but trust me, I'm quite capable. Experience has hardened my resolve. I physically lift you and drown you with my large arms.
Eh? You're saying you've actually used it before?
At this point, what difference does one more death to the tally make? My hands are already stained.
Damn, so you're a proper criminal. Maybe I should report you to the cops.
Be my guest. I wonder which is faster, my curse or your phone call.
Yeah. What about your lady friend? Well, are you okay with this? I'm afraid there's no restraining Avi. I've pretty much given up on him at this point. Yeah, he's a complete fucking nutcase. So it would be great if you could just give up and hand over the curse stone.
What the fuck is this? You guys are absolutely insane! Oh, come on now. I think we can agree that we both have our issues. Good, we're at a stalemate. Now I can try to extract some more information out of her. Good job, Cersei. Making her believe I've lost it. Very convincing. She didn't have to do much, dude. She really didn't have to do that much. Actually, maybe a little too convincing. Does she really think I'm that crazy? Whatever, I've got more important things to focus on now. These two rock. Alright, look. Seems like you're just as dead set on the Tomate Bacco as I am. This standoff won't get us anywhere. Why don't you tell us your motivation?
maybe we'll be able to find a compromise. Compromise? Say, for example, if granting your wish were to stir the spirit of adventure within me. I cannot hand over the Tamate Bako, but perhaps I'd be willing to let you borrow its power of immortality. I've got no romantic tale for you. I told you. I just want to give that rich person what he's looking for, so he can see how important I am to him. That's all there is to it. Oh, important, you say? How's that? Because I'm his illegitimate child. Oof! But he simply refuses to admit it. Whenever I do, he won't even acknowledge my existence. I mean, just look at me. I must be a disgrace in his eyes. But a woman like me shouldn't be wasting her life away on some backwater island. I was born of noble blood. I wasn't meant to rot in this miserable place. Yet he cast me aside, refused to even acknowledge my existence. It's humiliating. Yeah, her animosity was aimed pretty strongly. So, your father's some rich man. Yeah, there's hardly anyone in Isashima who doesn't know the name Yoshiatsu Yamashina. It's a noble bloodline stretching back centuries. And here I am, stuck in this wretched life. Yamashina, eh? I've done everything in my power to earn his recognition. I gave it my all to make it in the big city, and for what? Nothing I tried worked out. In the end, I had to come crawling back to this island trying to make ends meet as an diver. But I still kept telling myself that someday, somehow. I see. So you figure that since Yamashina is seeking immortality, you can leverage the box to get what you want at the same time. Yeah, I used to work at this small company. The young CEO of this place is basically Yamashina's protege. I guess he felt sorry for me, so he let it slip that Yamashina was after immortality. Interesting. And was he the one who told you about the cursed stone and the Tamate Bako as well? Yeah. Since even Yamashina doesn't know about this, he suggested I use it to my advantage and take the credit. He gave me the cursed stone and told me to use it wisely. Originally, I had planned on offering something different to Yamashina. And now that I've got a chance for a Tamate Bako, that's my best option. Oh, how intriguing. So you wanted to trade the Tamate Bako for Yamashina's recognition? That's right. See? I knew we were never going to find a compromise. True. It's a compelling story, but it's missing a certain adventurous allure. That company president you mentioned, how come he knew about the Tamate Bako and the Cursed Stone? Just who exactly is he? I was wondering the same thing. Of course you were. He's an incredible person after all. Mr. Kipe Ikoma is an amazing man. It's thanks to him I got a chance to make my dreams come true. Oh! Did you just say Ikoma? So what kind of curse do you possess? Dunno, don't care. Oh, come on, not even a hint? We, on the other hand, have laid pretty much all of our cards on the table already. Huh? What are you talking about? Who would do such a reckless thing? You must already know that the Tamate Bako alone does not grant immortality. You also need the flesh of a mermaid. Wouldn't happen to know where to find that, would ya? Tough luck. I hear the Yamashina's already got his hands on some. Come again? Rumor has it, he came across a mermaid's dead body somewhere out at sea. That's why I need that Tamate Bako. If I gave that to him, he'd have no choice but to fully recognize my worth. Rather than a mermaid. Would it be her? Probably. Ipe Ikoma, you say? From Sala Planet? Huh? You know Mr. Ikoma? Indeed, just met him the other day. In fact, I even got his business card. Huh? You have Mr. Ikoma's business card? Wait, then that business card you took out earlier was his? That's right. You want to see it? No, it's fine. You hold on to that. If you say so. Huh? What? A curse, Echo? Yikes! Did we mess up? Placasasteri, guide his path, and with thy merciful hand, protect him! Why? In Mr. Ikoma's business card, the condition should have been met! So why? Yikes, I thought I was done for. You were. I'm sorry. All I can do is delay the curse. I can't dispel it. It's gonna take effect in about 1 minute, so you need to do something before then.
Huh? Like what?
A curse is dispelled by eliminating its caster. What comes next is up to you.
What? Eliminate? Why do I have to keep doing this? I hate when girls die. Ah, damn it. I refuse to die here.
What the? What's with you?
She fell into the water. Now or never. Ah!
I retrieved the curse stone from the ocean. Are you alright, Avi?
Well, I barely made it out alive, but I can't say I feel particularly good about it. But had to come to this. No turning back now, it seems.
This is what happens when you deal with curses. They might turn back on you at any moment. You should be prepared for that.
Understood. So what about the curse stone? What's it like?
Yeah, about that.
Huh? A bronze mirror?
That's right. A palm-sized bronze hand mirror.
Wait, don't tell me the steel-tied mirror was actually a curse stone all along.
The curse stone's resentful memory doesn't seem to indicate anything like that.
But this curse stone had a resentful memory too, eh? What did you learn?
There's so much information, it's hard to make sense of it. Here, take a look for yourself.
Don't just toss it like that. It's a curse stone, not a baseball.
So you're not gonna look?
Of course I am.
Let's see.
Whoa, so this is the real deal. Oh, a mermaid! There's a mermaid on it!
Oh my god, so much reading. He also believed himself to be the rightful heir to Nukumaru, a famous sword that his father had inherited as part of his birthright. And around the same time, Sato was living a simple life in Kisawa Village, the place of her birth. One day, she happened to encounter a visiting Onmyoji and was offered the chance to work at the Bureau of Onmyo in Kyoto. Sato accepted, having felt out of place in the village due to her faint spirit sense, and left Kusawa to work in the Bureau of Onmyo as a maidservant. At the end of a certain year, Noriko gave birth to the Imperial Prince. Although Tomoshige visited the palace with his father to celebrate the birth, he soon grew bored with the proceedings and left, only to encounter Sato, who is attending to odd jobs nearby. Tomoshige was intrigued by Sato, who made no attempts to curry favor with him and whose thoughts he found difficult to read. And he frequently visited her from then on. Not yet having an official wife, it was not uncommon for Tomoshige to spend his time on dalliances with women, with Sato being the latest among them. However, as their interactions continued, he found himself becoming particularly drawn to her. He eventually had a pair of bronze hand mirrors made and gifted one to her, telling her to carry it with her at all times as a sign of their vow to each other. In 1185, the Taira clan was defeated at the Battle of Dan no Ura, felling its ruin. Tomoshige, who had fled from place to place as if to desperately avert his eyes from the Taira clan's decline, ultimately did not participate in the decisive battle at Dan no Ura, and came to know of the Taira clan's downfall while he was lying low in a remote village in Ise with Sato. Although initially terrified of being hunted down by soldiers of the Minamoto clan, Tomoshige regained his senses upon seeing Sato's unbroken composure. Now believing that it lay with him to restore the Taira clan as one of its sole survivors, he swore an oath to his fallen clan that he would see it rise again one day. With the survivors of the Taira clan being hunted down across the country, Tomoshige continued the search for a way to turn the situation to his advantage. In the process, he suddenly remembered the box his grandfather Tadamori had left the family, the Tamate Bako, proffered by a fisherman that was said to contain the flesh of a mermaid. Although Tadamori had refused to accept it, a member of the clan had secretly hidden it in a storehouse back in their homeland. It was said that eating mermaid flesh would grant eternal life to whoever ate it. However, legend also had it that the meat was highly poisonous, with even a small bite being fatal. No one wanted to eat it as a result, and it ended up forgotten as the years went by. Believing that dying due to poison would hardly be any different from their fate if they were caught and killed, Tomoshige located the Tamate Bako and pried open the lid.
All that was inside was a dried sliver of meat, so shriveled to resemble a splint of wood. Dubious, Tomoshige pushed his misgivings aside and ate the meat, but felt no different than before. Believing that long years had robbed the meat of its power, and seeing the Tamate Bako as his only clue to find a mermaid, he boarded a small boat with Sato and set out to sea. Believing that a mermaid would surely come to reclaim the Tamate Bako if it was truly linked to them in some way, Tomoshige continued to row the small boat into the Sea of Ise. At the time, he was clad from head to toe in the armor of a warrior, and had with him the famous sword Nukamaru, an heirloom he had seized from his father Yorimori, whom he had scorned as a disgrace to their clan. Sato, meanwhile, wore only a light kimono. After they had rowed for a while, a sudden mist descended over the sea around them, obscuring their surroundings. As Tomoshige and Sato looked around fearfully, they heard a small splash. Turning to look, the two gasped as they saw what appeared to be a human hand reach up from the water before grabbing on the boat's edge. In a rush of water, a being with human features from the waist up and fish-like features from the waist down emerged from the sea. A mermaid. Climbing into the boat, the mermaid screamed for them to give back the box before suddenly lunging at them. Too stunned to think clearly, Tomoshige drew his sword and slashed at the mermaid. There's a dull sound of a blade slicing through flesh, and the mermaid let out a piercing cry before diving back into the water and fleeing the area. Still trying to process this sudden turn of events, Tomoshige glanced down and caught sight of a small piece of the mermaid's tail, apparently severed by his previous blow, lying in a pool of blood. He picked it up, only to find it continued to twitch even as he held it. Finding himself too disgusted to try eating it immediately, he decided to stow it in the Tamate Bako for the present. Eventually, after some hesitation, he forced Sato to eat it despite her protest. They waited a while, but no change seemed to come over her. Thinking of the amount of mermaid flesh simply hadn't been enough, Tomoshige made to pursue the mermaid. As he did so, he noticed the mist around them had cleared. The two looked around, they realized their small boat was surrounded by ships belonging to a band hunting down remnants of the Taira clan. Alarmed, they tried to flee, but with their attackers pressing on from all sides, were unable to find any means of escape. Amidst the chaos, Sato was struck in the head by an arrow and fell into the sea. Tomoshige, still determined to retaliate, continued to frantically resist with his sword. However, he was vastly outnumbered and, unable to break through his attackers' ranks, was ultimately cut down in a single stroke. On the brink of death, Tomoshige's gaze fell on the crests worn by his pursuers, consumed by bitter regret at his failure to restore his clan. He directed the full brunt of his resentment towards these symbols as he sank beneath the waves, cursing his enemies and clinging to his vindictive hatred until the very end. Ah, yeah, the specific symbol. Yep. That would do it. So, this is the curse of Taira no Tomoshige that grew over 800 long years.
Taira no Tomoshige? Never heard of him.
He wasn't exactly what you'd call a historically important figure, even within the Heike. Seems that he sought out the mermaid's power of immortality to restore the Heike, but his pursuit ended in failure. That resentment, it must have dwelled within Tomoshige's bronze mirror, eventually turning it into a curse stone.
Most likely.
Then, the symbol on the hand mirror and the business card were the true cursed target.
So that's what it was. If only we realized it a little sooner.
Well, what's done is done. Don't be too hard on yourself.
Ikiko mentioned she got her curse stone from Ikoma, right?
Exactly! To think that slippery snake was sneaky enough to put the curse markers on his own business cards. That Ikoma guy's seriously dangerous. That was way too close.
Good thing we were cautious. Especially since it seems he's after the Tamate Bako too.
Yeah, seems like working without him turned out to be the right call.
Although he may grow suspicious if he can't contact Kikiko anymore. Considering he's after the Tamate Bako, there's a chance he might still chase after us.
We need to keep our guard up. I think it's safe to assume he already knows about Miss Somakawa and the Tamate Bako.
I do wonder why he told us to go look for a still-tied mirror, too.
Well, it's not this mirror, and we've got no reason to follow his orders anyway. I'd rather try and find out more about the mermaid as soon as possible.
You're right. We didn't learn anything from Kikuko.
So we got no choice but to continue our investigation of this island. Shall we?
Could you hold on for a moment?
Huh? Someone's there. Ah!
Ah!
You! Okay, we can't go any further, but you know what we can do? We can kill Art of Barnum. Mighty interest in the Tomate Baco. Hold on, but kill him. I didn't realize it would go that fast. Sorry. Just sliced him. I guess because I didn't do the thing. It's fine. It hurts so much. We're talking. Skip does warn you. Yeah. Dude, what the fuck? Why would you go do that? Oh my, it seems you've met with a rather unpleasant fate. It's merely conjecture on my part, but things seem to be going quite smoothly right up until Kikiko's true nature was exposed. The only one who can stop Kikiko from committing those murders is Mr. Barnum, after all. However, it appears you were holding on to something that gave her the upper hand. I'd recommend you dispose of that item before incurring her wrath. Do not fret. You may start from anew from the moment the standoff began. Oh, okay, so this is not... I was mistaken. This is not the bad ending. This is just die. Gotcha.
But then why are you still like this?
Get yourself killed for fun, I suppose. I guess I should just leave it for now. I don't know. Feels weird to go going back there right now, I suppose. But also, I was able to fill this out no problem, so maybe I should. I'm going back and forth on what I should do. Just pick something, Perry. These two things are not checked off, so either one's probably fine. Just kill her. What happens if I wait? This is the part of the stream where we fuck around a little bit. You got 1 minute, yeah. I could just sit here forever. Okay, it appears it ain't doing anything. Never mind. I'll just leave it then. I'll leave well enough alone. I'll come back to you. I just wanted to give you a chance to kill me, but it appears no. Anyway. We're back with our girl. We've been having fun yet? No, yeah, the game's been getting real good. I've been enjoying myself. Sora gives off the impression of being all business, but he often goes along with any suggestions I make to stop and take in the scenery. Despite appearances, I think he quite enjoys quiet moments like this. Now then, as much as I'd like to relax and enjoy our surroundings,
Shall we take this chance to review the current situation and talk about our next move? A sound idea, yes. First, Detective Ide contacted us this morning, informing us that the mermaid corpse had washed up in Futagamiura. However, when we went to investigate, we discovered that the corpse was in fact that of Miss Somikawa, whose whereabouts we were looking into. She had been transformed into a fish by a curse. Quite the troublesome development. She was shaping up to be a key figure in a number of incidents. With that in mind, the most likely culprits are the two foreigners we ran into the day before yesterday in Ijika. Yes, one of them was seen taking Miss Somikawa out to sea by boat. I regret not doing more to pursue them at the time. It's possible we could have saved her if we had. I'm sorry. That was poor judgment on my part. And the other half of the pair was a young exorcist with ties to paranormal affairs. I believe her name was Circe, yes? That's also quite worrying. I wonder what she could be up to. If it turns out she's been using curses on ordinary people, we have paranormal affairs will probably be held responsible. Though I doubt the Bureau would agree to act as custodian for someone who would behave so recklessly. I'd like to believe some manner of circumstances are at hand, yes. Well, I suppose if anything happens, I can just get the higher-ups to take responsibility. That's what higher-ups are for, aren't they? Being responsible for their subordinates? I think you'll find it's a saying used by superiors as a goal, not by subordinates to shirk responsibility. Despite her abilities, I doubt that girl would be able to use the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Regardless of who wielded it, I think it's safe to say that a curse stone was involved. Agreed. We have two people from the same town falling victim to the same curse, after all. I think it's reasonable to assume this was due to overzealous use of a curse stone. Yes, the first victim was Tomiko Suma, who succumbed to the curse 2 days ago. The second was Miss Somikawa from yesterday. The state they were found in hasn't been publicly disclosed, so they're still being officially treated as missing. Still, a curse stone housing the Curse of the Forsaken Fish, eh? Is something wrong? The Curse of the Forsaken Fish is one of the curses mermaids can use, you see. For it to become a curse stone, the mermaid in question must have experienced overwhelming resentment. An example might be if they were killed while bearing a powerful grudge against someone. That sounds like it would be a rare event indeed. Why do I get the feeling there was a mermaid who died like that, though? Ugh, who was it? It feels like the name's on the tip of my tongue. Could it be a memory from that time? Although I imagine many of your older memories have faded by now. I have to try and remember. What was the name of the mermaid who died while harboring strong feelings of resentment? Girl, IDK. We can just, we can check the thing, can't we? It's in the files, yeah. I was like, I don't think I remember either, but like, then I remembered, right. Right, Hayase. Hayase? That's right, her name was Hayase. I can't believe it. I'd completely forgotten, but it just suddenly popped into my head. Oh, there was a mermaid who died like that, was there? There was. I finally remember. One of the mermaids who lived near Taishima 400 years ago was called Hayase. She was captured during the invasion of Taishima and died after being brutally tortured. This is the first I've heard of mermaids living near Taishima. Oh right, your ancestor Harukage Tsuchimikado must have left them out of his records. The reason Taishima was invaded in the first place was to find those mermaids, you see. I see. I was unaware of the exact reason for the invasion. It's understandable. A deliberate effort was made not to mention mermaids in any of the records left after the fact. I suppose hiding a map inside the mermaid mummy was intended to be a metaphor of sorts. I can't believe I forgot something so important. But if that curse stone is related to what happened on Taishima 400 years ago, it likely has some link to the Curse of the Raging Waves as well. If we could view the memories contained in it, we might be able to learn more about the Curse of the Raging Waves. Ah. I wonder. If the keepsake Harukage left behind using the map have been the cursed stone housing the curse of the Forsaken Fish? I see. That's certainly a possibility. In that case, it's not unthinkable someone might have gotten a hold of it recently. There's a high chance it was those two foreigners. Alright, we've narrowed down our focus. It seems a change in priorities is needed. Let's find the curse stone for the curse of the Forsaken Fish as soon as possible. That should be the most efficient course of action, I think. Agreed. It's looking increasingly likely that pair of foreigners has the curse stone. Yes, we did just go to Ichika to see if we could find any leads on where they could have headed. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find anything promising. I wonder where they could have gone. We also still don't know why they approached Miss Somakawa. Could they be after the mermaid's relic? If I'm not mistaken, that girl, Cersei, did mention the relic. Are they looking to take it for themselves? Where would they have headed afterward? Kamishima! That's where they are! What? Kamishima? I thought we decided we weren't going there today. We failed to find any promising leads yesterday, after all. No! Something's telling me they went to Kamishima. And I got the feeling this is a hunch I shouldn't ignore. Alright, let's head to the port in Toba City. We'll catch a ferry to Kamishima from there. What? There we go. Obsession. Yumiko believes the key to dispelling the curse of the raging waves lies in the curse of the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone. She arrives in Kamishima to trace the steps of the two foreigners. The ghosts are really getting to folks today. I'm ghosts! I'm ghosts! There we go. I see. So you would be Mrs. Shiki. And you say you're a member of the police department currently looking after Cersei. My apologies for all the trouble young Cersei caused you the other day. She's quite the mischievous little lady, I'm afraid. Oh no, not at all. She certainly had some pluck for one so young. Took us quite by surprise, in fact. You would be Cersei's guardian, then? Oh no, we're related to be sure. But she's really more my guide-cum bodyguard, if anything. I see. Since when was I your bodyguard as well? I'm afraid that circumstances may dictate that we have to take Cersei back to Tokyo with us, though. Is that so? That would be quite the bother. Personally, I'd rather avoid having to do so as well. There's a case here that needs our urgent attention, you see. But I'd appreciate if you cooperate without any fuss. It depends on what you ask, I'm afraid. Normal. Hold on, I need to check for birds. I don't think I didn't check for birds in the previous area, did I? Fuck. Completely slipped my mind. Fuck! Go back, go back, go back, go back. The one time! Where the hell were you? Where is that fucking bird? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Been spending most of our lives living in a mockingbird paradise. That's Blue Screws! Dude, these names are great. Bird literally up. Okay, take me back. Now I will check for birds here. Nothing. We're good. Soda, what do you make of these two? I can sense an ominous spiritual energy lingering around them. It's all but certain they have curse stones. I see. We don't have time to play games then. Seems like a direct approach will be best here. Wait, you mean both of them have curse stones? Yes, both of them. The girl is managing to camouflage the energy from the one she has by magic outside of it for a moment. So we're dealing with 2 curse stones, are we? The energy from the curse of the raging waves is currently permeating the island. It's so strong I almost missed the energy from their stones. This man, Avi, is apparently a fantasy writer, but he comes across as quite the shifty sort. I don't doubt he'll start trying to throw us off his trail the moment he senses danger. I'll have to watch my step around him. Cersei is currently meant to be in the care of paranormal affairs, but has been shirking her traveling to travel around the country instead. She's very talented for one so young, and has a lot of guts, too. I can't help but root for people like her. More than anything, I know how they feel. I'd like to leave her be, if possible. By the way, Cersei, I was told to tell you to return to Tokyo at once if I saw you. What? But I don't want to. I thought you'd say that. Well, I was only asked to tell you. No more, no less. What you choose to do with the message is up to you. Thanks. I think. If you want to know what happened, ask Avi. I will, thank you. What were you doing down at the jetty just now? Oh, so you didn't see anything that happened before that, then? Would it be inconvenient for you if we had? Nonsense! My hands are as clean as my conscience. Not a spot in sight, I assure you. Never mind that now. We don't have the time. There are several things we want to ask you. Oh? And what would those be? First, I think we should talk about the incident this morning. Miss Somakawa was discovered washed up on the Futamigara coast as a corpse, with half her body having been turned into a fish. Well, I'll be. To think she would meet such a fate. I'm truly sorry to hear that. This wouldn't be your doing, would it? We have eyewitness reports that you were seen 2 days ago heading out to see Miss Somakawa by boat. Ah, well, we did indeed head out into the bay for a little chat, but turn her into a fish? Not in a million years. What did you discuss with Miss Somakawa, then? Why, what else? Mermaids, of course. Mermaids? Indeed. Cersei and I are here in Isashima on a grand adventure to find mermaids. And we just happened to find out that Miss Somakawa was a member of a clan with a strong relation to them. Of course, she would catch our interest. I see. So you knew that Miss Somakawa was a descendant of the sole survivor of Saishima. Oh, so you knew that too? I suppose I should expect nothing less of a member of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. He's so straightforward, surprising he manages to deceive anyone, yeah. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the mermaids of Taishima as well, would ya? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Did you learn what you wanted from Miss Somakawa, then? Oh yes, we got quite the haul of lucrative information from her. The knowledge of that one of the Taishima mermaids lived hidden in the depths of Issei Bay till a scant few months ago. Or what? What? Oh, that caught your interest, did it? I see. She must have been able to go back to Ryugu when the seal broke 3 months ago. So even you know about Ryugu. You seem quite well versed in these matters, Mrs. Shiki. Maybe just a bit. So, now that you know there are no longer any mermaids to be found here, have you given up on looking for them? Hardly. There should be one more mermaid out there somewhere. We're here today to see if we can't glean some hint as to her whereabouts, in fact. Ah, I see. You know what Miss Somakawa did after you finished your talk? No, why would I? We parted ways immediately after we got back to shore. Haven't the foggiest what happened to her after that. Where did you learn that Miss Somakawa had a link to mermaids? I'm very sorry, but it's against my policy to reveal the identity of my informants. Is that so? It's no use trying to play innocent. We know you have the cursed stone housing the curse of the Forsaken Fish. What's that? A cursed stone? I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest what you're on about. Avi, they already know. Just give up already. What's this? Stabbed in the back!
And by my own kin, no less. How could ya?
Its spiritual energy is too powerful to hide. I can tell that man over there has already noticed it. Thank you for the help. You saved us quite a bit of trouble just now. Does that mean you'll let us go? I'm afraid we won't be able to just yet, no. After all, you have a curse stone as well, don't you?
You learn how to get a poker face and all for nothing, yeah.
Yeah, I do. We ran into someone who was trying to use it earlier, so I took it off them. Is that so? Honestly, I'd rather if you took it off my hands if possible. You don't seem to be planning to do any harm with it. I suppose we can leave that topic for later. So, why are you letting Avi here walk around with the curse of the Forsaken Fish? To let him live out his dreams, I suppose? I'm afraid that makes for a poor reason.
Alright, I admit it. It was all me. I didn't want to give it up, so I asked Cersei if I could hold on to it. I just couldn't let it go, after learning it had a close link to mermaids.
I see. So that is the curse stone for the curse of the Forsaken Fish. How'd you come into possession of that curse stone?
Well, that would be a bit of a long story. It all started when I found a mermaid mummy left by my great-grandmother in the old family storage back in the States. That mermaid mummy ended up containing a map, one with a riddle to be solved, no less. That riddle led us to a mysterious box on the seabed. And once we'd solved the puzzle sealing the box shut, we found this curse stone nestled within.
Oh, a mermaid mummy, you say? It seems that the keepsake passed down by your ancestor was indeed a curse stone, then.
Huh? By the by, I thought I heard you say something about the Onmyoji who sealed away this curse stone just now. Am I correct in thinking that they were the ancestor of this young man here?
That's right. He was an Onmyoji by the name of Harukage Tsuchimikado. It's said that he hid a clue to the lifting of a certain curse within a mermaid mummy. Hence our search for the object in question.
I see. And that mermaid mummy ended up crossing the Pacific, passing from hand to hand until it reached my great-grandmother. It's quite the miracle that this curse stone is here with us today. Almost romantic, don't you think?
I suppose you could say that, yes. There's no doubt Miss Somikawa was transfigured into a fish by the curse of the Forsaken Fish. And it's looking extremely likely that you have the curse stone that would make that possible. No more excuses. Tell us what really happened.
Alright, you've got me. I'll talk. Though don't blame me if the tale ends up being too incredible for your ears.
I see. It would seem Miss Somikawa had quite the twisted obsession with mermaids. And you sought to grant her wish by using the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Is that right?
Correct. I know exactly how it feels, you see. The burning desire to see your dreams realized. The overwhelming despair upon learning they can never be. The desperate hope to see even the slightest part of your wish fulfilled at the end. Perhaps that's why I couldn't ignore her wish. The wish to meet her end at the hands of a mermaid's curse. Ah, I said it! Hearing Miss Somikawa's fervent plea, and seeing her cast herself into the water like that, I knew this was the ending she wanted for her tale, and so I decided to grant it, an elegy for a woman bound by her lineage and consumed by her obsession.
I see. I understand where you're coming from, and I can't say I don't sympathize with your feelings on the matter. The fact that she entered the water of her own accord must also be taken into account. I imagine it would have made rescuing her quite difficult.
Oh, then you're willing to give me a pass, are you?
I'm afraid that isn't my decision to make. Once we've finished our business on Kamishima, I imagine you'll have to come along with us to the office back in Tokyo. I'll do my best to see if a sort of arrangement can be reached, though.
Oh, how kind of you. Good thing I thought to ask.
Thank you for telling us what happened with Miss Somikawa. As of now, I don't see any reason to doubt your version of events.
My thanks. I'll leave the negotiating up to you, then.
By the way, did you happen to glimpse the resentful memories contained within that curse stone?
I did indeed. A veritable deluge of information. And 400-year-old information at that.
Was the way to lift the curse of the raging waves included in that information?
It certainly was.
Ah! That's it! That's what we've been looking for!
I see. You're searching for the way to lift some curse or other, eh?
That's the long and short of it. Will you let us have that curse stone of yours, then? It's too dangerous to leave unaddressed as it is, so we can't leave it with you either way.
That just feels so unfair, you know? I was the one who found the map and solved the riddle. Why the curse stone would still be at the bottom of the sea if it wasn't for me. It's hardly been cheap running back and forth like this. I don't know if I could just give you something so important for nothing in return.
We're gonna take advantage of the situation, are we? Yikes.
Ha! Judge me all you want. I'm at the end of my rope here too, you know.
So, what is it you're after, then? Money?
Well, first of all, I'd like you to turn a blind eye to the fact I used the curse stone. I'd like you to spill the beans on any knowledge you have on mermaids as well.
He's hilariously shameless. Turning a blind eye might be a bit much, I'm afraid. All I can promise there is an attempt to reach some sort of deal. In any case, we don't have time to mess around. I would really appreciate it if you cooperated without any further fuss. If you don't, we may end up having to get a bit rough.
Oh, intimidation, is it? But if you think your boorish threats scare me, think again. My trusty bodyguard here will...
Sorry, but no. I don't feel well, and we're at a disadvantage here anyway. Cersei's awesome, dude.
Oh, over before it even began.
A wise decision, young lady.
So that's your game, is it? Abusing your authority to seize the property of a defenseless, powerless civilian. State violence! State valiant! State violence, I say!
Slay, Cersei. You do have a curse stone, though. I doubt anyone will object to use of force against an opponent carrying a lethal weapon.
What? Seriously? This really is the end of the line, then?
Well, if it's really just information on mermaids you want, I'm not opposed to telling you that much. Only within the bounds of what I know, though. Would that be acceptable?
What? You mean it? Really? Huzzah! Now that's an offer I can't refuse. Consider this deal done and dusted.
It's best if we can get things settled without a fuss. Besides, I don't think it should be a problem for now. he's so much. fucking seafaring Herlock Sholmes over here. I'll tell you what you want to know about mermaids. In exchange, you'll hand over your curse stone. Do we have a deal?
We do indeed.
So, what is it you want to know about mermaids, then? Though I'd wager you're after the secret of immortality.
Immortality? Oh no. All I want is to meet a real live mermaid. There's not but dreams and adventure that drive me.
Really? That's it? Well, even if you had been after immortality, I doubt it would have been possible.
What? You mean the legends about mermaids being able to grant immortality are false?
They're not. I've encountered my fair share of people who have become immortal that way after all. There's even a word for these individuals. They're known as 800-year immortals.
800-year immortals, eh? So they do exist. Incredible! What became of the third Taishima mermaid, then? The one known as Nagame? She hasn't returned to Ryugu, has she?
She hasn't. Sobae is the only mermaid who returned to Ryugu in the end.
Oh! So she's still out there somewhere, roaming the mortal world as we speak.
You could say that, but you could also say that she's no longer here.
What do you mean? Don't tell me she died!
Well, that also wouldn't be entirely accurate. Oh.
Mm-hmm. What is it, Cersei?
I think I've got it. Figured it out, have you?
What? Really? What do you mean?
Think back on what we heard before.
Before?
Well, there's not much point in dragging it out, so I'll go ahead and tell you. The mermaid known as Nagame.
Check the files, I forgot.
Fuck, where would that be? No. Mermaids, probably. Nagame. It wouldn't be here. I don't know why I clicked this one. I'm just clicking whatever the hell I feel like. I already clicked that one. Probably the legend, now that I'm thinking about it. Almost, but not quite. Oh, probably Taishima. Nope. Definitely not that. Just gotta thumb through my pages. It could be anywhere, truthfully. Probably not here. Definitely not here, but I'm running through there anyway, just for the hell of it. Definitely not here. Probably somewhere. Just do it like this, because there's a lot of overlap between these tabs, so it's like, maybe it's better for me to just start thumbing through it like this. Looking for Nagame. I don't think it would be in here. Maybe in the tails, but we already searched through there and it wasn't there, so I don't know. I have the memory span of a. You can call me a mermaid with the way I have the attention span of a fish. Yeah, it just says that. It doesn't say how she went. Let me review the code here, see if I can find it. Yeah, the third Taishima mermaid. That's all we got. Taishima, the one known as Nagame. Click, click. The one known as Nagame. Click, click. No, profiles are for living people. Except Soba. But you know, if she's there. Makes you think. No, don't go back. Don't go back. I don't want to go back. That would be truly horrific. I would have to redo everything. One returned to Ryugu, one became a curse. Yeah. That one's a Sato. Yes, that one's that. I could just click them. I could just click them until I get it right, but I don't want to do that. Because I want to play by the game's rules, but there's so much. There's so much stuff for me to thumb through. And I feel like I've thumbed through all of it multiple times and I haven't seen anything. So it may just be a thing I have to like, I have to either guess or I don't have the information yet. But I have to have the information. They wouldn't let me go this far if I didn't have the information, is the thing. That's what confuses me. Like, I'm fairly certain they wouldn't let me go. Like, I mean, there wasn't just a thing with the 3 mermaids. I mean, there was, but it didn't tell us, like, what happened to each of them. We're looking for, like, the thing. Yeah, there's this, but it doesn't tell us. It says that they sunk on the island. That's it. But, like, what is that? What does that say for? That doesn't really apply to any of these. Yeah, Sato was sacrificed. Is there a name in here? Yaoi Bikuni. That's the name of the legend, and it's a Sato, yeah.
Hmm.
Just...
Okay, can't be that one. I know that for a fact. Can't be sacrificed. That's a different one. Sealed in the ground is also... So, mummified, I guess? That feels like the only option?
Nagame was turned to a mummy after meeting an untimely demise. Her remains are currently enshrined in an object of worship in a certain shrine.
What? Surely not!
Huh? That doesn't sound right. I was just joking. A joke? I didn't think you were the sort to pull something like that. Ma'am? I'm sorry, I just couldn't help having a little fun. Nagame was captured long ago. She was sealed away deep underground, where she remains to this day.
Okay, so both of the ones that I thought were the only options are wrong. That's cool. Was she sacrificed?
Sacrificed in a faraway land for a noble cause, she continues to watch over the world as its guardian even now.
Nope.
Nagame gave up her existence as a mermaid long ago. She no longer lives as a mermaid, but as a human.
Ah, now that you mention it, that does sound familiar. You mean to tell me that story was true?
Oh, you've heard of these events before? I suppose Miss Somikawa must have heard about it from Sobae. But could a mermaid really have become human? Mermaids are originally from another world, right?
I suppose no harm, no foul if I don't actually get a penalty for it.
Normally it would be unthinkable, yes. But it seems a certain talented psychic managed to make the impossible happen. At no small cost to himself, I might add. Wow, that's amazing.
Can't say I understand why she would do such a thing, though. Why not remain a mermaid? It seems like a bit of a waste to me.
Well, Nagame was a bit different from the other two mermaids, you see. They were serious and dutiful, but Nagame was strongly drawn to the mortal world, and to the humans who live in it. I suppose you could say that she was the opposite of Miss Somikawa, in a way.
You don't say.
More than anything. It seems she was particularly drawn to the idea of becoming human, finding the person of her dreams, and marrying them, of getting to be their bride. That's a pretty cute dream to have. I guess not all mermaids are the same, huh?
Indeed! To think that mermaids could harbor the same hopes and dreams as humans do. I must say, she sounds quite relatable.
Perhaps. I imagine she was viewed as quite the odd soul among her kind, though. Then, a few decades ago, Nagame happened to meet a certain psychic. The two soon fell in love. And Nagame, who wanted more than anything else to become that man's wife, asked him if there was any way she could become human. The psychic searched far and wide for a way to grant her wish, and after decades of toil, he found a secret art that would allow her to do so.
Ooh! Such unconditional love! Such ardent devotion! A mermaid who wished to become human to be with the love of her life. Why, it's like the tale of the Little Mermaid reborn in the modern era. Truly a story to grip the heart. How could I not root for them with everything I have?
Are you sure? I mean, we don't have a mermaid to look for anymore, you know.
No matter. If it was for the sake of such inspiring passion, then I care not a whit. So, Nagame became human in the end, yes? The two of them live happily ever after? I refuse to accept any other conclusion.
Well, that's more or less what happened. So I can say with certainty that Nagame the mermaid no longer exists.
I see. So she's still alive out there, as a human. What a beautiful tale. Why, I wish I could meet her solely to offer my most heartfelt congratulations. No, I think wedding gifts are in order.
Avi seems to be enjoying himself, but this means there's no chance of us meeting a mermaid anymore, right?
Ah, now that you mention it, that is a problem.
I thought so.
A question, Miss Shishiki. I don't suppose there would be a way for us to go to Ryugu and meet a mermaid there. Would there?
I'm afraid not. It's impossible for a flesh and blood human to cross over to the eternal world. Indeed, you'd have to be dead to have any chance of getting there.
Oh, just as I feared! There's little point in getting there without a life to savor it. Although, does that mean there's a chance that Miss Somikawa was able to make it to Ryugu in the end?
That I don't know. Not everyone ends up in Ryugu after death, after all.
I see. And I suppose we'll just have to hope that she was able to meet the mermaid she so admired in the afterlife.
That would be all I can tell you there. Are you willing to give us your curse stone now?
Well, knowing that we have no chance of meeting a mermaid now has thoroughly dashed all my hopes and dreams. But you did share with us a most charming tale of mermaid love and longing. So I suppose I can't complain. Here, the curse stone.
Thank you. Soto, could you take a look at it for me?
Very well. I see.
If you don't mind, there are a few details I'd like to confirm with you before continuing, Avi.
Very well. Go ahead and ask anything you like. I'll even give you the map we used. It usually belonged to you and yours, after all.
Thank you. In that case... I see. I think I know how to lift the curse of the raging waves now. Finally. It certainly has been a long road to get here.
Still, you certainly are knowledgeable about mermaids. Where did you get all this information from?
Well, let's just say I have my sources.
I suppose we can put this down to the vast knowledge of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau as well, eh?
He hasn't realized yet.
Oh, what do you mean?
It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
Ah. She's a mermaid, you're a mermaid, I'm a mermaid. Are there any other mermaids I should know about?
Oh, man. When the entrance to Ryugu was sealed 400 years ago to suppress the curse of the raging waves, rendering the remaining mermaids unable to return home, Tobei was overcome by grief. However, Nagame was thrilled and seized the opportunity to travel the world at her leisure, which deepened the rift between her and Sobei. For the next 350 years, Nagame bore witness to the lives of countless humans around the globe, from every culture and era, and her yearning for life in human society continued to grow. She was particularly enamored by the concepts of marriage and becoming a bride, to find the idea of pledging one's life to someone and living hand in hand with them from then on enthralling. It was this she found herself longing above all else. About 50 years ago, Nagame met a certain talented psychic in Japan. The two quickly fell in love, and Nagame, who by that point had begun to earnestly wish that she could give up being a mermaid and live among humans, asked him whether there was any way she could become human. Wanting to fulfill her wish, the psychic began to search for a lost secret art that would allow her to assume human form. The two overcame countless hardships together in their quest for the art, and after decades of searching, they not only found it, but finally succeeded in perfecting it. However, that secret art would grant Nagame her wish, demanded for a heavy price. For a mermaid, a being who lacked a mortal form in the material world, to gain a body, the caster's own body would have to be sacrificed. Using this art would render them unable to live side by side as human as they longed to do so. The two agonized over their decision. Despite their decades-long search, the different worlds in which they lived continued to keep them apart. As a mermaid, Nagame could neither join him on land nor appear before others. The life together they yearned for remained a distant dream. In the end, the two chose to use a secret art so they could be together in the mortal world. Even when Nagame learned that the psychic, Itensai Shiki, only appeared young due to his supernatural abilities, and been born the Edo period, and already over 100 years old by the time, she loved him no less. Thus did Nagame the mermaid become Itensai Shiki's human wife, Yumeko Shiki, a name given to her by Itensai himself. Although the process of gaining a human body meant she lost many of the memories and abilities she had possessed during her time as a mermaid, she retained all the memories and feelings from her time spent with Itensai, which was more than enough for Yumeko. Since then, Yumeko has enjoyed a fulfilling life, with her human nature and her relationship with Itensai bringing her immense joy. Because of this, she is insistent that her primary identity be that of a housewife, to the extent that she always chooses clothing that will allow her to return to tackling housework at a moment's notice. However, the human body she gains still differs from those of regular humans. Although she appears to age slowly compared to those around her, it is entirely unknown how long her lifespan will end up being. Following her rebirth as a human, Yumeko decided to pay a visit to Sobae in the depths of Issei Bay to explain her decision and introduce her partner. Abandoning her form as a mermaid to become human was a grave violation of the rules they were bound to, and she expected Sobae to receive the news with utter contempt, if not sever her ties with Yumeko completely. But her expectations were subverted. Sobae herself had since forged her own deep bond of love and trust with Mare Minakuchi, one that similarly transcended their respective species, and understood her feelings, thanking her for introducing a tensei to her. However, Sobae never showed herself to Yumeko again after that. After many twists and turns in their quest for happiness, the spirit of a tensei Shiki, who sacrificed his body so that Yumeko could live as human, has come to dwell in the body of a small dog. And he continues to enjoy retirement and a quiet life at Yumeko's side in his home in Tokyo to this day. Even before his retirement, and despite his current form, he remains an active force in the industry, having devoted his time to such things as taking Soto Kiryu on as his protege after discovering his potential, assisting with the management of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau for old time's sake, and sending Yumeko, who knew of the bureau and the work it did, to help out as one of its members. Dude. What a character. And we know about all this. I just wanted to update the thing. They're just like, he got that dog in him, by the way. At the end is crazy. Let's move on to the topic of Cersei's curse stones, shall we? Oh, right. Here it is. One of the locals we ran into earlier is planning to use this curse stone to cause a massacre, so we confiscated it. Goodness! That's far more disturbing than I was imagining. It sounds like you were lucky to escape unscathed. Where is this local now? Well, I'm afraid she managed to slip away after we took her curse stone. I imagine she's fled the island by this point. I see. I suppose she won't be able to get up to any mischief without the curse stone, at least. So, who was this would-be mass murderer? And what exactly was she planning to do? She said her name was Kikuko Tsutsui. She didn't have any spirit sense to speak of, though. She tried to use her curse stone to get Avi to tell her what we knew about mermaids. We managed to fend her off and take it from her. That's right! She had hand mirrors and business cards marked with the symbol that serves the target for the curse, and handed them out around the island in advance for whenever she needed to activate it. A premeditated crime, in other words, and quite a thorough one, too. That was quite a dangerous position you were in. I'll say, if we hadn't caught on to her intentions, I have no doubt we'd be sleeping with the fishes by now. Such is the nature of dealing with curses. I'm afraid. You never know when you might end up the target. No need to tell me twice. I've had quite enough of curses by this point. A prudent attitude. A curse's corruption starts from the heart. Indeed. I'll be sure to remember that. Did you learn what this Kikuko was after in the end? To be honest, I wasn't all that sure myself. Apparently, she was looking to get her hands on a mermaid to impress some tycoon named Yamashina. It seems she's looking for a way to become immortal. What? A tycoon called Yamashima who wants to become immortal? It couldn't be. Oh, you know him? Did she mention where she got the curse stone from? Could Yamashina have given it to her? Actually, it seems like that was someone else. As Kikuko would tell it, she's Yamashina's illegitimate child, but he refused to acknowledge her. While she was pondering ways to gain his approval, this young CEO, his apprentice, swooped in. He offered her a sympathetic ear. And a curse stone to use to accomplish her goal. I think that was the long and short of it. Something like that, yeah. What? So there's someone else involved? It turns out we knew the CEO she was talking about, too. We were pretty shocked. So the CEO was the original owner of the curse stone, was he? What's his name? He's a young man named Kipai Ikoma. Although I dare say young isn't the first word that would come to mind when looking at him. What? Kipai Ikoma? It can't be. Huh? You know him too? No, perhaps they simply share a name. The Kipai Ikoma we know should have died 6 years ago.
Huh? Died? What do you mean?
Would you mind taking a look at this, Avi?
A portrait sketch? And who might this be?
Kipai Koma, you know, wouldn't happen to look like this, would he?
Kipai Koma? Oh no, he doesn't look like this at all.
Yep, this isn't him. I see. Could you give us the curse stone you have, Cersei? Sure. Here you go. Soto, would you mind taking a look at this one too?
Of course. Ah, this is... a curse of Tomoshige. It has the power to cleave its target in two. Ma'am, this is it. The curse from the Toba case.
I thought so.
What? What's gotten everyone so excited all of a sudden?
Right. I suppose we should explain. Name of the man the sketch I just showed you is Kipe Ikoma. He was killed 6 years ago, and his skeletal remains were recently found in Toba. The cause of his death was a curse, one that kills its victim by slicing through them, bone and all. In other words, it's highly likely that he was killed by the curse within this curse stone, the curse of Tomoshige. Huh? Wait, then... but wouldn't that mean...
You're telling me that this Kipe Ikoma was killed 6 years ago? By a curse wielded by Kipe Ikoma?
Yes. In other words... the Kipe Ikoma you know, the company president, is a different man. He used his curse to kill the real one 6 years ago, and assumed his identity.
What? You're telling me he isn't the real Ikoma?
I see. So that's how it is.
In that case, just who is the man calling himself Kipe Ikoma now? I can't say, but it seems like he's quite the dangerous fella. Good thing we managed to take his curse stone, I'll say.
Yeah, pretty shady, pretty crafty. Yeah. At the very least, you shouldn't have to worry about him using his curse anymore. By the way, I believe you said that this Ikoma is Yoshiatsu Yamashina's apprentice? If that's the case, and Yamashina had someone working for him who had a curse stone, could Yamashina have been pulling the strings from behind the scenes? It's possible. We should get in touch with Detective Ide, see if he can't take Yamashina in for questioning. With any luck, he'll be able to detain Ikoma as well. Is something wrong? We already kind of told Ikoma about the Forsaken Fish curse stone.
He did help us out earlier, after all. It only felt fair.
I suppose we can assume that that information has reached Yamashina as well, then. Oh, right. He also asked us to look for a bronze mirror that's used to lift the curse of the raging waves. Still-tide mirror, I think. A still-tide mirror, eh? Just what could he be planning? Either way, it seems we'll have to keep an eye out for any movement on his end. Oh yes, we were hoping you could do us a little favor, Cersei. Seems you don't have a mermaid to be searching for anymore, so perhaps you could use that extra time to help us out? What do you think, Avi?
Yeah, very well. Permission granted.
How kind of you. It's nothing strenuous, I assure you. We just want you to find out Kipe Ikoma's current whereabouts. That's all. Oh, so just an ordinary chore then. We want to focus on getting the Curse of the Raging Waves listed as soon as possible, you see. It would be a huge help if you could pin him down in the meantime. He's definitely up to something. And most importantly, you know what he looks like. We'll ask a detective from the Mie police to look into things there too, but one can never be too cautious.
Both his true identity and goal remain unclear. Be very careful when dealing with him.
I guess that means I'll have to go back to the mainland for now?
We do have some time left before the last ferry set the sail, I suppose.
Okay then. I do want to find out what's going on too, so we'll see what we can do there.
It seems we'll be helping you out with your work, then. In that case, please do consider putting in a word on my behalf.
Alright. I'll see what I can do. We appreciate the help. If you learn anything of note, please leave a message at the station, alright? Got it. I suppose we should see what about lifting the Curse of the Raging Waves then. Let's get in touch with Detective Ide first. We can find Wakamura after that and see if we can't get him to cooperate.
Understood. Let us be on our way then. Oh shit! That's not what I expected to open up. I thought it would be something more on one of these two. Huh? What? Yeah, I'm still wondering about what we missed, but I'm gonna let sleeping dogs lie there for now and maybe come back to it later. Like if we run into a full like dead stop, maybe. I don't know. From Uncle Kudono to the Curse of the Raging Waves, Sato and Tsukasa run around the island, searching for answers to the mountain of problems before them. As long as you tell me. I mean, I'll probably do it on stream is the thing, but you know. Either way, like, you know, it's like...
Let's think back to what has happened.
They're calming down Tsukasa, who had the wrong idea after seeing me with Shotaro by the beach.
I explained at the Kantakisho ruins that I was immortal, and that Mr. Wakamura was planning to hand me over to someone called Unka Kudono. The two of us searched for a way to stop the curse of the raging waves. We also stopped by the Wakamura home to apologize to Shotaro, but no one was there. After that, we met with Suyu, and I learned about who Mare Minakuchi truly was, as well as how the curse of the raging waves have been kept at bay by the bronze mirror she left behind. We also ran into Azami. He looked desperate, saying the Kameshi Maru hand mirror that Kikiko had given me was dangerous, and he was going to go around collecting them. Tsukasa and I handed ours over to him too. Then, after that...
Sometimes I regret putting that message into DD Droid because it is helpful, but every time when I do it, I straighten my back and I hear it crick, and I'm like, oh, fuck. Jesus.
Can't find Mr. Wakamura anywhere. We need to tell him about the bronze mirror as soon as possible. Yeah. Oh! It's those two. Oh yeah! They're the ones who were looking for the old man's place. Excuse me. Oh, if it isn't Sato. Good timing. I've got something to discuss, if you don't mind. Oh, alright. I actually have something to ask myself. Huh? Since when did you get to know each other? Oh, right. We actually talked a bit after the last time we met. These two are from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. They're here to lift the curse of the raging waves. Wait, seriously? Since when does the police deal in curses? We're a special unit dedicated to things like this. I hope it can be of help. Are there any birds around here? Oh my god, there is.
Number 20. Man, we only got 4 left to go. We're knocking this shit out. What the fuck is that one supposed to mean? I missed another one? Buzz Boozler? Number 15. Can I get the number 15? I mean, that only showed up, like, after we went through that. So logic would dictate that it had to be in that previous... Yeah, hold on. Once again, important detours. We gotta get over here. Oh, that's fucking crafty! Dude! Tango in Turkey. The birds do show up on her. Yeah, you're supposed to use the sight to, like, yeah, to see it better, yeah. But they told me about the thing, and I was like, let me look at it, and I looked closely, and I was like, oh, shit. So there we go. Only 3 more. The bird's a type. Well, no, because they're not red, they're blue.
That's the town clock, which is sort of the symbol of this street. Standing quietly at the town center, its gentle ticking marks the years as it watches over people's lives. You end up passing through this intersection no matter where you go on the island. A narrow path with a gentle breeze. It makes for a nice peaceful afternoon.
I had honestly forgotten Yumeko's power allows you to see birds.
Ooh! Ah! Sato, something wrong? Oh no, it's just there's the Kameshimaru keychain lying on the ground here. Ah, you're right. Who just chucked the poor thing out here? Yeah, I almost missed it. I'll rescue it.
It would be really fucking something if they made the achievement pop again. Unbeatable does something like that, and ever since then I've been like, I was like, whoa. And I was like, for a moment there, I was like, what if they did that again there?
There's an old well here. These days, most houses have running water, so it isn't used anymore. That story Sue told us earlier. The bronze mirror was apparently found at the bottom of this very well. Can't even imagine how Mari managed to find it here. That's some real tenacity. You spoke with him yesterday, Sato? Yeah, they're specialists from a special unit called the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. They even saw right through me. Wait, you mean they figured out you're immortal? Yep, first time anyone's managed that. Wow, I guess real professionals can figure out things like that. She seems like she's accepting it, but even Tsukasa probably didn't get everything from that quick explanation. Can't blame her, though. I still fully don't understand it myself.
Thank you for your time the other day.
Oh, not at all. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. That cloak must be so hot. How does he stay so calm and collected?
That's what I'm saying. You've been in the summer heat in that pitch black cloak, boy.
Sheesh. Why is she dressed like a housewife? Doesn't look like police at all.
She doesn't know the lore.
Mind if I start from my side, then? Oh, not at all. The good news is, we figured out how to lift the curse of the raging waves. Really? You have? Whoa, seriously? That's huge! The bad news is, we need a few things to do it. We're in the middle of tracking them down. If that's the case, let us help you. Yeah, what do we need? Well, the first is called the Still-Tide Mirror. A mirror used to hold back the curse of the raging waves. We know where that is! At least, I think we do. You do? We just heard about it from Tsuyu Minakuchi. I see. 5 years ago, Mari Minakuchi tried to break the curse with that mirror, but failed. That explains why people blamed her for the Southern Sea disaster.
And that mirror from back then is still here, and it's very likely to be the Still-Tide Mirror.
Yes, that was what I wanted to talk to you about too. I see. Thank you. Sounds like the pieces are coming together. But there is still one more piece we need. A descendant of the Taishima people. Which likely means Mari Minakuchi's son, Yuzo Minakuchi, would be our best candidate. Yeah, that should work. You know where he is now? Not sure. We've been looking too, since we wanted to pass along what you told us. Alright, we'll go search for him. Really? That would be a huge help. We'll go and secure the mirror.
Time is tight. If we split up, we'll need a point of contact in case we can't find each other.
Could one of you stay in one place? Can one of you stay in one place and handle communications between us? Good plan. Can one of you take that on? A point of contact? It'd be best if it...
I guess if it was Tsukasa.
I'll go look for Yuza. Tsukasa, do you mind being the point of contact? Me? Sure. No problem. Let's see then. I'll wait by the community hall on Chuo Street. There's also a phone we could use. Okay, we'll make contact there if anything happens. Thank you. That'll be a big help. Alright then, we'll retrieve the bronze mirror first, then track down Yuzo Minakuchi and work on lifting the curse. Okay then, Sato. Good luck! If you find Yuza, please tell him everything that Suyu told us. I will. Leave it to me.
Bap. They just be dropping these shits anywhere. I will say, I think the first two parts have, like, got my, the first two streams have gotten my, like, voice trained back up again, because I'm like 4 hours in and I'm still not feeling too tired. So that's nice. After taking steps to distract Kikiko from her plot to unleash a curse that will cause a mass murder on Kamishima, Yuza asks Izami to retrieve the hand mirrors Kikiko distributed across the island. Shortly after, Yuza is summoned for an audience with Yumeko Shiki.
Ah, there you are. You're Yuza Minakuchi, correct? That's me. I was told to come here, so here I am. Huh? Were you sent here too, Izami?
Who, me? Nah, I was just passing by when I heard about what was going on, so I decided to wait here for you.
Ah, thanks, Izami. So, as I understand it, you're the two brave police officers who were sent out here from Tokyo to deal with the curse of the raging waves? Brave? I wouldn't go that far. My name is Yumeko Shiki, and this is Soto Kiryu. Pleased to meet you. Am I mistaken, or did the two of you visit Kamishima yesterday as well? It almost seems as if you ran away at the sight of me. Did I do something to scare you off? Dear me, you noticed us, did you? My apologies. I will explain everything shortly. Before I forget, that fellow over there has business with you as well, Yuza.
Huh? Mr. Wakamura!
He was fairly suspicious of us at first, but it seems we have finally earned his trust. He has kindly agreed to assist us in putting an end to the curse of the raging waves.
Like, really?
Really? But tell me, is it true you're already familiar with this curse? That's what your friend here told us.
Yeah, more or less.
Good. Then it seems we're all up to speed.
I put my finger on it, but there's something mysterious about this woman.
Ooh.
I have nothing further to add. I meant this isn't easy for you, but I appreciate your cooperation. Right.
This man is Miss Shiki's assistant. Apparently, he's not officially with the police. Right now, he's just quietly following orders. But for some reason, I get the feeling he's the type who's really scary when they're angry. Any birds in this house? Yeah, it doesn't look it. He's probably working his gray matter in the overdrive trying to deal with everything that's going on. Wish there was time to explain everything properly. Honestly, I barely understand all this myself. That reminds me. Any luck with those hand mirrors, Izami? No worries there. I got them all back. Every last one? You must be the fastest mirror collector in Japan. I knew I could count on you. Thanks, Izami. Oh? Are you talking about the mirrors Kikiko Tsutsui was handing out earlier?
Huh? How'd you know?
I realized they were dangerous, so I had Izami collect them all. Really? Does that mean you figured out they were the targets of a curse?
Wait, you knew about that? So it was true! What's the deal with these things anyway?
I see. So these curse stones can be used to kill people instantly. Since Kikiko's curse stone was confiscated, the danger's passed.
Phew! What a relief.
What I want to know is how you found out that Kikiko intended to use those hand mirrors as the targets of her curse to begin with. About that. I'm not sure you'll believe me, but...
What? You encountered the Tomakazuki while you were diving and it showed you a vision?
That's the long and short of it. Any idea what it means? Paranormal encounters are your area of expertise, after all. I have known instances of phenomena capable of instilling memories. However, your experience does not seem to fit with any of them. I wonder why that thing looked like you. That's the strangest part in my book.
Hold up. You don't think this Tomakazuki could be kind of cursed, do you?
It is true that some curses are accompanied by phantoms known as curse echoes. Yet as the apparition Yuza encountered warned him of impending danger, it seems unlikely to have been the product of a harmful curse.
You can't tell her when you hallucinated. Yeah, we were just tweaking out a little, it's fine.
That being said, I'm afraid I cannot begin to guess its true nature.
Well, at least that hand mirror curse is dealt with.
That's a load off our mind.
Right, but we're not done yet. One calamity down, one to go. Oh yeah, guess we can't relax till the curse of the raging waves is broken too.
This building is where the neighborhood association meetings are held. Tsukasa must have made the most of her family ties to gain free access to it as a relay station. Apparently, Tsukasa's still inside, waiting to handle the communications. Lucky. I bet it's nice and cool in there with the air conditioner on. To be frank, I have a favor I'd like to ask of you as soon as possible. I understand you must have questions, so we'll come back to that later. For now, ask me whatever you'd like. Regarding that being you encountered, Yuza, what you call the Tomakazuki. While it does seem to resemble the Tomakazuki featured in the folklore of this region, I suspect it was something else entirely. Why? Where are the Tomakazuki anyway? They are both the spirits of armor divers who were lost beneath waves in the past. And malevolent spirits born of the fear armor divers harbor towards accidents at sea. Oh? Shouldn't you be out exercising them then? The latter type of spirit is the most numerous. So long as these fears persist, they will always return. However, they do not possess sufficient power to cause real harm. As long as you carry the proper charms, they cannot affect you. So Seimon and Domon symbols aren't just for show, huh? Indeed. That's why I cannot but wonder what it is you truly encountered down there. Rays of sunlight beaming down amidst this stifling humidity are accompanied by a chorus of cicadas that somehow intensify the heat. So Mr. Wakamura has been trying to end the curse of the raging waves too, huh? I gotta talk to him? Fine. So you found out about the curse of the raging waves then, eh, boy? Yeah, to an extent anyway. I always figured your mother was behind it, and that she was descended from them raiders, but... Wait, really? That's why you blame my mom for the disaster? Well, you had it all wrong. Turns out she's a descendant of the Taishima Islanders, the victims. Seems you know more than you're letting on. Oh no, that's just what Gran said. So you knew about this too, eh? Suppose I should have known. See here, your mother tried to end the curse 5 years ago and failed, didn't she? That's what brought on the disaster. I wasn't so far off after all, was I? Be that as it may, I still owe you an apology for pinning the curse on your mother all this time. Especially seeing as she was the one who found the bronze mirror and held the curse back for us. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. That's nice to hear. Good on you, Mr. Wakamura. At least you can admit when you've made a mistake. When your own instructor comes along and tells you to change your views, what choice do you have? Instructor? Are you talking about that sorcerer friend of yours? That's right. We discovered the sorcerer's identity. From there, it wasn't too difficult to reach an understanding. That's how we earned this fellow's cooperation as well. Seems I misjudged you. If my instructor says you're the real deal, then I reckon you must be. But just to be sure now, you do have a way to end this curse of the raging waves, yes? I can trust you on that?
Yes, there are still a few points we need to confirm, but it is guaranteed to work.
If that's true, then I suppose I won't be needing Nunka Kudono's help anymore.
Nunka Kudono?
Mr. Yamashina has known of a way to break the curse all along.
Well, well.
You know about Nunka Kudono too, eh?
As a matter of fact,
He just yesterday he told me out of the blue he'd found a way to end it. Said he'd tell me what it was on the condition I brought him Sato Shiranami. Information he got from Makoma, I have no doubt.
And he asked for the girl. I see.
and you were prepared to hand her over? Isn't she a relative of yours?
So what if I was? That's got nothing to do with you.
If you say so. In any case, the information Yamashina had for you must be the same as what we have to share. So there's no longer any need for you to betray your own kin.
I'll hold you to that. All the same, I'm not sure.
Is something else troubling you?
According to you, when Mari Minakuchi failed to break the curse, it brought on the disaster 5 years ago, but is that really the truth?
What are you getting at?
Well, if that still-tied mirror worked as it should, there wouldn't have been no disaster, would there? Only leaves one possibility, don't it? That the Raging Waves curse bearer was stirring up trouble.
By curse bearer, I assume you mean a descendant of the raiders of Taishima?
Exactly. If someone of that lineage got anywhere near the Southern Sea, the wrath of the Taishima would churn up those waters into a maelstrom. Anyhow, my instructor swears it's the true cause of the disaster 5 years ago, and I'm inclined to agree.
That's your theory, is it? Now I understand why you suspected Mare Minakuchi's heritage. Now, I gather this instructor of yours never actually accused her of being the curse bearer.
True. Never was sure on that point. That we couldn't be certain given how it'd been 5 years and all. But all things considered, who could blame me for being suspicious of her? No one knew where she came from.
I don't wish to doubt your instructor, but I'm not sure how much water this theory holds.
We cannot rule it out entirely, given what we know of this sorcerer's powers. So you're skeptical, eh? Not as if you have a better idea, though, is it?
Well, you do have a point. The issue remains. If Mare wasn't the curse bearer, who else could it have been?
Well, can't say I figured that out yet, but...
Sorry to interrupt, but I have something to say. Yes?
Assuming my mom wasn't the Raging Waves curse bearer, I have a theory.
See, I've read over the reports of the incident again and again, and there's something I noticed. Oh, and what might that be?
Well... Okay, you called my bluff, Ooh. Well... Oh no, the name of the ship? Yeah, no, I have no idea. Once again, lost in the shuffle. Ugh. Reports of the incidents we go, yeah. Ah! Daiichi Kiyosuimaru, that was it. That's it! The curse bearer was among the crew of the Daiichi Kiyosuimaru!
Well, Mr. Wakamura, is that a possibility?
Of course not. Every last one of them was born and bred on Kamishima, back to their furthest ancestors. That's what I get for clicking the first possible thing. Let me go read the rest of them. My bad. I thought it was like one of those things where you have to figure it out, and it does the thing. My bad. Right. Identity unknown. Right. Fuck. Or it could be either of these, honestly. Actually, no, it could only be a Mamoru. We're the one with amnesia. It's Ome. It's the one with the Anonymous.
Right. Guess I got carried away.
remember reading that the identity of one of the passengers aboard the Ome Maru was unknown. Couldn't they have been the curse bearer? Interesting. Well, Mr. Wakamura, what do you know of this mysterious individual?
The Ome Maru. That was Yukiji Nishikawa's boat. As I recall, according to the departure declaration, the Ome Maru had taken someone on board. Someone in business on the mainland who had research to do. But no name was given. No one had a clue who they were.
Oh, I thought the point of these declarations was to keep a record in case of an accident. Sounds to me like someone was careless.
Can't deny that.
This passenger was never identified?
No, but mind you, eyewitness reports say that when the Ome Maru set sail that day, the captain was alone on board. So maybe he picked them up from the mainland, or maybe they never boarded to begin with. Who's to say?
But you do think it's possible that this person could have been the curse bearer?
Could be, if it wasn't Mare. It'd make for a hell of a coincidence, though.
Unfortunately, since this Nishikawa fella isn't around, there's no way to find out.
I already apologized, so I can't say that much concerns me anymore. All I care about now is putting an end to the curse of the raging waves.
Where shall we begin? 400 years ago, when Onmyoji sealed the entrance to Ryugu in an attempt to contain the curse of the raging waves, and left behind instructions as to how the curse can be broken after 400 years has elapsed. There are 3 steps that must be followed.
Just 3, huh?
First, thou must... Oh, God. Oh, okay. First, thou must unbind my seal, risen from the depths with the iron box. Second, thou must offer the still-tide mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Third, let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. That should be the wording, if I remember correctly. Let's consider each of the steps in turn.
I take a screenshot.
I mean, yeah, this feels like a lot I'll need to remember. First, as to the iron box, that refers to the container in which these instructions were kept. It surfaced when the entrance to Ryugu was unsealed. It stands to reason that the seal mentioned in the first step must also have appeared somewhere.
What is this seal, anyway?
It's the Onmyoji's own symbol, the same symbol used to seal the entrance to Ryugu. This is what it looks like. I expect we'll find a mark identical to the one on this map somewhere on the seafloor.
The marked location is likely the sanctuary mentioned in the second step. It should be in the vicinity of Kamishima.
Oh, actually,
something tells me there's a pretty good chance that seal's already been taken care of.
Huh? See, I found something like that when I was out diving this morning, and,
I don't know what came over me, but I just went ahead and yanked the chains off.
You what?
Seriously, Yuza?
I felt pretty guilty about it at the time, but I'm sure it was the same mark, so that means we've already completed the first step, right? If anything, you could say unbinding that seal was what all my diving training was for. That's one way of looking at it. In any case, all's well that ends well. Good work, Yuza. Moving right along. The second step centers around the still-tide mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice. That's gotta be the mirror Mare Minakuchi found, which we have just retrieved from the shrine in the bay. From what I heard, that mirror is what's been holding the curse in check all these years. That's right, and now it must be offered to the sanctuary. The former site of the Taishima Sanctuary should lie in that area. Perhaps it is the location we seek. In that case, I reckon the hole where I encountered the Tomikazuki is the most likely spot. After all, it only appeared a few months back. Can't think of anywhere else it could be. That does seem likely. The only problem is there's no way through.
Huh? How's that?
Well, there's a powerful current in there. Going too far and it'll drag you down to the depths in an instant. That does not strike me as a natural phenomenon. It is possible the sanctuary lies within. And perhaps one must have the still-tide mirror in hand to pass through safely. That makes sense. And it seems the way forward is clear, as far as the first 2 steps are concerned. Right, that just leaves the third. The final instruction stipulates that a descendant of the Taishima Islanders must carry out these tasks. Meaning you, Yuza. That's why I was called here, huh? Well, I've already undone the Onmyoji seal, so I'll just have to take the still-tide mirror through that hole and offer it to the sanctuary. We're counting on you, Yuza. If you pull this off, the curse of the raging wave should be broken for good.
Let's hop to it then. I'll take you out in the boat.
Thanks, Azami.
Like this is the job for the patron saint of diving.
The patron saint? Who are you talking about? Don't worry about it. It's a private joke.
Well, I do hope you're taking this seriously, Yuza. The fate of the curse rests with you. Don't worry, I'll get it done. Breaking curses is what living legends like me were made for.
Is that so? Glad to hear it. But before you go, I have one last question to ask you, Yuza.
Oh, and what would that be?
Well, how should I put this? It's a delicate subject. Mind if I have a private word?
So, what did you want to talk about? Super clear, if you're looking to grow pearls, I don't know anything about that.
That would require delicate handling, but that's not what I meant. Yuza, when you got caught up in that disaster 5 years ago, did you by chance encounter a mermaid?
Huh?
I did, but
How'd you know about that?
good of you to tell me the truth. That makes this easier. As for how I know, that would be because it's the only possible explanation.
Meaning...
Come now, Yuza. A mermaid has cursed you with immortality. You're an 800-year immortal.
What?
You can't hide the truth from me. These eyes don't lie. I assume it occurred during the disaster 5 years ago. You must have nearly died. But then you were revived by a mermaid and made immortal. Surely you must have realized this by now. Yeah, you got me.
I'm an immortal boy with an undying body.
Why did this happen to you, I wonder?
I wish I knew. If you can tell me more about it, would you mind filling me in?
I suppose that's only fair. What would you like to know?
I was wondering, does me being immortal have anything to do with my mom? I mean, is there any chance she could have been a mermaid?
None whatsoever.
Oh.
In all likelihood, you received your immortality from the mermaid Sobae. You see, Mare Minakuchi was a descendant of the clan that was tasked with escorting Sobae back to Ryugu. That much I'm certain of.
Is that why she tried to break the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago?
I can only assume so. However, as the seal over the entrance to Ryugu had yet to break, things didn't go as planned.
Does that mean Sobae could still be nearby? Maybe she's living in the sea around Kamishima.
I'm afraid there's little chance of that. See, when the entrance to Ryugu was unsealed 3 months ago, Sobae would have been able to return home.
Oh. Well, I guess that means Mom's duty was fulfilled in the end. That's something at least. You know of any way I could meet this mermaid?
You don't give up easily, huh? Are you another mermaid fan?
Another fan?
Those foreigners who visited the island recently were also very keen on meeting a mermaid.
Oh, you mean that author and his young guide?
Sure do. You've spoken with them, I take it?
Actually, no. I never met them. But I saw them when I had that vision.
Is that so? Well, all I can tell you is the same thing I told them. Meeting a mermaid is no longer possible.
Does that mean there's no way to visit Ryugu either?
The thing is, Ryugu is pretty close to what's typically referred to as the afterlife. You might say it's the space between our world and the land of the dead.
There's no way to travel there? None at all?
Sorry, no. You'll just have to accept that. Earlier you said a mermaid cursed me. What exactly did you mean by that? That's what it sounds like. For 800 years, you'll be incapable of aging or dying. What is that but a curse? Your very existence defies the law of nature. You can hardly be turned human. You are now an anomalous being, something closer to a spirit. Though for that matter, I'm in no position to talk. Huh? Still, I feel sorry for you. What possessed her to curse you, a mere child, I should like to know. I always thought that mermaid saved my life. What, was I wrong? Well, that depends on how you look at things. Personally, I wouldn't call what she did saving you at all. At the end of the day, she saddled you with an existence worse than death. Is it that terrible? It's only been 5 years. People around you probably think you're a late bloomer. We'll give it another decade or two, and your static appearance will start to stand out. And should you ever meet with a would-be fatal accident in public, it's all over for you. If your immortal nature is exposed, you'll be bombarded with public scrutiny at best. At worst, you'll be captured and experimented on. Either way, from that moment on, you'll never be able to lead a normal life in human society again. Yeah, just scare the shit out of him, yeah. Humans have always coveted immortality. Countless dream of it even today. But the reality is, only the first few decades of your existence are bound to be enjoyable. It's only going to get harder for you as time goes on. Humans were never meant to live for hundreds of years. A lifespan that long is unendurable. And speaking as a member of law enforcement, the existence of immortal beings must be kept hidden, or all sorts of problems can arise. Problems? Like what? Well, it's not easy to keep a lid on these things these days. Doesn't take much to incite a panic or start a war. Just last year, there was that ruckus over the right of resurrection, if you'll remember. Suffice to say, whenever I track down an 800-year immortal, I can't just leave them be.
What are you saying? Are you going to arrest me?
Ordinarily, I would. Protocol dictates that I capture any 800-year-old immortals I find and seal them in an underground vault. That's the fate I was thinking of when I mentioned that being immortal is an existence worse than death. Ugh. Don't worry. I've got no intention of taking you anywhere just yet. You're a special case. The way I see it, you're essentially the victim here. Not to mention, I need your help breaking the curse of the raging waves. So it seems like we'll have to find a way to compromise. I don't know why, but you're looking for information about mermaids as well, right? Well, for starters, mermaids aren't meant to interfere in the lives of mortals. Even their kind don't approve of that. Really? In fact, generally speaking, creating an 800-year immortal is flat out forbidden. Despite that, Sobae made you immortal. In other words, this mermaid went out of her way to place a curse on you. I guess that settles it. Her intent wasn't to save me after all. Exactly. I was hoping you'd be able to tell me what made her go that far. But it turns out you're just as clueless as I am. Yep. And all we know for sure is that something happened between Sobae and your mother that day. And that led to you being made immortal. Whether that was simply to save your life, or for some other reason. There's unfortunately no way of knowing. There's something else that's been bugging me. Can mermaids create 800-year immortals at will? As in, you don't really have to eat their flesh? Actually, you do. You can't become immortal without ingesting a bit of mermaid flesh, even if it's a tiny piece. However, it's not as simple as cutting off a slice. Mermaid flesh withers away the moment it's severed and loses all of its efficacy. In order for a mermaid to create an immortal of her own volition, she would have to allow a human to bite her directly. How could that happen without the human's consent? I mean, I was barely conscious when I became an undead boy. I mean, an 800-year immortal. Like I said, even the tiniest piece, a mere scrap of their tail, would do the trick. You could move someone's jaw while they were unconscious and get them to bite. It's not impossible. Oh, damn. This was a lot more forceful than I was imagining. All I have to do is bite a living mermaid and you become immortal? Pretty much. Though I assume few mermaids would consent to that. But that's how it works. But if the flesh has been severed, ingesting it wouldn't extend your lifespan at all, huh?
I see people catching a mermaid.
That's right. Ordinarily, anyway.
Ordinarily? You mean there's an exception?
If a mermaid's flesh is cut within the confines of Ryugu, it won't wither away. It just grows back.
Huh.
Well, I've got you here. I guess I might as well ask. Is there no way to reverse immortality? You wouldn't be the first 800-year mortal to seek that possibility. But unfortunately, the answer is no. The moment you become immortal, you lose your mortal form. For good. I see. And is there no way for an 800-year immortal to die? Other than by waiting for their lifespan to end? No. It is simply impossible. That is what makes it a curse. Not that I want to experiment, but what would happen if, say, I threw my body into a furnace or a vat of acid? The instant it resulted in death, you would begin to reform, starting from the part of you with the largest remaining piece of your heart. Every other part of you would then vanish. Ugh. No matter how beyond repair your body becomes, it will be healed when you resurrect. I see. On the other hand, you won't be healed if your injuries aren't fatal, no matter how badly hurt you are. For example, taking the furnace scenario you mentioned. If your body remained in the furnace after you resurrected, you would burn to death again, then revive again, and so on in an endless cycle, all while fully conscious.
I mean, yeah, that tracks with what we heard about Sato and her drowning thing, but yeesh. Shit. Sounds like hell.
My advice? Be very careful not to fall into any bottomless pits.
Right. I'll be sure to keep that in mind if I ever go near one.
By the way, you mentioned I'd resurrect from the part around my heart. Does that mean if my head was cut off, only my body would regenerate? Well, yes, that should be the case. What would happen to my consciousness, my memories, my thoughts? All that's stored in the brain, isn't it? That's a tough one. As I mentioned, every part of you except the one that resurrects will vanish. So it seems likely that everything inside your head, including your consciousness, would vanish too. That can happen?
Does that mean my regenerated body would have an entirely new consciousness?
Well, it seems 800-year immortals do sometimes have fuzzy memories after they resurrect. I've never known anyone who tried what you're describing. It's possible your consciousness would be reinstated, carried over just as it was before. Though it's equally possible that it would be divided or become a new entity. There's no way to know unless you decide to test it out yourself. Divided, huh? Look, I wish I could make this easier on you, but there's nothing I can do. Yeah. Still, so long as you stay put on this island and keep a low profile, I'm prepared to leave you be. You've managed to keep your mortality a secret for 5 years now, after all.
Thank you. I swear I'll do everything in my power not to get found out, so please,
don't arrest me. But I'm curious. What were you intending to do if you found a way to meet Sobae? Honestly, at first, I just wanted to thank her for saving me, but after what you've told me, it's changed. How so?
Well, now I'm more curious to hear about why she decided to make me an 800-year immortal, and what happened with my mom that day.
Can't say I blame you. And I understand where you're coming from, but it just can't be done.
Even if I can't meet her, isn't there some way I could learn the truth?
You can't ask her directly, or communicate with her in any way. But you know, I heard you have no memory of the incident 5 years ago. Is that true?
Huh? Well, yeah. The doctors reckon it's because of the shock. Even my memories of meeting a mermaid are really hazy.
Then isn't it possible Sobae told you something that day? If so, the memory of what you heard must be buried in the depths of your subconscious. If I can find a way to remember it, but I wouldn't even know where to start. Where did I find my memory of a mermaid? I don't know. The only piece of advice I have for you is to think back. Delve into your memories and scour them from corner to corner. Huh. Think about it. You must have encountered Sobae before. All you need to do is locate your memory of that time. All right then. We'd better head back, or your friend will start to wonder what's happened to you. Right. Thanks for answering my questions. Welcome back. Everything okay, Yusa? Of course. If it wasn't, I'd have had to make a dramatic entrance. Ha! Glad to see your usual oddball self. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. Well, I dare say that covers everything we need to discuss. It's time the two of you were on your way. If that curse won't break itself. Come on, Yusa. Future Kamishima is riding on you. Right. I'll do everything I can. Minakuchi boy, Yusa, if you end this curse, I'll see to it that the rumors about you go away and that you're hailed as the hero of Kamishima. So get it done. You hear that, Yusa? This is a chance to clear your name for good. Sounds like a fair deal. You can count on me, Mr. Wakamura. Ready to roll, Yusa? You got that bronze mirror with you? Yep, I got it right here. Ready when you are. Since the seal's already taken care of, all you gotta do is check out that hole you found last time, right? Yeah, this will be a piece of cake. It's just there and back. I could do it in my sleep. Nothing wrong with being confident, but don't get cocky. You still gotta be careful down there. Good luck, Yusa. I'll be waiting right here. Ugh. You're way too exploratory last time. Yep. Now, where was it? Was it this way? No. Oh, it's where of course, where the bubbles are rising, Perry, you idiot. Good. Looks like that powerful current is reduced. Should be able to make it through now. Only one way to find out. Place feels vaguely familiar. Have I been here before? Maybe I'm just imagining things. Nice hole. Tunnel here. Is this the right way? There's an open space here, but it's pitch dark. Could this be the sanctuary? I think I brought my flashlight. Let's see. There. Now I can see. And have a good look around. Any birds in here? This way should take me further in. That stone archway over there. Could that be the entrance to Ryugu? I should take a closer look. This would be to the left of the entrance, I think. Nothing here, though. It's hard to get my bearings, but I think this is to the right. Nothing here but a wall. Proceed. Stone archway. It could be the entrance to Ryugu. But nothing happens when I go near it. I guess humans really can't travel there after all. So, all I need to do to break the curse is leave the bronze mirror here, right? There's lots of puddles on the floor. I'd better watch my step. I felt a presence back there. What was that about? It seemed to vanish whenever I switched on my flashlight. Yeah, turn out the lights and look behind you. Yeah, no. That's a great idea, Yuza. Ugh! I gotta turn my flashlight off. I started to sense that presence again. I just figure out what direction the sensation's coming from. Oh, this is cool. It's using like the surround sound. It's gotta be here then. Maybe I should try making an offering at the mirror near the archway? Still not sure this is right. I turn around. All I can see is the way I came through. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly I'm supposed to be doing here, because it feels like it's a red herring to put the goddamn mirror down. But it's like I'm just not sure. Because like they want me to find something here, but like maybe I should just do it for now and come back later. It's not like they ever lock anything off in these games for good. Okay. Here goes nothing. Nothing's happened. Did that do it? No way. I must have done something wrong. Well, that clearly didn't work. Maybe I should take another look around or something. Oh shit, there we go. Ah, what the hell is that? Wait a minute. Is that the mermaid Hayase? Not in the flesh, but what's it called? A curse echo? Like the imprint of a curse. Oh, what if this mermaid's echo indicates the presence of the curse? If so, now's my chance to offer up the still-tide mirror. Now, curse of the raging waves, heed my call and trouble us no more! Ah, there you are. Good work out there. We felt it the moment you pulled it off. The curse of the raging waves is gone for good, and it's all thanks to you. Indeed, a job well done. The cursed aura that once enveloped the island has faded without a trace. Really? Whew! We sure couldn't tell, but turns out it worked. You hear that, user? You did it! Yeah. Now we can finally relax. Well, that certainly is one problem taken care of. Now my assistant and I can focus on another issue that requires our attention. Already? Thought you got a lot on your plate. Naturally. Our convenience is of little concern to the paranormal. There you are! I've been looking all over for you! Oh, hey, Tsukasa. What's up? Not you. I'm talking to Miss Shiki. There's a call for you over at the station, ma'am. A call? I suppose this must be a police matter. Understood. I'll head over there right away. You'll have to excuse us, but if there's anything else, feel free to contact me. I will. Thanks for everything. So, spill! What happened with the curse?
It's gone. Yuza ended it.
Yay! Nice one, Yuza!
I know. You know, I reckon I got a knack for this. Maybe I'll go into the curse-breaking business. Hit me up if you need any other curses broken.
You never know. That might be your true calling. Maybe it suits you even better than being an Amadiver.
Come to think of it, we better let old man Wakamura know how it all went down. Where'd he get off to anyway?
Don't ask me. Maybe he went home?
Probably. How about it, Yuza? You want to go see him? Yeah, okay. I suppose we did make that deal. But it can wait until after I've had a chance to change clothes and take a breather. I'm beat. Fair enough. I guess it's not like there's any hurry, huh? In the meantime, I'll go work on the boat. Let's meet up later, yeah?
As for me, I'll track down Sato and Suyu and fill them in. Later.
I don't trust that easy. By the way, Yuza, you haven't given up on finding that mermaid, have you? Any new leads? Sort of. Miss Shiki shared some information with me earlier when she pulled me aside. Really? Oh, I guess experts on the supernatural would know about mermaids too, huh? So what'd she say? Did you find out what you have to do to meet one? Actually, it turns out the mermaid who saved me isn't in this world anymore. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It means she's gone back to Ryugu, the world beyond. Apparently it's a place between this world and the world of the dead. Wait, really? Does that mean mermaids aren't from our world? I guess not. Well, sounds like you hit a dead end. Hey, Mr. Wakamura, you in? We come to tell you the good news. Yuza did it! He broke the curse. So you better keep up your end of the deal. Maybe he didn't hear you? Hey! Anybody home? I'm coming in! Huh. The door's already open. That's weird. Mr. Wakamura! What the? Mr. Wakamura! Don't tell me he's... Oh no, the misery. I don't believe it. That wound, did a curse cause it? But we ended the curse, didn't we? Not that one. That is a real deep one though, too. Oh yeah, I guess we did. I did. When I did save, it did say to the sanctuary, so I guess that does make sense why both of them went. Man, shit is just happening. Oh man. I haven't taken a break. I should probably take a break. Then I'll come back and maybe do like 1 or 2 more, depending on their length. We do need a good third act finale, yeah. But yeah, I'll be back in a moment. Alrighty. Let's see. Which one do I want to do? We didn't really get a... It's been a while since we did like a full Sato one. Like the point of contact thing, that was just like a... That was a tiny one. We can do this one. Sato entrusts Tsukasa with being the point of contact while she goes to search for... Actually, well, I could do this now, yeah. Might as well. I probably should have done it sooner. Just get it out of the way, and it'll probably be a short one, and then we can get the next one. After that, I met with Yuza and told him I had heard from Suyu and Miss Shiki. Needed him to come to the community hall to lift the curse of the raging waves. We do need to fill out every node. Make sure we do that, so we can, get everything done. But after that, I headed somewhere else. This time for my own purposes. I needed to find a bird sticker at the lighthouse. Speaking of which... You got me fucked up! You gotta be fucking go back, go back, go back, go back.
I'm not actually that mad. I'm just a little fucked up in the head. Fine. It was so dark in there.
Oh. On the ceiling, maybe, again? Oh my god. No way, that's a mockingbird! How'd it get down here? Maybe it's a kind of spirit being that appears in reaction to something. The jiving Javas. It was worth it to see them with a boombox. Get me out of here, though. This is the only one to audibly react to them, yeah. Oh, there they are. Any birds around first? I should probably check that. No, this is a pretty limited space. Hold on, before I say anything, I should go over the plan in my head one more time. Okay, let's think about what I need to do now. These two have a special box called the Tomate Bako. I need to get it from them no matter what. And to find a way to convince them to hand it over. It's the only chance I'm going to get. I'll share what I know bit by bit to hook their interest and negotiate from there. Really not sure I can pull this off, but I have to try. Excuse me.
You rang?
Yes, can I speak with you for a moment? I know you don't know me, but
Permission granted.
oh, thank you. Oh, don't mind him. He always gets a little carried away. Right. So you're Avi, an author, and Cersei here is your guide.
Indeed. Great to meet you, Sato.
I've actually heard talk about you around the island.
Oh, really? It would seem we've become quite famous in these parts.
I'd say you're more on the infamous side, but sure. Now I think about it, this is my first time meeting someone from overseas. I do feel different somehow, but I can't quite put it into words. Wow, her blonde hair is so beautiful. I've never seen it in person before. And her outfit also looks so unusual. Maybe it's traditional clothing from her country. Hello. Oh, hello. That's interesting. I sense something peculiar about you. Huh? Do you? It's definitely strange, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Are you really human? Huh? I think so.
Hey now, Cersei. That's an awfully rude thing to say to someone. Do forgive her. She still doesn't quite know how to start a conversation.
No, it's fine. Sorry. No, really, it's fine. I heard you were searching for a mermaid. Is that true?
Oh, tell me, young lady. Do you perchance know of a mermaid? Because if so, you must tell.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know anything about a specific mermaid. Oh, please don't look so disappointed. I feel bad now. You see, I'm rather interested in mermaids, so I was hoping I could ask you a little more about them. Now you look both disappointed and annoyed. Did I say something wrong? Oh, the last person who asked the same thing nearly cursed us to death. What?
Indeed, the people on this island are nothing but trouble. I've had enough of it. You're the same, aren't you? You're just after immortality like everyone else. Admit it.
Well, I just steers the conversation towards the Tamasabako. What should I say? No, not at all. You got it all wrong.
Oh? Then why are you after a mermaid?
Well, mermaids are real, then I just want to meet one, even if it's just once.
Oh, I see. Chasing the legend, are we? I must say I have a soft spot for ambitions like that.
I'm glad to hear that. Did you manage to find any?
Ha ha ha! As it happens, 400 years ago there was an island near here called Taishima. There are legends that tell of 3 mermaids who lived here. Hayase, Sobae, and Nagame.
Oh, so there were 3.
But sadly, even after all our painstaking research, we've confirmed the meeting any of the 3 is now hopeless.
What? No way!
My advice on meeting mermaids is this and this alone. It's time to give up. Unless you happen to know things we don't, of course.
Oh, I see.
You see, that's why we decided to give up on the Issei Bay mermaids, take in the sights of Kamishima, and head home. There are mermaid legends scattered all across the world. We have all the time in the world to begin the search anew.
Oh, so it really is that hopeless.
Plus, we can't linger on this island much longer anyway. Cersei's condition and duties are also starting to be an issue, you see. So we must be taking our leave here.
Hold on. They left. Damn, that was no good.
You fucked up big time, Sato.
Yes, I must become immortal. Everything depends on it. If you know anything, I sincerely ask you to tell me.
Ha! There it is. Your true colors. I knew it. You think I just hand over the Tamate Bako I struggled so hard to obtain?
Oh, so you really have the Tamate Bako?
Huh? What's that? I've never heard of this Tamate Bako. I need him to explode.
But you just said you wouldn't hand it over to me.
No. You are mishearing things, young lady. I have no idea of what you speak.
Please, I really need it.
Alas, young lady, our research has made one thing clear. Trying to meet a mermaid in this place is futile. You see, that's why we decided to give up on the Issei Bay mermaids, taking the sights of Kamishima and head home. There are mermaid legends scattered all across the world. We have all the time to begin the search anew, yada yada. It is that hopeless. You do need to think each time. Boop. I didn't mean to look. I don't like looking. I forget if there was... Oh, yeah, there was another thing in Admit, yeah.
Please, I need it no matter what.
Ooh, look at the fire in those eyes. Looks like there's more to this. Very well. Tell me your tale. If it arouses my spirit as an author, I might just be persuaded to hand the box over.
Really? All right, let me explain. I'll tell you, but you have to promise you won't tell anyone else about this.
Of course, I swear it. My lips are sealed tighter than a well-corked bottle.
Is that supposed to be reassuring?
Don't worry, we won't go breaking any promises.
All right then, where do I even start? Truth is, I'm what's known as an 800-year immortal. I'm already immortal.
How? What? Is all that true?
Wait, are you just trying to say that... You trying to say that you are that Asoto from Kurosawa? The real one? Yes, that's probably me.
Whoa, so that's why you're doing all this.
Wait, no way. Are you being serious? Yes, completely serious. Which is why I need that Tamate Bako, no matter what.
You do realize what you're saying is crazy, right? Anyone else would be dead against it.
Please! All I need is that Tamate Bako. Avi, what do you think?
Are you sure you're alright with this? I can hardly call it sane.
Yes! This is what I want more than anything!
Very well. In that case, amazing! Such stunning spirit! I'll be happy to support that resolve, even if I stand alone. This was the reason I found the Tamate Bako in the first place. Here, take it.
Oh, thank you so much.
Now that we know the situation, it only makes sense for you to have it. You should have just said so sooner. That said, I would also like to know how things turn out, So be sure to let us know, okay?
Of course. I won't forget this kindness as long as I live.
Ha! Think nothing of it. That does mean I should apologize to you, Cersei. After all that trouble we went through to get it.
Well, you seem enthused enough by this turn of events. If you're happy with your choice, I don't mind.
Also, as I'm sure you already know, you still need mermaid flesh.
I know. I'll figure something out.
Oh, so you have a lead on a mermaid? I'm intrigued, but I'll leave it at that for now. One more thing. Carrying the tomate bako may draw some unsavory types. Be careful.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Well, we're heading back to the mainland to look for them anyway.
Ah, yes, if they're sightseeing on Kamishima. We're supposed to return post-haste.
I see. Well, thank you, and good luck. Hello? Is anyone home? Oh, am I kidding? I know no one's here. Any birds? In my own home? Not in my own home.
In this home. Stuff.
All sorts of things are scattered on the floor here. Even with this much storage, people still leave things lying about. Guess some things never change. This is the Minakuchi family altar. There are memorial tablets for Suyu's husband, her son Tosuke, and her daughter-in-law Mari here. I'm sure they never expected they'd all go before her. Must have been hard to deal with. Okay, I'm here. A light with a wooden frame. Looks like this design evolved from those lamps with paper shades. I'm glad this older look still turns up here and there.
Or are we moving? Is what I'm curious about. Out of the goddamn chapter, apparently.
Sliding glass door leads to an outdoor spot to dry laundry. Doesn't get much sun, though. Household shrine for the sea god. Almost every home around here has one. We're heading out to sea. Everyone always stops to pray here first. Once they come back safe, they pay respects again to give thanks. I visited this room so many times while helping look after Suyu. The owners are away, but people on this island don't usually lock up all that tightly. I also been asked to come while they were out to help with chores, so by now I know the place well.
I wonder if I'm supposed to, like, do something on a different route to make it so that somebody shows up here? Maybe? Because, like, why else would move, like, eject me from the chapter fully? Is, like, where my head's at? I'm not certain. Either way, she has the box now, so that's something, at least. But her having the box, that doesn't affect this. I know that much, because that doesn't have the insignia on it. Seemed to be another route in the dialogue tree. Well, yeah, but I think that's like... I'll save, but I think that's just more so determining on whether or not you have, like, the box or not. I don't know if you need to fill that out, but couldn't hurt. Yeah, it doesn't check off the options like usual is the thing. So it's like, I don't know if there's, like, a point for me to do all this right now. Like, this is checked off. But the other ones aren't, even though I don't know. It's a bit weird.
I'm not certain. I guess I could just leave it there and come back. Because it feels like I should just leave it there for now. Because she has the box? I'm not sure. Just when the curse of the raging waves have been lifted, and it seems Kamishima no longer has any curses left to bear, Yumeko receives a phone call that changes everything. That sounds pretty bad. Hello, this is Shiki speaking. Miss Shiki, it's me, Ide from the Mie Police Department. Oh, Detective Ide. What is it? After we got your call, we went to look into Yamashina, and that Ikoma guy you mentioned was working for him. Oh, that's right. How'd it go? Not well, that's for sure. We found the old man murdered in his own home. What? What on earth happened to Yamashina? Well, we tried getting in touch with his secretary first, but he wasn't responding to any attempts to contact him. They went to his house together, but ended up having to use a spare key to get in there, as there wasn't anyone else around. Looking around a bit, we found what looked like a cell in one of the outlying buildings that had been shut up tight. A cell? Yep, we found Yamashina there, collapsed in a pool of blood. We called an ambulance right away, but we could tell at a glance it was already too late. That bad, was it? Worse than bad. Just remember it sends a shiver down my spine. He had this massive wound, like a sharp blade had sliced right through his torso, bone and all. So it seems like now the curse has, like, shifted its target. What? First thing that came to mind was the skeletons in the Toba case. Pretty reminiscent, don't you think? Very, but it couldn't be. Do you have an estimated time of death yet? We're still investigating, but the blood wasn't even dry. I'd put it within the past few hours. The curse stone housing the curse of Tomoshige has been in my possession the entire time. There's no way anyone could have used it. Yeah, that is a point. Yeah, My thoughts exactly. Yamashina's quite the big shot in politics and business around these parts. There's worry news of his death might cause a stir, so higher-ups probably want us to keep mum about it for now. I see, that might be for the best, yes. Weren't there a load of rumors about some succession crisis going on with him? There were indeed. Though according to the man himself, he'd already chosen his successor, and handed his will to his lawyer to boot. Well, really? That should make things go more smoothly, at least. Wait, you don't think there's the possibility that might have served as a motive? You mean the culprit might have been mad they weren't chosen as his successor? I can see that if he hadn't left a will, but you said he had, right? True. Perhaps they didn't know about it. Either way, there are more people out there who'd want Yamashina dead than you can shake a stick at. Finding our culprit based on motive will probably prove tricky. I see. I can't imagine you'd be able to swing around a katana in that tiny little room. Wouldn't be the work of some supernatural phenomenon again, would it? I'm afraid that's looking quite likely. Geez, you sure can do some terrifying things with these curses. How are we even meant to investigate this stuff? Our usual methods don't mean a thing if you can just curse someone to death like that. Oh yeah, we looked into it and we were able to confirm Yamashima had a man named Kipe Ikoma working for him. What I hear, the guy's also wanted for solicitation of murder? He is. Although we only have testimony to go on right now, so we can't say anything for certain. Still, having the exact same name as that victim in the Toba skeleton case is pretty damn confusing. It seems Ikoma gave a curse stone, a dangerous tool that lets you curse others to death, to a local woman with the intent of causing a massacre. Jeez, scary to think there are tools like that around. Wait, what happened with that woman then? From what we've heard, she seems to have escaped from the mainland. Oh damn, really? I'll put a warrant out for her arrest then. Thank you, Detective. I'll let you know the details later. Oh yeah, about Ikoma. Someone apparently spotted his company car stopped outside Yamashina's place today. So I had a warrant put out for him as a person of interest. Oh, impressively quick thinking. Well done, Detective. By the way, there's a high chance that Yamashina was killed by a curse contained in one of those curse stones I just mentioned. Oh man, I figured that might be the case. If Ikoma did indeed stop by Yamashina's house today, he's looking increasingly suspect. Yeah, Looks like we should prioritize tracking him down. But it sounds like the guy was a favorite of Yamashina's, if anything. If he really is the culprit, what could have driven him to kill the man he owed so much to? I can only assume they had some sort of falling out, perhaps over the matter of succession or the like. I'd assumed that Ikoma was the successor Yamashina mentioned, but it seems that wasn't the case. Either way, I think we can definitely say he's up to something, even if the solicitation to murder stuff is true. I'll step up the pace of the search for him. You two take care too, alright? I'll get in touch if there's anything else to share. Please do. From the sounds of things, we should make dealing with this Ikoma our first priority. I wonder how Cersei and Avi fared in their search. I imagine they've made it back to the mainland by now. We have yet to hear anything from them. Ikoma might still have access to his curse too. The situation is more dangerous than I thought. We should probably get back to the mainland as soon as possible. About that. Seems the last ferry off the island has already left for today. Oh, darn it! That means we're stuck here as well! We'll have to stay on Kamishima for tonight, yes. I'll arrange somewhere to stay. Nothing to be done about it, I suppose. Thank you, Soda. It won't be long before the sun sets. And yet I can't help but feel like there's another storm brewing on the horizon. Oh, great. Being tasked by Yumeko to search for Ikoma, Avi, who has fulfilled the goal of his trip, and Cersei, feeling better with the curse of the raging waves cleared, choose not to return to the mainland straight away and have fun sightseeing in Kamishima. Oh dear. You're doing so much better after the curse got lifted. I didn't notice the time. Got so carried away with sightseeing, it's already pitch black out here. You're right. Time sure flies. Last ferry already left, so I guess we'll have to find a place to stay for the night. Shouldn't we be heading back to the mainland to go after Ikoma? Well, there's only so much we can do now. Not as though we're being paid for it. Let's not lose sleep over it. I see. Very pragmatic of you. Hold on, I'm getting more parrot. Dude, no. Dude, no. I'm slipping. I'm a fraud. 1 second. Where the fuck are you? Jesus Christ. I'm pretty sure that one was on the screen at some point. Tutton Teal. Alright, now we can look for birds in here. Or I guess out here. I don't see any, but my eyes have been wanting to Hi. Whoa! There's someone there! Well, well. I thought I recognized that voice. So it was you, Mr. Barnum. Mr. Ikoma. I'll leave the talking to you. Weren't you put in charge of the search? I'm counting on you. Get the info we need.
Okay. Leave it to me. So, when did you get to Kamishima?
Did I surprise you? I arrived on a chartered boat just before sunset.
Now, wait just a moment. You just say you had a fear of the sea and that boats were a no-go. You gotta keep your character traits straight, else the proofreaders will tear you apart, you know?
True? Well, as it happens, my condition was miraculously cured earlier today. So I was able to come here after all.
Miraculously cured, is it? Oh, come on. If you're going to just throw in convenient plot devices like that, it's a total disservice to the art.
Whatever. I have more important things to ask you.
A whole lot of things, as a matter of fact.
Sure. What is it?
That is a whole lot of things. Why'd you ask us to come to Kamishima to search for the steel-tide mirror?
Well, it's simple enough. If something like the Curse of the Raging Waves truly existed in these waters, surely it would be best to see it lifted, no? And it seems that it has in fact been dispelled! You did not disappoint, Mr. Barnum.
Oh, well, it's not like we actually did anything to lift it, though.
Is that so?
We did learn that the bronze mirror once belonged to Princess Hatsune, who was sacrificed to appease the curse, however.
Mr. Akama, how'd you know the Curse of the Raging Waves had been lifted?
Well, to be honest, it's hard to put into words. But it seems as though I've gotten a little bit of spirit sense myself. I suppose the curse must have been what caused that ominous aura to surround this island before. No?
I see. I suppose someone with a bit of spirit sense will be able to tell where the curse was still around with ease.
In any case, since the curse has been dispelled, the matter of the bronze mirror is also settled. You have my thanks.
I suppose you're right. You're welcome. So, about Azusa Kumasawa, the descendant of Taishima.
Oh? I don't remember telling you her name.
Ha! That is no obstacle to a man of my caliber. We figured it out in no time.
Did you now? Very impressive. I suppose I ought to apologize on her behalf. She is rather difficult to deal with, is she not? So, did you manage to get a hold of Tamate Bako then?
Come again?
From what I understand, she was last seen going out to sea on a boat with a foreigner. She has evidently been missing ever since. Forgive me. Seems my hesitation to introduce you to her has caused you some inconvenience.
No, really. Don't worry about it.
So you're after the Tamate Bako too, Mr. Akama? How come you're so calm when you already know what happened?
Believe me, there were times when I wasn't, but at this point, things like that no longer matter to me.
Things like what?
The Tamate Bako. In fact, it seems as though I no longer have any use for it. I admit there's been some tension between us, but what do you say? Why don't we put all that behind us?
We can't check if we have the card. I mean, I guess I could if I click that dialogue option.
Whatever became of Miss Somikawa is no longer of any concern to me. In hindsight, I suppose I should have introduced you much sooner.
You might be misunderstanding. What about the business card you gave me? It was a target of the curse. You care to explain?
Excuse me? I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
The symbol on your business card turned out to be the marker for the curse.
Dear me, this is the first time I've ever heard such a thing.
Oh, so you didn't know?
Of course not. That emblem is a treasured symbol of that Unka Kudono bestowed upon me when my company was founded. Unka Kudono? You mean Yamashina? So then you really had no idea. You said it was used as a curse marker? That's a serious accusation. Well, you're implying that Unka Kudono was behind such a scheme? That's outrageous! But you have to admit it's hard not to come to the conclusion. These groundless accusations are deeply insulting and absolutely infuriating. I will not tolerate such insolence from anyone. I honestly expected more from you. All right, calm down, sorry. Look into it some more, okay? Very well. It's the least you could do. The sheer audacity. Insulting a man's business card and benefactor. How utterly disgraceful. I insist that you take it all back. I'm truly, deeply sorry. Just overwhelmingly apologetic from the bottom of my sorry heart. So let me get straight to the point. You know a woman named Kikuko Tsutsui, don't you? He just came right out and said it. Huh? Kikuko Tsutsui. Ah, yes. The young woman from Kamishina that used to work at my company. Was that her name? You used that girl as a pawn in one of your schemes, didn't you? We nearly died because of her, you know. I beg your pardon. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know anything about that. I most certainly did not put her up to anything so heinous. Oh? So you're saying you did not give her a curse stone, then? Helping her recognized by Yamashina, since she was his illegitimate child, or something like that? A curse stone? Kudono's illegitimate child? What on earth are you on about? You really have no idea? Don't try to pull a quick one. Who filled your heads with such nonsense? As a matter of fact, we heard it straight from Kikuko Tsutsui herself. She told you all that? Where is she now? I demand to know what compelled her to come up with such a ridiculous story. She's not around anymore. I'm afraid talking to her won't be an option. I see. Anyway, whatever she told you, that girl is delusional. What a troublesome fantasy she crafted. Indeed. Who'd you get the curse stone from, then? I'm afraid I know no more than you do. So why'd you come all the way out here to Kamishina? Ah, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. More than anything else, I would like to take care of my business right away. And what may that be? I actually wanted to ask you about it. I believe there's a woman by the name of Sato living on this island. Wouldn't happen to know of her whereabouts, would you? Sato? Alright, I think I met a woman with that name earlier today, but I have no idea where she might be now. I see. So you're not familiar with her? Bad news. I bet he's after the tamatebako I gave her. No. It can't be. There's no way he'd know about that. Maybe he knows she's immortal, but if he's simply after immortality, why bother with that and not just go straight for the tamatebako? Very well. Thank you so much. My apologies for keeping you. As I need to continue my search, I'll take my leave now. Yeah, good luck with that. You sure about letting him go? Wouldn't it be better to restrain him? Well, there wasn't enough evidence to do so. You think he's actually innocent and Yamashina was the one pulling the strings the whole time? I don't think we know enough to judge. Well, it's not like he can get off the island that easily, so maybe we should just report that we saw him. Good point. He mentioned a chartered boat. Maybe we can mark it to keep an eye on it. Turns out staying another night at Kamishina was the right call after all. I gotta hand it to myself. I'm just a genius. Anyway, let's go report to Miss Shishiki and call it a day. Whoop. Okay. So that, I imagine, would play out differently if you didn't have the, if you didn't give her the Tamate Baka, because they made a note of it, even. Interesting. Anyway, we'll probably do this one and wrap up for today. Kipe Ikoma is the prime suspect behind Yamashina's death. Having asked Surki and the others to search for him, Yumeko hears what they have to tell her. I see. So we can be certain that Kipe Ikoma is on Kamishima right now? You can feed into bad ends. Yeah, probably. Yep, no doubt about it. I do intend to see as much of this game as I can, so I'll probably get the bad endings that I didn't get in, where I didn't get them in the first game. So we'll see. From what I gathered from the islanders just now, there are signs that someone landed a boat in the Gulf on the underside of the island. It must have been Ikoma. So he's come like a moth to the flame. Ma'am, that started to sound a bit diabolical. I think the fatigue is getting to you. When did you find the time to go around getting information from the islanders, Soto? Ah, yes, I took advantage of our rest break earlier to make a few inquiries. I appreciate the hard work, but shouldn't you have taken the time to rest? Stopping to take a breather every now and then is important too. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult in this line of work. A single moment of complacency could prove fatal. Sometimes I really do wonder if we live in the same world. Since when was society so violent? Just make sure to rest when you can, alright? Don't push yourself too hard. No need to worry. I'll be sure to get enough rest. Thank you for your concern. Hold on. Man, we're only missing the one. And we're so close. We're so close, but we still haven't encountered it. How is there still a thing in gameplay functions that is like a mystery, by the way? That's crazy. How deep are we in this game? Let me look around for Bird real quick. Alright, doesn't look like we have anything. Despite the strength of her abilities, Cersei's still a child. I was worried about keeping her up so late. Apparently exorcists do most of their work at night, so she starts feeling more energetic around this time. Just me, or is this industry something of a bad influence? Avi ended up being quite the key figure in all this, although I doubt that was his intention at all. Those driven by their dreams rather than profit do have a tendency to drag everyone else with them in their wake. For better or worse. I suppose it's a bit rich coming from me, though. Perhaps. I was sure you and Avi would have returned to the mainland by now. I had no idea you were still in Kamishima. Oh, well, we were having so much fun sightseeing, time just got away from us. You were sightseeing the whole time? I suppose it worked out for the best, so I can't complain. Still, from what you've said about him, your description of Ikoma is quite different from what we've heard about the man on our end. We can hardly believe our ears either. I think Yamashina had already been killed by a curse. Police are searching for Ikoma as a suspect in his murder. Talk about a bombshell. Yeah, it was a real surprise. And you say that Ikoma seemed to have no idea about either the cursed stones or what Kikiko Tsutsui was planning? That's right. Swore the accusations against him were absurd, all while looking innocent as a lamb. It's entirely possible he's just feigning ignorance. I wouldn't believe him so easily myself.
We have no proof of his crimes, after all. All he has to do is pretend he knows nothing, and our hands are tied. Still, there's a warrant out for his arrest now, no? Can't you throw the book at him here and be done with it? It would be dangerous to do anything rash. I'd like to at least get a better idea of his intentions before making a move.
Still, with Soto and Cersei here, I don't think we should have anything to fear from paranormal phenomena. If worst comes to worst, surely you two could restrain him by force? Well, we probably could deal with most things. But in the event we couldn't, the situation would likely end up being completely hopeless. Right. I don't even want to imagine what sort of situation that would be. By the way, is it true that Mystery Coma can use curses without a curse stone? Based on what we've heard of the scene of Mr. Yamashina's murder, I think we have to conclude that he can.
That's fucked up. How will this affect the power scaling?
So it is possible. What does your assistant over there think? Oh, good idea. Let's see what Soto has to say. Soto, how likely is it that Ikoma could use that curse without a spirit stone?
Ah, yes, about that.
They just used the fucking thing from the first game, that's great.
There have indeed been cases of powerful psychics using the spirits of the dead to cast curses on others. However, doing so requires a great deal of skill. Only a handful of people would be capable of such a feat. Even fewer would be able to do so with a curse capable of killing people in a single blow, let alone over a distance. Man did say you had a bit of spirit sense. I suppose that wouldn't be enough, though. Not at all.
My thoughts exactly. I see.
Though if I were to speculate... Oh, so there is something? Curses are not always born from the spirits of the dead, you see. If a number of people were to harbor a strong grudge for decades, even centuries, that grudge itself could become a curse. I see, I see! A supernatural equivalent of strength in numbers, eh? You could say that. Still, it would take a large number of people holding a grudge over an extremely long period of time to achieve. Suppose it's a bit unlikely that Ikomo would have access to a curse like that. This would be why curse stones are so dangerous. Access to one allows even amateurs to use highly potent curses.
You heard that just now, I hope?
Yes, I'm sorry already.
So the work you want us to handle is all done now, right? Yes. It is.
Thank you for your cooperation.
I'd appreciate if you could help us out a bit more, so I won't be letting you go just yet. Oh. Did you see where Akoma headed after you parted ways with him?
Sorry, I don't really remember. But if he chartered a boat to get here and stopped it in the Gulf, wouldn't we be able to nab him eventually if we hung around there? Unfortunately, I don't think it would be so simple. If he stopped it somewhere out of the way, we'd struggle to find it in this darkness. That's true.
Well, if we really get stuck, I should be able to find out where he is using dowsing. Just let me know, and I'll give it a shot.
I thought your target had to have some sort of spiritual energy for you to find it.
That's right. But he said himself he had some spirit sense, and he has a pretty unique aura, too. I think it would work. That would be a huge help. We'll keep that in mind. Still, something doesn't quite sit right with me about all this. Ikoma must have known it would have been harder to escape pursuit here. What could have brought him here despite that risk?
Oh, I could shine some light on that, actually. I believe he said he was looking for a girl named Sato. He'd be awfully keen on finding her, too.
Sato? You don't mean Sato Shiranami?
Oh, you know her then?
We do. A girl with quite unique circumstances, to be sure.
Could that be why Akoma is looking for her?
But what is he planning?
Ah!
So chances are high Akoma is still looking for Sato, then.
If so, it would be in our best interest to find her first. If nothing else, it would put us in a good position to bargain with him.
Agreed. We should try to... Is something wrong? You said that a coma arrived on this island before sundown, yes?
Indeed.
If he's really that keen on finding her, surely it wouldn't take him that long to do so. Finding a single girl on a small island like this shouldn't be difficult. All we'd have to do is ask around, no?
You have a point. I thought he's been wandering in circles all this time.
Maybe he isn't looking for her that seriously after all. Or he had some other business he wanted to take care of first.
You there! I finally found you!
Who do we have here? If I'm not mistaken, that would be Mr. Wakamura's son, Shotaro. Long time no see.
You're from the police, right? You gotta help me! My old man, he...
Mr. Wakamura? Has something happened to him? What? Mr. Wakamura was found cut down in his own home?
You're not saying... The clinic's doctor is taking a look now, but I saw the wound. There's no way you could have survived that.
I tried to call the police, but Yusumi Takuchi told me to come get you instead. I see. Thank you for letting us know. We'll be there right away.
Ma'am, given the timing, can we assume this is Ikoma's handiwork?
Chances are high, yes. If you don't mind me asking, mister, did a man called Ikoma drop by your house at all?
What, Ikoma? You're saying he's the one who killed my old man?
Calm down. You know him then? He's in his 20s and he's wearing a suit, though he looks really old for his age.
Yes, that's him! I met him earlier today!
You met him? When?
Today, just before sunset, a man I'd never seen before came up to me. He said he was head of an event company and had come here to gather information or something. I'm pretty sure his name on his business card was Ikoma.
What? He gave you his business card?
Yeah? What about it? And he said he wants here to gather information. I've been looking for Sato Shiranami. Wait, Sato? You're saying Sato has something to do with that guy?
Alright, everyone. I'm going to head to the Wakamura house with Shotaro here. So no, I leave searching for Sato Shiranami to you, Cersei, and Avi. Find her before Ikoma does and take her into your custody. I'm counting on you.
Understood.
Wait, we have to help out too?
Please do. The more people we have on hand, the better.
Now, Shotaro, lead the way.
Right. Huh? Wait, over there! That's him! Ikoma!
What? What's Ikoma doing here? Seems he hasn't noticed this yet. Can we move now? Or should we let him go for now to get a better idea of what he's up to? No. First things first, see whether my suspicions are correct. This aura. I knew it!
Ma'am, is he?
There's no doubt about it. He's an 800-year immortal.
He noticed us! Man, whenever there's some shit going on with like, oh, they look blank for their age, you can kind of assume, but like, damn.
He's running away!
Man, should I give chase? Please do. Follow him and find out where he's headed. On it!
Don't be reckless. Keep your guard up and be careful. Looks like we have a change of plan. Cersei, Avi, you're coming with me. Let's go.
Oh, man, I was gonna stop, man! You can't just...
One more. One more. Sato hides in the Kantakisho ruins at night, where she finally comes face to face with someone.
Fuck, they're lucky this game might actually be better than the first one.
Who might you be? It sure was a hassle to get out here. Looks like I made it just in time.
Huh?
You aren't an easy one to find, you know. But at last, we finally get to meet again. My dear Sato.
Can you please answer my question? Who are you?
Are you being serious? Isn't one of your usual silly acts? Come on now, really? You forgot me after what, just 400 years? That stings, you know.
400 years?
Oh, fuck.
Okay, so I know this guy claims to be Kipe Ikoma, who's apparently another 800-year immortal. That's not the real issue. I didn't know who he really is. Not who he claims to be. I don't think he's about to come out and tell me. Looks like he enjoys being cryptic.
Dude, this shit is crazy.
No, I didn't expect him to just say he knew me 400 years ago. That's a huge clue. Who exactly was he 400 years ago? If I push a little, maybe I could draw it out.
Get a curse stone.
But man, did I really come across as that spaced out even back then? Oof. So you're saying that you knew me from 400 years ago?
Well, we never met directly then. I can hardly believe it.
He's getting closer.
Who'd have thought my dear Sato was Princess Hatsune all along?
How did you know I used to be called Hatsune?
Back then, 400 years ago, I never realized it was you. Sorry about that.
Huh? He knew about me?
And the story goes that Princess Hatsune was offered up to hold down the curse of the raging waves, sleeping for ages down there, huh? Who knew immortality could be put to such a creative use? Truly selfless. Admirable stuff. Brings a tear to my eye.
Not really. Wasn't any other choice. Wasn't actually asleep, so it was pretty awful.
Also, could you please answer my question instead of going off on your own tangent?
Well, turns out the resentment I bore was heavier than the curse you were holding back.
Oh, I told you to stop!
Wait a second. The resentment you bore?
Thanks to that, ever since then, anytime I got near Taishima's waters, raging storm would well up. Every time. I've tried countless times over these 400 years, but each and every time, my ship went under. I've had my fair share of trouble too, you know.
But then, that would make you the Raging Waves curse bearer.
Alright. I guess I ended up becoming quite the legend here on Kamishima, didn't I?
There's only one person you could really be then!
Oh? Sounds like you finally remembered me. All those centuries have passed. Would you be so kind as to address me once again? I just need to double check. I just need to double check exactly what, you know? They're probably gonna prop it up on me and I need to double check. I forgot his name too. Yeah. Sumitaka? Many questions remain about the accuracy of Princess Hatsune's legend, including Sumitaka's age. Yeah, I think that's it. Come, call me by my real name once more.
Right. The files from the past made it clear. Ipe Akoma's true identity is...
Sumitaka? Come on, that's not even close. Do you really not know? Okay, I looked at the wrong thing. My bad.
Damn. I guess I don't know.
Try again. Come on. You should remember it. Speak my real name.
My bad. This is a lot to handle, you know?
I feel like I've been fucking up more than usual. But like, in my defense, there's so much to keep track of. This is so much more of a dense game than the first one.
Like, woof. I fold. I've been here for 10 minutes poring over these I just don't know. I just don't know. Forget it. This is just getting tedious. I'll say it. Listen and be awed. 400 years ago, I was a vassal of the Kuki clan. Commander of the raid on Taishima. Komatsu Sanamune. Didn't I fucking put Sanamune and they said it was wrong? Didn't I say that and it was wrong? No? I must have wigged myself out into thinking that couldn't be the right name. That's right! Komatsu Sanamune! Vassal of the Kuki clan and commander of the raid on Taishima. I knew it! So the Raging Waves curse bearer wasn't a descendant. It was you! The commander himself! Which means this is all your fault! You caused all of this to happen. Everything that happened to Taishima and the mermaids! Yeah, enough of that. Enough? Are you serious? We're in the Showa era now. Digging up ancient history won't change a thing. Besides, my whole army was sunk along with Taishima. I had a pretty rough time too, you know. Lucky for me, I was immortal. Otherwise, I'd have definitely died alongside them. How could you seriously stand there and play the victim with a straight face? My side's the sadder tale. Botched the mission, lost all my men, and I couldn't even go back to the army. I worked so hard to join the Kuki clan, and everything was back to square one. Years on the road with no real purpose. Hundreds of years since then, through the Edo period to now, constantly changing names and identities. It was all so tough. Most people would hear my tale and show some compassion, you know? I could not care less. Honestly, I don't. Alright, you were just sleeping through it all, so you wouldn't understand the pain I had to go through. Oh, shut it! I was conscious the whole time. My memories are all scrambled because of it. I see your fearless attitude hasn't changed a bit. I love it. And I see you still never listen to anyone. Hold on. What am I talking about? Am I starting to remember something? Do I know this man from my past? Ugh, I don't remember a thing about him. I can't imagine ever getting along with him either. There's one thing I have to ask him. Before anything else, there's something I need to ask. Go on. I was wondering, did you come to the southern coast of Kamishima about 5 years ago? Yes, well deduced. You mean that day they call the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster, right? I was keeping an eye on Mare Minakuchi, or should I say, the Somakawa line. Figured if I timed it right, I might snatch some mermaid flesh when they return to Ryugu. What? So you were out at sea then? You caused the raging waves? Oh yeah, I pulled some strings with the local fishermen and headed out. The moment we hit that area, that massive storm formed. It wasn't just my ship either. A bunch of others got caught up too. What a day. Mare Minakuchi went missing. I didn't find my mermaid. It was all a total disaster. No way! You're the reason that disaster happened 5 years ago? Do you even realize what the people of Kamishima went through because of that disaster? Come on. I needed a mermaid flesh to get in good with Uncle Kudono. What else was I supposed to do? You know how it is. Can't live a normal life without a family register these days. Every few decades, the old one gets tricky to use. I always need to find a new one. Around that time, I just started with a new identity of a young man named Kipae Koma. I was just trying to get results fast. Got a little impatient.
Can't really blame me, can you?
Ugh! How could someone be so selfish and heartless? I can't even begin to describe how furious I am right now. Forget trying to reason with him. He's beyond forgiveness.
Whoa there, easy. Come now, my dear Sato. Just relax. You won't get far trying to apprehend me anyway. Might be better if you just hear me out.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means our little chat hasn't arrived at our main talking point just yet. See, today's the day the curse of the raging waves has been lifted at last. That's the only reason I could come here in person. And trust me, I've got a very specific reason for coming here and talking with you. Right, you've been looking for me, haven't you? What exactly do you want? Don't tell me you also plan to hand me over to that Uncle Kudono person. Well, yeah, that was the plan at first. You know how it goes. Nothing wins a person the power's favor like the promise of immortality. If someone actually achieved it, all the better. You would be the literal living proof, and an offering, all in one.
Couldn't you have just used yourself as proof?
What? Don't be stupid. That'd blow my cover. Think it through a bit, will ya?
Right, of course.
Besides, I have my own goals. I needed mermaid flesh to achieve them. Trying to find mermaids would be so much easier with someone in power backing me.
Yeah, well, I couldn't care less about your goals.
Ha! Fair enough. To be honest, I don't care about that goal anymore either. Akakudono's gone now. And besides, I found you.
Huh?
That's the real reason I came here. My true goal. The whole damn point of it all.
Me?
Indeed! I'm not just looking for any 800-year immortal. I want you, Sato Shiranami. You.
Whoa, what are you even saying? We never even met, did we? There's no connection between Komatsu Sadamune and me.
Oh? You're still not getting it? That's odd. I figured you would be the one desperate to see me. You really don't remember?
Remember what?
That Komatsu Sadamune crap was all just a name I borrowed 400 years ago. Wasn't my real one. Never was. So you made me do that puzzle for nothing. Awesome. You and I go way, way further back than that, Sato. Our bond is so much deeper.
What are you talking about? Further than that?
After all, you held onto that bronze mirror I gave you, no? Kept it close all this time?
Wait, the mirror?
Go on. Say it. You remember, don't you?
That's it. I know who he really is.
He emphasized 400 years. This guy has us by the fucking will of his finger. It's Tomoshige. It's Tomoshige.
Taira no Tomoshige!
At last. Glad you finally remembered. Correct. Welcome back, Usato of Kusawa.
Wait, Kusawa? That's right.
This is a lot. Where's the new stuff? It's usually like a blip. Having eaten the flesh of a mermaid and become an 800-year immortal, Sato spent years wandering across Japan. Eventually, with the help of the Onmyoji Tsuchimikado Haruge, she made her way to Taishima, an island believed to be rumored home to mermaids, and lived there quietly. The islanders, duty-bound to protect the mermaids and the entrance to Ryugu, were accepting of her and her circumstances, and Sato was finally able to gain the peaceful life she'd been searching for. Having changed her name many times during her years of wandering, she was going by Hatsune at the time. After she had spent some time there, Kuki Sumitaka, under whose jurisdiction Taishima fell, grew fond of her and took her in as her adopted daughter. Initially unaware of her true identity, Sumitaka eventually discovered immortality, but, even so, continued to treat her the same as he always had, and Sato came to trust him as well. Following the invasion of Taishima, Sato sacrificed herself in order to quell the curse of the raging waves, with Harukage's ritual causing her to fall into a deep sleep within the sacred land at the bottom of the sea. The seal on the sacred land was set to break 400 years later, which is in fact to awaken Sato from her slumber. Komatsu Sadamune, the vassal who goaded Kuki Yoshitaka into invading Taishima, was in fact Taira no Tomoshige, who had eaten mermaid flesh and gained unnatural longevity. Unable to let go of his dream of reviving the Taira clan even after 400 years, he got wind of rumors of mermaids being worshipped on Taishima, and infiltrated the Kuki navy under the name Komatsu Sadamune, plotting to uncover the sacred land. However, his rash and impulsive destruction of the sacred land ended up triggering the curse of the raging waves, and his plan ultimately ended in failure. Although caught up in the sinking of Taishima, Tomoshige could not die, and was swept away to sea by an unknown fate. He never directly met Princess Hatsune, and as such the two remained unaware of each other's existence. I see. That's a lot. That's a lot to drop on me at once. They're like, hey, here's a rug pull. Here's another rug pull. And it all more or less connects if you really think on it. It's like, okay, cool. I remember now. Everything's coming back to me. You're Lord Tomoshige. Heh. I've waited long for this moment, Asato. You're telling me you became an 800-year immortal as well? I can't believe it. Indeed, I ate mermaid flesh to become an 800-year immortal just before you did. 800 years ago, we sailed out searching for mermaids, trying to restore the Heiki name to glory. We found one, sure enough, but those Genji bastards had laid an ambush. They attacked us, tore us apart, but seeing we both had become immortal, we both continued to live our separate lives. I never knew! I thought I was the only one left! I spent all these years thinking I was the only one. You and me both, Asato. It truly is a miracle that we were able to meet like this once again. Listen, Asato. When I realized his body couldn't die, I decided it was my fate to use it in whatever way I could to restore the Heiki clan. The grief, the hatred, the curses on my bloodline who died screaming in resentment. Carried all of it with me in this body. They screamed at me, "You'll finish what we couldn't! That's why you're immortal, damn it!" Their voices never stopped. Centuries of the family's rage clawing at my skull. Every day. Every night. Yeah, that's the way he would be able to do it without wielding a stone, yeah? Even so, nothing ever worked. But I knew I couldn't just give up. That obsession of mine rotted into resentment, festering for decades, centuries, building and twisting inside me. Until, finally, centuries of resentment and rage congealed into a curse. Something I could control, wield. A curse, born from that obsession. The bronze mirror I carried absorbed that same resentment, and over time it transformed into a curse. Shut out of stone. You should probably get that checked out. So your goal... I thought that was more of a urinary infection. Was to use the power of that curse in the flesh of a mermaid to restore the Heiki clan? Indeed. That vow was all I had left. It was the one thing that kept me crawling through these 800 years of hell. I sucked up to people in power and gathered followers, all so I could build an immortal army. But it couldn't be out in the open. Everything had to be done in the shadows, always unseen. Even with immortality and curses on my side, it was damn near impossible. No matter what I tried, power was always out of reach. The path to reclaiming the Heiki name was always filled with peril.
was always one fucking problem after the next. Nothing ever went the way I wanted. Damn it! Before I knew it, the world had changed into one where military power alone was no longer the key to control. I just don't have the power or the time to rule this goddamn new age. Fuck it all! And so, here we are. Before I knew it, my 800-year lifespan was burning out. The end was right there, staring me in the face. That's when something broke in me. All that was left was emptiness. 8 centuries and nothing to show for it. Just the truth. That I'd achieved nothing. Tell me, Asato, what the hell were those 800 years of giving it everything I had worth? What was it all for? Can't say. When I realized my lifespan was finally coming to an end, I almost felt relieved. Like dying might actually finally set me free. It was then that I happened to hear of you. That you, Masato of Kusawa, were still alive on Kamishima. Also as an 800-year immortal. That moment was the first light to pierce my darkness in 800 goddamn years!
Whoa, aren't you exaggerating a little?
Not at all! This is an 800-year-long miracle of fate! Asato! Don't you see? Back then, when the Heiki fell, you were the only one who stayed with me. You were the only one who comforted me. When my final date comes, which is probably soon, not gonna lie, I want it to be with you. It's the only thing I want now. If I could just have that, then maybe this was all worth something after all. Why'd you have to kill, like, everyone, though? Was that necessary? No. You understand, don't you? You must. But the curse kept me from ever setting foot on Kamishima. So I manipulated Akakudono. I used him to reach you and claim you all for myself.
Wait, hold on. This is getting a bit too much.
What's so funny? Oh, Sato, you're blushing. You truly are so lovable. No need to act shy now. 800 years ago, we were bound by a vow of love.
What? We were? I don't remember that.
You kept the bronze mirror I gave you, did you not? That should be proof enough.
What? No, that's not what you think.
Come now. We certainly took the long way around, you and I. Finally found our way back here.
After everything, meeting again like this can only be a blessing of fate.
This is what our curse of immortality was all for. Our final, glorious crossing into the next world, together!
No. I mean, yeah, it is the end, but...
You've been waiting for it too, haven't you? The day this cursed life finally ends. Come, Asato. Let's meet this day together. Let's finally be free of all this endless pain. Really is him. Lord Tomoshige. Remember him now.
He was always just like this. Yeah? Yeah, man?
All pride and vanity, puffed up with his own importance. The very image of an arrogant Heiki. No wonder he failed so spectacularly. Anyone would, acting like that. And still, part of me can't help but feel sorry for him. I am Masato of Kusawa. At the end of the Heian period, I worked as a maidservant for the Bureau of Onmyo. That's where I first met Tairo no Tomoshige. By chance, he took a liking to me, and made me part of his household. After the fall of the Heiki, the world spun into chaos. We were too busy surviving to think about anything else. I remember those days now. We ran from one hiding place to another, and I had no one to depend on but him. Those memories are so distant now. Just it's hard to tell them apart from something I might have seen on a TV show last month. And now that I think about it, the only reason I kept that bronze mirror after the attack was because it was the one thing I had left when I washed ashore. It was the only clue to who I was. Held onto it out of loneliness, that's all. As a trace of a past I could barely remember. I'm afraid I never even had a shred of affection for Lord Tomoshige, even back then. Okay, so now what? Well, why are you so silent? Say something. You know as well as I do that our lives are almost up. Could be over by tomorrow. What are you hesitating for?
Hey, Sato! Say something!
I'm talking to you nicely, and you just stand there like a fucking idiot? Wake up!
All you need to do is be grateful and come to my side. That's it. Stop being so fucking pathetic!
But what if I refuse?
Are you fucking kidding me? Refuse? After all these years, there is no refusal! You would dare defy me? There was never even a fucking option! Come with me, right now. If you dare try to say no again, I'll ensure you receive due punishment. I have harsher methods I can use.
Harsher methods?
I told you, I could use a curse, remember? A curse that targets a certain pattern and slices anyone with it clean through. Nice and painful.
But even if you use that to hurt me, if I just hold on until tomorrow, your time will run out. You'll never get what you want.
Are you really that fucking dumb? Why would I use it on you? You're immortal.
Huh?
Before I came here, I handed out dozens of business cards with the target pattern to people on the island.
You wouldn't!
With just a flick of my wrist, these stupid islanders will be dead in an instant. You get what I'm trying to tell you, right?
You're holding the people here hostage?
They're just insurance. A way to ensure you'll come with me. In fact, that old man Wakamura was so stubborn about handing you over, I had to deal with him first.
What? You mean you killed him?
So what do? You have two options, Asato. Time to choose. Obey and come with me quietly, or let your selfishness condemn these innocent people to a brutal death, and come with me only after you watch them die.
No.
I don't know, man. I'm just feeling like I'd be a horrible person if I chose anything else.
No, I still can't. I won't follow you. I refuse.
You selfish little brat. Very well. I'll make you regret that choice. Let's see how long that defiance of yours holds out. We went with someone threatening everyone. They killed everyone anyway. Yep. What? Oh shit, for real? Hold on, it's cracked. That definitely means that we get something from doing it, though. Dude, not the 5 vine booms in a row. 6. Let's see what happens. Fuck it.
No, I can't. That's the one thing I just can't do. Very well. I'll do as you wish, Lord Tomoshige.
Finally came to your senses. You think you could ever defy me? Should have known your place from the start, you worthless peasant.
I'm sorry. In the end, I gave in to Tomoshige's threats. Maybe, just maybe, there was still some way to fight his curse, but when those memories of a distant past came flooding back to me, fragments of a life long gone, I thought of this man who spent 800 years chasing one purpose with such stubborn, hopeless purity. Something in me must have wavered.
800 years to grow and change the person that fucked it up. Yup.
Before I knew it, I had chosen to face the end together with this pitiful man, Tomoshige. And so, before our time finally ran out, we sank to the bottom of Issei Bay, fading into foam upon the sea. As the curse that had sustained us for 8 centuries at last began to unravel, I felt my senses slipping away. Beside me, Tomoshige drifted in silence, his face calm, almost childlike. I stared at his smile as he slowly faded away. A strange calm came over me then, as my consciousness began fading into nothingness.
Bada boom, baby. There we go. 2 endings, 1 stream. Both of the endings that we have gotten suck ass. Did we miss a few? I guess. We'll have to go back and see what we can do, yeah, because we definitely have... Yeah, we got 1 and then 4. So I'll definitely have to go back, probably to some of those cracked ones, and work my way around, see what I can do. Yeesh. Either way, that's a problem for tomorrow's 6-hour stream.
Forgive me. I won't be able to spend the next 800 years with you.
Ooh, there we go. Yeah, it has to be something with, like, these, right? Absolutely, like... There's no way it's anything else. Like, these have to be linked to endings 2 and 3, but... We have been going for 6 hours. So I can't really do that right now. I might just risk it and, like, look up how to get endings 2 and 3. Just because I'm curious about the specifics on those, but I am worried that might, like, spoil something I haven't gotten to yet. But, we'll have to see. If I'm careful with it and I only scroll a little bit, they can wait, maybe, but I don't know for sure. I'll flee at the first sight of danger. But maybe, yeah, but that's impatience talking. That's impatience talking. Maybe I can just wait. You're right. Yeah. But yeah, no, I guess I will go for now. Thanks again for stopping by. I'll be back with more of this tomorrow. My throat does not hurt at all, by the way. My throat does not hurt at all. Like, my shit has been, like, fine. So yeah, I guess I'll see you tomorrow for another one that's probably just as long, maybe longer. We'll see. Bye for now.